So we go back to the text. And in understanding a text like this, we're studying the view of Dzogchen. So we have the view, the meditation, the activity, and the result. In Dzogchen, we study the view a lot because if you have clarity with the view, the meditation becomes easy. In some systems, the view is not elaborated very much, but the details of the meditation are elaborated a great deal. For example, in most tantric practices. If you decide that in the summer you are going on holiday to Greece and you're going to a nice island, it's unlikely that you would pack your ski boots. It's obvious. In the same way, if you're going to do Dzogchen meditation and the focus is on openness, you don't pack your thoughts. It's just that simple. So when a thought arises, irrelevant. If you're clear, you don't have to struggle with the thought. I'm going to Greece, where's my ski suit? No, something is wrong. Swimsuit, not ski suit. Dzogchen, space, not thought. Just like that. So we have to be very clear, not that ski boots are bad. Ski boots belong for skiing. Thoughts are useful because they are energy constructions, and when you're working with energy, they are very important. But when you are working with space, the energy is not the central concern. Of course, you can use energy to go to space, and space is the ground of energy. But in the first instance, we are focusing on the experience of space itself. So, he's continuing here describing the nature of the mind. Mind is itself the maker of all samsara and nirvana. We have to be very clear what is mind here. It doesn't mean my personality kind of mind, that I as an ego, as an individual person, am somehow constructing the whole thing as an idealistic fantasy. It means mind as space, the root of our experience at this very moment, the mirror-like quality of the mind. This is the expanse within which all the different phenomena of experience arise. If you don't have an awareness, if you are not present, nothing will happen. There'll be nothing to record. As far as we know, this bottle is not having an experience because it doesn't have a mind. We experience the bottle because we have a mind. So, mind is the basis of everything. You find this in the Dhammapada, in all the Buddhist traditions. What this is saying is everything is experience, because he's already been pointing out that there is no substance to anything. It doesn't mean that we have two classes, reality and fantasy, which is the normal dualism in Western thought. It's not that it's a fantasy like Donald Duck. It means everything is there as it is, but without any real substance. That is to say, we are having an experience. Experience is the, if you like, the Siamese twins of the mind. Out of emptiness arises the subject side, and out of emptiness arises the object side, and they arise together. So, I am in the room looking at you. You exist for me as the object, and I exist as myself in the form of the subject. For you it's different. You exist as the subject, and I am for you the object. Both are arising together as experience. Who am I? Well, if you introduce yourself to someone, you tell them about your experience. I grew up here, I do this kind of work, I like eating in this kind of restaurant, and so on. You tell them about a process of experiences you have had or you want to have. The subject is experience, the object is experience. All that we have is experience. And experience is what is displayed in this mirror-like mind. The mind is never changing, it effortlessly arises. The mind arises as experience, although it itself cannot be experienced. Just as we looked yesterday, when you look in the mirror, you see the reflection. The reflection is the mirror, but the reflection is not the mirror. You don't experience the mirror itself, you experience the mirror through its reflection. You experience your mind through your thoughts, memories, feelings, and so on, through hearing the sound of the church bell, seeing the colors in the room. All of this tells you the experiencer is here. We hear a sound, we experience the sound, we can elaborate about the sound. This is a church bell. We can tell more stories about that. But we are also aware that we are having the thought, this is a church bell. We are also aware that we are hearing a sound. The primal or the basic awareness never changes, but its experiencing is continuously changing and is self-arising. This is very important because you will not find your mind as something. You will find your mind revealing itself as that which is both the same and different from itself. But if you try to catch the mind itself, you go crazy. Everything possible appears, but without inherent self-substance. All kinds of things appear, good things and bad things, hospitals and torture chambers, birth departments in the hospital, cemeteries and so on. Good, bad, right, wrong, everything is possible, yet none of it is strongly real. This is important because when we look at ourselves in terms of our emotions, our judgments, our opinions, we say this is very good. We say this is very bad. Although there is no substance in the world, that is to say, there are no internal defining essences that ensure that this is truly bad or this is truly good, yet we experience good and bad, right and wrong, like and not like. This is the movement of our own mind. The movement of the mind and the object arising is a continual interplay. It doesn't establish anything except the patterns of our own existence. I don't like cabbage. If somebody cooks me cabbage, I put it on the side of the plate. I don't like it. I'm an adult. I don't have to eat it. Lots of people eat cabbage. Good luck to the cabbage eaters. May they gain enlightenment quickly. Because when they're enlightened, they'll stop cooking cabbage because I don't even like the smell of cabbage. That's my prejudice. That doesn't establish anything except a relationship with cabbage. So I position myself in that way, which influences choices about what I would buy in the shop, what I would cook, and so on. It is the patterning of my existence. And patterning is unfolding in space and time. So we all have things that we like or don't like. And this is how we establish the pattern of ourselves. This self-patterning has no substance. It has no truth in it. It's just how it unfolds. Some of the patterns we have are imbued with compassion, empathic attunement, thoughtfulness for others. Some of our patterns are much more self-referential, taking care of ourselves, maybe privileging ourselves over other people. These are just patterns. Nothing is established in truth. Mind is profound, precise, and beyond all measurement. Profound means it's deep. These two terms that are used in Tibetan a lot for this, zab ge. Zab means deep. It means like the infinity of space. You won't get to the bottom of space, to the end of space, because it's infinite. There is no limit to your mind. A thought arises in your mind, and if you merge with that thought, it becomes a limit. Oh, some things happened in my childhood. I don't want to talk about them. No, I don't want to talk about that. We often experience that in therapy, where somebody feels that the memory or the emotions that arise are like an absolute limit. It's intolerable. It's impossible to express this. But this is not the mind. This is patterns of energy, because the person has probably had a very difficult time in childhood. In their adult life, they've somehow found a way of surviving and made a new kind of shape for themselves. But if the old shape that was imposed on them in childhood and the new shape are brought together, there's a disturbance, and it's as if the new shape, all that I struggled to become, is being undermined by this horrible memory. So I can't bear it. This is patterns. The mind itself is not a pattern. The mind is infinite, which is why opening to the mind itself is the basis of liberation, because it is so big, it can contain everything. If you were not loved, if you were raped, if you were buggered, if you were beaten, if you were insulted, whatever has happened was moments in time. These moments may shape your personality, give you hopes and fears, but they are not the mind itself. They are the content of the mind, patternings within the mind. If you work to change the pattern, that's one thing. But the old residues of the patterns are often there as an ongoing vulnerability, a kind of traumatized vibration below the surface. And no matter what you construct on top of it, there are certain fault lines that can reoccur. But the mind itself is without any form, without any shape. It is not a vibration. It's not a pattern. And therefore it's freedom. So that's the meaning of profound here. And it's precise. That is to say, it has clarity. Awareness is showing precisely this. What is happening in the room just now? This. Then you can start to explain it. Oh, we are meeting here because we are interested in Buddhism and meditation and blah, blah, blah. And you can have lots and lots of words about that, but it is already what it is. It doesn't need explanation or interpretation. It is what it is. But what is it? It is what it is. And this is the difference between intrinsic meaning or intrinsic value and conceptually elaborated value. A tree shows itself, but what kind of tree is it? Is that an oak tree? I've never seen an oak tree like that before. Is this only in this part of Germany? Blah, 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 blah. Now we know a lot about the tree, but we're not looking at the tree. The tree is hidden because we've gone off in some labyrinthine exploration of facts and Latin names and ecology and climate change and God knows what. When we just saw the tree, wow, springtime, little green, That's enough. But you won't get a job just going, I understand you want to work in ecology. Wow. This is our problem. This is why when you see the statues of the Buddha, they're sitting there, unemployed. The mind is beyond all measurement. It's not big, it's not small, because when you're sitting in the practice and something arises and you're with what is arising, this is it. The mind and what is occurring is just that. But then you hear an airplane and the mind is, whoo, so big. Then the church bell. Huh. Because the mirror shows the shape that's there. If something quite small is put in front of the mirror, it shows that small thing. Then you take the mirror outside and you hold it up to the sky, and the whole sky is in the mirror. Oh, so is the mirror big or small? It's neither big nor small. It shows what is there, and it appears as the host of the appearance. But the appearance is not telling us the dimension of the sky. Sometimes it looks small, sometimes it looks big. Because it is present with what is occurring. It is the showing of what is occurring. If you go to the ballet and the solo ballerina comes on and she's dancing, and then the partner arrives and they do a pas de deux, and then the corps de ballet comes sweeping in from both sides, more is happening on the stage. But at first there is one dancer, and your gaze is on that one dancer and their particular movements. And now there are 2, and now there are 20. And the stage is offering hospitality to the 1 or the 20. When there's just the 1, oh. When there's the 20, oh. The stage hasn't changed in size, but what we got of the stage was the presence of what is there. So this is what it means by it's beyond measurement. Whatever you say about the mind will only be a transient opinion. It will be the view from here, depending on how you're positioned in the moment. But the mind itself cannot be caught. This is amazing. It means not the mind. It means my mind, me. This is the meaning of freedom, of awakening. If I am immeasurable, beyond computation, it means also beyond totalization. In the last century, we had totalitarian regimes in Russia, Germany, Italy, Spain, and so on. That is to say, where you have the dictator who is determining the total frame, who is establishing a total system over the people, where everything is known and accountable and put in place. This is the fantasy of global mastery. So you have secret police investigating. People have big files built up about them because every citizen is their file, what can be known about them. This is totalization. But the mind is beyond totalization. It is infinite. We are infinite. We also totalize ourselves. Oh God, I get tired. I'm so lazy. Why am I always so lazy? This is a totalization. Every core negative belief is a totalization, a summation, in which we come to a conclusion about who we really are. I've been like this a long time. It's really hard to change. Maybe this is just me. Oh, not much energy, and maybe this is just me. There's a kind of resignation, a sinking feeling, because it's earth element. It's over-defined, and it's solid, and it just sinks like a stone into the swamp. But who is the one who says, I am lazy? What is the ground of the thought, I am lazy, I am stupid? no one will ever love me, whatever the core negative belief would be, that mind is immeasurable. It can't be grasped. So this is why it says the mind is the basis of samsara and nirvana. In your mind arrive neurotic formations, depressions, anxieties, hopes and fears, obsessions and so on. Caught up in these, we take on a particularization, a shaping, and it is as if this is me. Who is the one who is experiencing this is me? The mind. Where is the mind? Look for the mind. Endlessly changing the personality is like moving the furniture. The issue is not the furniture, it's the room. What is the space? If you find the space, the furniture is not the big problem. But endlessly moving your thoughts, your feelings, your experiences, going from a negative thought to a positive thought. It's nice, you feel a bit happier if you have positive thoughts rather than negative thoughts. But what is the basis of the thought? This is the key point. All that is beautiful, all that is ugly, arise from the mind. And the mind is beyond definition according to its content. This is a water bottle. We look at it, we think this is a bottle for water. But you could put petrol in it, you could put whiskey in it, you could piss in it. It could be filled with something else, but as it stands at the moment, we look at it and see, oh, this is a bottle of water. The content defines the bottle. But the content of the mind doesn't define the mind. The content of the mind defines the content of the mind. I, as personality, am a content of my mind. That is to say, I, the individual, exist on these three dimensions we touched on yesterday. We are space, we are the unified field, or at least that is what is revealed to us, and we are the precise nature of our manifestation by moment by moment. This third aspect is called the Dzogchen in Tibetan, which in general terms means compassion, but in Dzogchen means more like participation or energy or manifestation. This manifestation is unfolding in time, inseparable from its ground, which is space. So whatever shape we have, that's not the most important thing. Some people are very quick in their mind, some people are quite slow in their mind. Whether the mind is quick or slow, who is the one who is quick or slow? This is the most central question, again and again. Then he says, the mind may seem to exist, but is actually void due to the nature of entities and signs. The nature of entities and signs means signs is tsenyid, or in Sanskrit lakshana, and it means the qualities or the semiotic signifiers through which we establish the world around us. So we have red, green, yellow, we have different colors, we have heavy, we have light, we have soft, we have hard, we have all kinds of signs through which we ascribe value and significance and predictions about the capacity of an object to be cooked or beaten into a shape to make a motor car or whatever. So this is the basis for interpretation. When we look into signs, we see that no sign exists in itself. Red, if everything was red, our world would be completely different. We understand red in relation to yellow, in relation to green and blue and so on. That is to say, the meaning of red, the redness of red, is revealed through the range of tones of red. Even in this room, we have many, many different shades of red. And then we have movement into yellows, into orange, green, and so on. So the redness of red is revealed through its differentiation from the greenness of green and the blueness of blue. Red in itself is not a sufficient definition. If I say butter comes from cows, that involves us also remembering, no, actually, milk comes from cows, and then you churn the milk and you get butter. It would be a strange kind of cow that was producing butter directly. So, in the short form, of course, we can say butter comes from cows. But inside, there is a gap, and we insert the chains of causality. Butter is butter. Butter is just butter. But it's not self-existing. It has a causal chain. Butter also stands in relation to other things like olive oil. So you can decide if you want to fry eggs in butter, that's quite nice, but olive oil is also quite nice, but the flavor is different. What are you trying to do? The meaning of butter depends on the context. After the war, people were very, very happy to have butter. Then people started to say, no, there's a relation between butter and cholesterol. You should be very careful of butter. So, oh my goodness, don't eat butter. Then people start to say, actually, some butter in the diet is not so bad. So we find that the value of butter is like fashion. Just as the hemline of the dress is going up and down according to the fashion houses of Paris, whether butter should be eaten or not goes in and out according to the new diet. This is the semiotic web. And therefore we see, oh, butter is an empty signifier. It seems to be defining something, but as soon as you think about, well, what is butter for? Like vultures arriving at a corpse, a dead cow in India, many, many thoughts and interpretations and pseudoscientific interpretations arise onto the butter and start chewing it up. It's good, it's bad, you should have so much or not eat it, and so on. Butter is not self-existing. There is nothing self-existing in this world. So that's what it means, that the mind is empty, because everything you say about the mind is relative. It is conditioned, and it doesn't touch it. Again, if we take the example of the mirror, you look in the mirror, you see the reflection. You can say a lot of things about the reflection, but none of these comments on the reflection will take you to the mirror. The mirror is showing itself through the reflection. Whoa! And we injecting all sorts of meanings into this, taking us further and further away from it. So this is what it means. The mind is empty. Although it is full, it's empty in its fullness because it's full of the empty display. All phenomena are like a reflection. And they're empty of entities because every entity stands in relation to other entities. That is to say, this lamp has a top and a bottom, and you can slice it in the middle. So there's the top of the lamp and the bottom of the lamp. Now we have two aspects to the lamp, and the lamp can be subdivided. Human beings can be subdivided into their parts. Atoms can be divided into their parts. So this was the Mahayana analysis of the five skandhas. If the five skandhas, which according to the Theravadan tradition are the basic building blocks of all phenomena, are examined in themselves, then the most finite particle, because it's not existing just in infinite space all by itself, is located in relation to other particles. Therefore, it has something in front of it, something behind it, something above it, something below it. So it has a front and back, sides, and top and bottom. Therefore, it can be split. And the analysis in the Mahayana tradition is that to take that ad infinitum, all entities resolve themselves into emptiness. So in terms of both entities and signs, the mind is empty. The mind may seem not to exist, yet it shows many illusory forms. Although you can't catch your mind and establish it as something, so that it doesn't stand in relation to anything else, yet you can't say it's nothing at all, because here we are together having lots of experiences. The sunlight's coming in the window, we have the feeling of springtime, moods are affected by the amount of light that comes into the room. Our experience is changing and unfolding moment by moment. This is here. So there is experience which is ungraspable, and there is the mind which is ungraspable. So, why are we grasping? The Buddha said, and Buddha is a very beautiful man, the Buddha said, the cause of samsara is ignorance and grasping. There is nothing to grasp. So if you grasp the ungraspable, you will get nothing. And when you get nothing, you're disappointed because you wanted to get something. The reason you were grasping because you wanted something, but there is nothing to get. But you want something. So you keep grasping. Welcome to samsara. So, mind's original nature is beyond thought, and it does not become an object of thought. This is absolutely important for meditators. This is not theory. Although the mind itself is indescribable, these teachings are given in order to help us to give up hope. Hope that we will find something substantial, that we will get to a place where the battle will be over. The mind is unborn and unceasing, means there's always something going on. This is why the bodhisattvas come into the world, because the world doesn't end. There's always something going on and unfolding. But the mind itself is not a thing. It's beyond thought. So as we've looked several times already, thought is very useful for some things. If you're wanting to find out where the bar is, then you ask someone. When they say, oh, it's down the road, and you turn right and so on, that's very useful if you want to have a drink. If you're running out of petrol, you stop and ask someone, where's the petrol station in this town? That's really helpful. We need thoughts and ideas. They have a function. Thought will contact other thought. That is what it does. Language is a field. As Wittgenstein says, if you want to know the meaning of a word, don't look in a dictionary. Find out how it's used. Language reveals itself in the interaction because there are ways of speaking. If you travel in Germany, you still have quite strong dialects, and people will be using words in slightly different ways in different parts of Germany. So you have to engage to have the meaning revealed. Thoughts access other thoughts. Thoughts access feelings, sensations, and so on. But thoughts don't access the mind. The mind will not be caught by a thought. We are caught by a thought. We as the ego personality are caught by a thought because we are a thought. Whoa! We are a thought. What I call myself is a patterning of thought, feeling, sensation, memories, hopes, fears, plans. It's a kind of nexus. It's a kind of mélange, a patterning, a potpourri, which is gathered together and changes, but has certain tendencies or traces or traits. And therefore we can think about ourselves. We can talk about our childhood, what we hope to do in the summer, and so on. When we do that, we offer thoughts out of our mouths to other people. These thoughts go in their ears, activate their thinking capacity, and then they reply. Oh, I've been there. That's a really nice place. That should be good. Oh, you have to watch out. There's incredible wind there in the summer. Comes up from Africa. Oh, all sorts of things arise. Thought is speaking to thought. But the mind is not caught by a thought. So when you are meditating, again, thoughts are not bad, but they are not useful for finding your mind, for being your mind, for relaxing into the Dharmakaya. Thoughts won't help that. As long as we're clear about that, then we see that when the thought is arising, irrelevant. The thought is like a steak for a vegan. What's a vegan going to do? Look at the steak. Wow. Some people eat it, but not for me. I think you brought this to the wrong table. Waiter, not for me. Thought is coming. Oh, I used to eat thoughts. When I was a kid, in our family, every Sunday lunch, got a mountain of thoughts. I've changed my diet. And the mind does not become an object of thought. It is impossible to say what it is like. Now this is important. You might say to someone, what's Crete like? Oh, it's nice. Have you been to Ibiza? So it's a bit like the north of Ibiza. You know, you get the mountains. We say this is like that. We make patterns of meaning by comparing and contrasting, by metaphor, by simile. We're putting one idea in relation to another. But you can't say what the mind is like, because it's not like anything else. We can say John is a bit like Fred, but he's not at all like Donald. Donald and John are very different. Whoa. Because you can compare and contrast people, their personalities, their interests, and so on. But the mind is not in that field. It is the unmanifest, the unborn. And again, if we really understand this, the urge to catch it, to know it, has to be let go of. My teacher explained this to me, that if you have a dog, generally speaking, you have a tail. Generally speaking, the dog wags the tail. If the tail wags the dog, we think it's something strange. So, what is the dog? The dog is the mind. The tail is the ego personality. But if you think that the ego personality is the dog and the Dharmakaya is the tail, then you have a problem. Then you have a problem. The source is not you. But in our narcissism, in our enjoyment of our thought construction, in our imagination, in our fantasy, in our capacity to measure everything, we appear to be the masters of the world. Remember this drawing from Leonardo da Vinci about the man as the measurement of everything. And this famous English mystic, William Blake, he did a drawing of Newton. And Newton has a protractor, you know, this thing that you use for measuring spaces in diagrams. And he has Newton measuring out the world. And he's calling him the devil. Because Newton's idea, as the image of modern science, is that you can measure everything. The fantasy now, there's all this money that's being spent near Geneva in this CERN maximum accelerator, that we're going to get to the creation of the world and we will have absolute knowledge. Well, maybe we should send them 1,000 copies of Dr. Faustus. Because this is very dangerous territory. The ego is not the boss. This is why we've had dictators. Because the ego has become the boss and has ground down other possibilities. Somebody has the truth and they're going to torture and murder other people. The truth, according to Buddhism, is unspeakable. You can't say it. You have to relax and open to it. And when you're relaxed and open, the most important thing is you're not very dangerous. You're not going to go to war if you're relaxed and open. You're lying in the beach in the summer. Somebody says, here's a Kalashnikov. You say, no, actually I want an ice cream. Beyond thought, it is inexpressible. So all the Dharma teachings around this, they're not a means to arrive at the mind. They are like a kind of massage to unknot the tensions which get in the way of our relaxing into what is already here. They're not a means to get somewhere. They're a means for removing or relaxing the obstacles that get in the way of us being where we already are. It is not touched by any faults or good qualities whatsoever. This, again, is enormously important. You don't have to be a good person to wake up, because awakening is the basis, it's not the result. The result is the ground in Dzogchen. In many of the other Dharma paths, the result comes as through realizing the ground and working on that and bringing out the good qualities of the ground, you get to the result. But here the result is actually the ground itself, because the ground is complete. It's the full circle. This is why it's called Dzogpa Chenpo. It is already complete. The foundational Buddha of this is Samanta Bhadra, always good, always already good. Nothing is to be done. So this is, again, radically different from many of the path systems in Buddhism. In Buddhism, there are many what are called lam rim. Lam means a path, rim means stages, stages of the path, progressive stages. Gelugpas have many, many texts on this, as do the Sakya and so on. But this mind is already complete. So if you do bad things, you don't spoil the mind. If you do good things, you don't improve the mind, because as with the mirror, whether the reflection is beautiful or ugly, the mirror is not damaged or tainted, and it's not improved. Something beautiful, Ming vase is placed in front of the mirror. You see the reflection, the fantastic line, the delicate light green coloration of this vase. So beautiful. But the mirror is not impressed. Then you put some dog shit in front of the mirror. The mirror's not recoiling in horror, because the mirror doesn't have a nose. It's not responsive. The mind itself is not interactive. It is not in duality. It is not a subject. This is what is very important. Subjectivity is the energy of the mind, not the mind itself. If you confuse the two, you get very, very lost. And this is why there's a lot of confusion around. If I say, I am going to do prostrations, and I personally have done many prostrations. If I say I'm going to do prostrations, unless I break my leg, I can do that. Because this is an act of will. This is an act of individual agency. I am going to do this. I'm going to boil an egg. I'm going to do 500 prostrations. These are similar things. There is a pan, there is heat, there is water, there's salt, there's an egg. I can boil an egg. There is a piece of floor in front of me. I can stand up, fall down, stand up, fall down. This is also possible, because these are things that I do. This is action, this is energy, this is agency. This is the patterning of the energy of the mind, but it's not the mind itself. The mind itself doesn't do prostrations, and whether you boil an egg or you do prostrations, neither will help you to see the nature of the mind. The nature of the mind is revealed by being with the nature of the mind. This is the essential point of the Dzogchen teaching. Mind's original nature is not obscured by any good or bad karmic conditions. So, this again is very important. Sometimes our lives are very hard. Maybe we get a heartbreak, or people close to us die, or a relationship breaks up, or your children go crazy on you, or you lose your job, or you get a bad disease and you feel you're moving towards death. In these moments, we don't feel happy. We feel despairing. The central question is, who is the one who is experiencing the despair? The mind itself has no despair. The mind itself has no joy. It's neither happy nor sad. It's clear. In Tibetan it's called salwa. It means like the clarity of the clear blue sky. Everything passes through it. So, when we have a karmic turn in our life, if things work out well and we seem to be successful and we're healthy and people like us, very dangerous. Because you can fall asleep in that. Or you can feel, oh, this is me. People like me. They like you for a while. Until the bad smell arises inside you. Like in the God realm, everybody has a beautiful time. But for 7 days before you leave the God realm, the flowers around your neck start to rot. Your body starts to smell. And other people say, whoa, uh-oh. And they say in these 7 days, you have more despair than in 1,000 years in hell. Because you are now out. You're finished. You are dirty and unworthy. And you have no protection because, but I thought you liked me. I thought I was one of the gang. No. Because the gang is not self-existing. The gang arises due to causes and conditions. This is a temporary situation and it will be over. So in our life, whether good things come or bad things come, look at the nature of the mind. You can't hang on to good things because we don't know why things are good. Somebody does well at school and everyone says, oh, you're very intelligent. Oh, I'm very intelligent. Why? This is coming from your DNA. This is coming from the fact you have middle-class parents who help you with your homework and so on. This is coming because you're in a Western European democracy that has a reasonable level of public education. All of this is helping you to appear intelligent. This is not in you. This is a field factor determined. So these things are very important to really understand. Yeah?
Doesn't you find it really dangerous to say, look for the nature of the mind? Because I can only look for something.
Yeah.
And before, some words before, you said something like, you cannot look for this something and so on. And then I thought, oh, perhaps this exercise to look if there's a color, if there's a shape and so on is not that good because I'm sitting there and, oh yeah, there's something and so on. How do you deal with it? To look for, in the sense you said now, perhaps to do nothing.
Exactly.
And to do nothing but be aware of the thoughts which are coming.
That's right.
And that's quite tricky.
That's correct. Full marks. Yeah, if you want nothing, you have to have nothing. You have to be nothing. But we have the problem that we want to be something. We want to assert our individuality. And this takes us into commenting and doing something with what occurs. And what we experience in the meditation again and again. We are very busy. How to not be busy. This is to, and this again is why the view is very important, because there is the stillness of this unborn ground nature, and there is the movement of the energy within it. These two are inseparable. So when we are caught up in the energy patterning, we're not far away from the emptiness. When the dancer is on the stage, it's the emptiness of the stage that allows the dancer to move. If the owner of the theatre had a quarrel with her husband and she decides, fuck, I'm moving out of here and I'm taking all my possessions, and she gets a van and she takes it to the theatre and she puts it on the stage. That night when the dancers arrive for the performance, there's a sofa, there's a table, there's a chair, there's stuff from cleaning the bath. Huh? Quite difficult for them to dance. So this is what we do. We have all of this stuff in the stage of our mind, and we say it's very important. I got this from my mom. My mom's dead. This is my neurosis is the only memory I have of my mother. How could I let go? Which is why we are dancing on a very small stage. So letting go of all that we cling to is what we have to do. Now, this comes back to the issue of preparatory practices and nundros and so on. These are methods of letting go, doing vajrasattva and so on. But also directly staying with the mind itself and seeing through trusting impermanence, everything that arises passes. Everything that arises passes. My sense of self, I'm sitting in the meditation, I seem to be a continuous phenomena. I am the one who is meditating. This is the very dangerous grey area. I was there at the beginning of the meditation, I'm there in the middle of the meditation, and I'm here at the end of the meditation. There's always me. But who was this me through the course of the meditation? Sometimes a bit vague, sometimes maybe a bit excited, sometimes fixated on a sensation, sometimes a thought. The sense of self is an empty signifier. I is empty. I am tired, I am happy, I'm hungry, I'm sleepy, whatever it would be. I is useful because it's empty. I is the most useful word in the language. Because you can fill it with anything you like. And this is why it appears to be continuous, because it is empty and always being filled. So in the Hindu traditions, who are saying something fairly similar, but we shouldn't say that because we are Buddhist. But in the Hindu traditions, they say tattvam asi. Tat is the tattva, is being. Tvam asi is the thusness, the thisness, the tatata or the tathagata, the pure nature. This is us. I am that. But which I is that? This is the pure quality of the I as the empty signifier. Because when you look at the I, it's filling and emptying, filling and emptying. In its emptiness, the I of the Atman is Brahman. In its fullness, the Brahman is forgotten in what it's containing. So it's like the cup. We put red wine in the cup. This is a cup of red wine. We put tea in the cup. It's a cup of tea. We put coffee. We put urine. We put whatever we like in the cup. And that's what it is. I am happy, I am sad, I am tired. In the moment that we are filled with that, that is the limit of our existence. Now, our health as an ego depends on having some degree of relativization across time. When people get caught in more difficult, you could say, fragmented or unintegrated mental states, what might be described as borderline, the impulsivity of the moment arises without any rectifying conversation with other aspects of yourself. So, for example, at work, your boss behaves badly to you. So, you tell your boss, you are a fucking arsehole. That appears exactly correct in that moment. Afterwards, when you are told you have lost your job, it doesn't feel so good. This is the problem of immersion in the bubble of the moment. We think, my boss is an arsehole, but I want to keep my job. I will bite my tongue and bend my partner's ear when I get home. In English they say, I will kick the cat. And in many ways, of course, that's safer because you have not just the feeling, but you have the context. And the context determines what you can say. And children struggle with that, you know. When you're 3 and 4 years of age, you want to say things, and why can't I do that? And I have to do that. And you can't tell me. You're not. Oh, sweetie, but if you do that, you'll get trouble. I don't care. But I care. I love you, and I don't want you running after the ball into the road so a car hits you. Like that. This is very difficult because children then are having to develop exactly this mental or conceptual proliferation in order to keep them safe. It's through our capacity to relativize that on the level of the personality, we compare and contrast and we work out what is fitting to the situation. But the one who is doing all of that is able to do it because we can learn new things. We develop certain personality traits at one age, and then we go through a transformation and the cup empties and fills up with something else. If you track children, you know, when they're 2, they're very different from 4. 4 to 14, wow, whoa, where has my nice little cutie gone? Some other person has arrived. So they are filling up with peer pressures and also sexuality and all sorts of other things. They are still answering sometimes to the same name. But they're sensible. I'm just me. I'm just me. I didn't ask to be born. You're my parents. You're responsible. Give me the money. So in that way, it's very easy that now we can see, oh, I is empty. It is the emptiness of I that is the fullness of my life. This is the absolute paradox, isn't it? The more obsessional you are, the more definitional you are, the more limited your life. If you are depressed and you don't go out, if you develop agoraphobia, you don't have a rich, full life. If you are socially anxious, you don't have a rich, full life. If you go into social situations and you think, oh, I'll find a way, it'll be okay, I'm sure there's someone to talk to, that openness allows new possibilities to come in. That is to say, when you think, oh, it'll be okay, your I is willing to say, we'll see what happens. That is to say, it's not over-determined. It's not starting with a conclusion. It's starting with a question. Let's see. How will it be? Oh, we'll see. And that is the richness of our life, isn't it? When we are free we can do many things, which is why they say, for the Bodhisattva, as the energy of the Buddha's mind spreads out into the world, it becomes whatever is required. It can become a bridge for people who need to cross a river. It can become a tree in the desert to provide shade. It can become a man or a woman or a dog, whatever is required. We can become what is required. Why? Because I is a potential, not a thing. We are not a thing. So emptiness returns us to the potentiality of the energy of manifestation. And over definition, self-knowledge binds us into, this is who I am, I'm being true to myself, I'm being authentic, I have spent the weekend at a Gestalt workshop, and I need to tell you, so there, this is me. For a while, for a while, because it's impermanent. If you look back on your own life, how many positions have you taken up? How many times have you proclaimed the truth? And then found yourself to be hypocritical, full of shit. Because it seemed a good idea at the time. This is what the empty signifier of I means. So in Buddhism, when it says there is no self, it means there is no knowable, definable self, but there is self-thing. Because self-thing is how the Buddha nature manifests into the world. There are lots of lamas and Zen masters and so on. These are people who exist. They don't all eat the same thing and wear the same thing. They're not clones from a factory. So they are showing a self-thing, but hopefully that self-thing is located to the emptiness of the ground out of which the self-thing is arising. And they have more freedom to respond. If the teacher is not free, if the teacher is a bit anal, it's a kind of a problem. It's not about control, it's about creativity, it's about relationality, it's about participation. Because it's about non-duality. Non-duality means it can't be determined from one side. It's a co-creation, co-emergence. And the Tibetan language has many words for that. Okay, just a little more before we have a break.
Jenny.
Yeah?
Question. How does any... I just am curious about how any energy at all arises. It seems almost impossible that would actually... I don't see how it actually arises.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are some people trying to develop an algorithm for that. Some kind of explanation. It just is. I mean, that's why they use the example of the mirror. The mirror is just what the mirror does. It shows reflections. The mind is empty in itself, but endlessly creative. Why it's like that, who knows? When I would ask my teacher things like that, he said, hey, when you get enlightened and meet the Buddha, that could be your first question. But don't trouble me with it. So, the mind is not stained by all the impurities of reliance on science. And this we've already really, they repeat the same idea again and again because it's so important. The impurity of the reliance on signs means that each sign is particularizing. So, a sign like the development of far-right political parties in Germany or in Russia or in France, we can take that as a sign of disturbance, a sign of conflict and so on, and we can start to think about it. But as soon as you get into that, you find other people have different opinions. And once you get into the exchange of opinions, you come into right, wrong, good, bad. And what you've done is you've entered into a kind of hall of mirrors in which every view expressed has a reflection with another mirror. And then you say, but I didn't really mean that. No, you're distorting what I said, and people get very hot because we cannot say the whole story. Language comes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you walk out, when we have a break, and you look at the trees and the flowers and the prayer flags and the stupa, you get the whole shebang. In 1 second, without effort, open your eye, wow! But you try to explain what is going on. You say one word, then another word, then another word, then another word. And by the time you've put 10 words together, some other bugger's got an opinion that you're wrong, and they're going to tell you what's wrong with your opinion. And so this is what it means by this contamination of signs, that we think we're being very clear, but actually our words are very sticky to other people. You cannot catch them. It hooks them. It's like Velcro. They get caught up in what we're saying. So I'm not sure that's right. We need to check this out. Oh, just trust me, I'm right. Because that's what we want. That's what the ego is trying to do, is to set out a territory in which there is the clarity of being correct. And that's never going to be possible, because the world is full of conflicts, because individual minds have different perceptions. So none of the names of all the phenomena of samsara and nirvana can be applied to it. Now, this is a glass cup. Do we agree? Now, some of the people who are agreeing that this is a glass cup are condemned in their ordinary life to speak in German. And in German, this is not called a glass cup. This is bad luck for you, because you have agreed it is a glass cup. And now you want to call it something different. This is very sad. This is the nature of language. You sit inside language, and it wraps itself around you like a cocoon, and you feel you're speaking the truth. And then you hear people speak other languages, and in their other languages they have different inflections, or they have different political or religious beliefs, and that also inflects their language. We can't even grasp the phenomenon of the world precisely with language. So we're certainly not going to grasp the Dharmakaya. So in the Buddhist tradition, there are many, many words for the Dharmakaya or the Buddha nature, the Tathagata Garbha, and so on. Many, many words, all because the words slide off. They don't quite arrive. They are gestures. Like in the traditional example, it's the finger pointing at the moon. It's not the moon itself. So it goes back to the question about looking for the mind. Although it's described often in the text in terms of looking, the tawa in Tibetan, we can't actually look and see it, because how you do it is not like how you do anything else in your life. These are approximations that put us in the way of, take us in the direction of, but they can't exactly say what it is, which is why we have to become exquisitely sensitive and nuanced and just adjusting ourselves very precisely onto that point. And now we have some tea. Right, let's run on with this text. So then he's saying, mind's original nature is free from all the limits of holding to duality, such as permanent and impermanent, hope and doubt, inhibiting and encouraging, rejecting and accepting, good and bad, large and small, top and bottom, bound and free, happy and sad, and so on. Now, this is, again, very important, because with ignorance we come into the realm of duality, and the first duality is self and other. Then these two aspects mushroom out in endless subdivisions. And so binary opposition is the mode of construction really of samsara, that we set one thing against another. And this allows us to enter into comparing and contrasting and so on. So good, bad, right, wrong, inside group, outside group, Buddhist, Hindu, and so on. These are the ways in which we create meaning. And he's saying the mind itself is free of any of these categorizations. So again, he's saying from a different point of view, all the usual methods that we have for identifying entities, making sense of them, creating narratives and so on, none of this pertains to the ground. All of this comes from the ground, but it doesn't pertain to the ground. That is to say, the child comes from the mother. The child is not the mother of the mother. Now, you could say that the child is the mother of the motherness of the mother, because the woman only becomes a mother by having a child. So in that way, the mind gives rise to all of these phenomena, and so the ground itself appears as the great mother, as Prajnaparamita, as the goddess, within whose sky-like womb all phenomena manifest in illusory form. And it is the manifestation or the ceaseless flow of appearance which makes the ground the source. If the ground was just the ground, it would be just space. But it's because space has this capacity to show, to create, that it becomes like the mother. But none of these subdivisions of manifestation in any way can grasp the ground. Mind's original nature was not made by anyone. It cannot be ascribed any size or dimension. It is free of all partiality. That is to say, it has no bias or prejudice. When we sit in a meditation, there are some kinds of thoughts we like and some we don't like. There are some kind of moods we like. So if we sit in a meditation and the mind is heavy and dull, we become disheartened. If the mind is a bit clear and bright, we think, oh, I'm making some progress. So in that sense, we have a bias. We think some things are good and some things are bad. But the mind itself, like the mirror, has no prejudice. So, again, for meditators, when you find yourself entering into judgment, when you find yourself operating with a bias, liking, not liking, this is immediately a sign you're lost. It's a sign that you are not settled in an open awareness, but you're settled in the point of judgment. So you're sitting in the mind which is not empty, but the mind that is full. You're resting on a thought, on a positioning, and therefore you will necessarily have a partial vision. If you imagine you're out in the hills and you're going for a walk. As you walk up the hill, if you stop every 10 steps and look around, a new vista, a new perspective opens up. And you're coming up to the crest of the hill, you don't know what's there, you don't know what's there. You get to the top of the hill, suddenly you see this, then you're walking down into the next valley. Each positioning you take opens up a new view. This is our embedded or our enmeshed participation in the world. We always see something, but we never see the whole. It's the very nature of, bless you, the very nature of our world to be inside partiality, which is one of the reasons we have to be aware of hubris, to be aware of inflation. that if we think that the part is the whole, we get very, very lost. So humility is an important part of the path. The mind which sees everything can't say anything. The mind that can say something doesn't see the whole thing.
That's true.
Very, very interesting, isn't it? As, like it says at the beginning of the Tao Te Ching, you know, those who know don't speak. Those who speak don't know. Because as soon as you start to speak, you position yourself and you have a partial perspective. Which is why, if we, as much as we can, having some time to sit in silence and be with our mind really helps. The mind's nature cannot be ascribed any size or dimension. It's free of all partiality. It's beyond being something that can be indicated by saying, it is this. From the very beginning, it has been perfectly pure. Perfectly pure here means that it's like the mirror or the sky. It cannot be contaminated in any way because it doesn't stand in relation to anything else. If you have some clothing, because we are in the world, if you wear the clothing in the course of the day, it comes in contact with car fumes, maybe cigarette fumes, sweat from your armpits and so on. The cloth becomes tainted or marked because it stands in relation to something else. A contaminates B, B contaminates A. They mix into each other. But the mind is not a thing. It's not in duality. It's not standing in relation to anything else. And so nothing touches it. Everything passes through space. It doesn't mark space. And so this is, again, the basis of great freedom. Because in that state, we are not ever contaminated by anything. From the very beginning, it's perfectly pure and abides in great equanimity towards everything within samsara and nirvana. Those who realize this have the ground or basis of Buddhahood. Those who do not realize this have the ground of being sentient beings. Therefore, it is called the ground of all, the kunji. Kunji or alaya is a term that you get in the different schools in Tibetan Buddhism, and it has different meanings in different schools. Here, it's half of a phrase, which is kunji dumache. Dumache means uncompounded. The ground of all is not a creation, and it is something which has never come into existence. We also have kunji nampa shepa, the ground of all consciousness, and that is compounded and is created and is a kind of cosmic consciousness or a kind of repository consciousness in which elements and traces of all experience at all times of all beings are registered. But that's a different kind of concept. So the ground of all means there is one ground and two paths that come out of it. If you recognize the ground is the basis of freedom. If you don't recognize the ground, what you recognize is thoughts about the ground, and this mental elaboration leads into samsara. Where do these thoughts come from? They come from the ground. Like a child that says, in an angry mood, "You're not my dad. You're not my dad. I'm not anything like you, and I don't want anything to do with this family." But you are. No, I'm not. A lot of people have had that experience. I remember completely spoiling my family holiday when I was, I think, 16. in a really bad mood. My brother was there. It was the last holiday we ever had. But I was in a really bad mood. I said, why do we have to do this? You don't have to do it. It'd be nice to do it. But I don't want to do it. Well, but we have to do it because we're all going together. Round and round and round. But why do I have to do things I don't want to? This is the most stupid question in the world. And unfortunately, I spent many years trying to that question. Because it seems such an injustice. It seems such an injustice. And then, of course, the years go by and you grow up and you think, the family's dispersed. That will never happen again. The last chance to be inside something, and I insisted on being outside of it. Oh, madness. Because it felt like a prison at the time, and afterwards you think, oh, that was belonging. That was actually quite safe. My dad was paying for everything. But I thought he was the great Satan ruling everything. So this kind of misperception is very easy. And so to recognize the ground and be part of the ground is on one level deflationary, because we are not the master of the world. The ego self is not in charge, but it doesn't mean that we are abject, that we are being kicked out into nothing. We are the children of the Dharmakaya, and we are the Dharmakaya as well. So we are the ground and the manifestation. We are both. By renouncing the hegemony, the bid for power, the overarching attempt at control of the ego, we don't lose, but we gain. Because the ego is not destroyed, but it's relocated in its proper place. So in my teenage struggles with my dad in particular, I didn't want to be his son. I didn't want to be a boy, but I was a boy. And he was the man. And I hated that, because I wanted to be deciding myself. And he was very sweet. He would give me some money and he said, I'm giving you this money, and you don't even give me a smile. Whoa, come on. No, because, so many reasons. Which was all about, I am autonomous. And he would say, you are so independent, living in my house. Very sweet man, my dad. And it's like that. The denial of the case. Living in the bubble of the self. So it's exactly the same issue here. The ego is the fruit or the manifestation or the showing of the ground living in denial of its own basis. And that's why we are like orphans, pretending it's all up to us. And so we have this lonely individual journey, trying to work out, how will I live? What will I be? Is my life meaningful? Have I made the right decision? All of these questions, because we are ungrounded. We are floating around. Well, this is very beautiful and also very healing for us. So now we start the next section, which is the path. The practice which constitutes the path is to understand falseness so that confusion is liberated. This term falseness here, rangsen in Tibetan, is very important. It's just what I was describing when I was a teenager. I was falsely claiming an independence I didn't have. So I was cheating myself because I knew I was dependent, but I hated to be dependent. So I was pretending I was independent, and I was just living in a fantasy. When the actual situation was not so bad. But the actual situation would have shrunk me and been helpful, because then I could have learned things. But I didn't want to have to learn things because I wanted to know without learning.
It sounds like, teenage hormones raging. Isn't that normal?
I don't know that it's hormones. I think it's ignorance, according to
Is that move towards kids wanting to be independent and all that change that teenagers go
Yes,
through.
exactly. Well, if you stick with this image here, it's exactly that. The struggle for independence creates a lesion.
Okay.
When if you want to have flowers in your house, you offer them liberation from the garden. You bring you a lovely knife and you cut and you pop them in a vase. At which point they say, "How lovely! Thank you for killing me." So we kill ourselves when we cut ourselves from the ground. We're slowly dying. The independent, autonomous self is always dying. This is why it's so effortful to stay alive. Sometimes we might think on a bad day, I don't know if I can continue every day pulling myself together, going through all of this. When you get a kind of existential slippage and you feel alienated in your life, is it worth it? Going on, going to work, being nice to people. Why? Why do I have to do all of this? It's a very lonely positioning because it feels as if inside us we had a pot of energy, and as we get older this pot goes down and down and down. If we are integrated with the ground, then it's like a mountain spring. The water is bubbling up forever because this is the energy of the ground bubbling through us, which we are. But when we seal ourselves off from that and say, no, I am me, this very isolating definition is deceitful. That's what it's meaning by our falseness, that we are pretending to be one thing when we are actually another, which is amazing. We pretend to be less than we are. You can have everything. No, I want to be somebody. I want to be somebody in particular. I want to be me. But your being me is dependent on your family upbringing, your schooling, the culture you're in, the world economy as it manifests just now, and so on. You are in dependent co-origination. No, I'm not. I'm me. I think you are actually. And it feels like an insult. But I am a self-defining person. No. It is our very self-definition which gets in the way of recognizing our interdependence, the interdependence in the whole field of manifestation, and the fact that that field of manifestation is inseparable from the open, empty ground. So, it's quite easy to get hooked in this falseness. So he's saying, if you recognize what you're up to in that, then confusion is liberated. So, firstly, regarding the manner of delusion, very briefly, the natural condition of the mind abides as nature, immediacy, and energy. These are these three aspects. Nature, or ngowo, is like the face. Rangin is like the complexion on the face. And the energy, or tukje, is like the movement of our face, expressing feelings, and so on. It's not the same, exactly the same as the three kayas, but it's very similar. So, our nature is emptiness. The ngowo, or the real nature, is called kada. It's pure from the very beginning. It has no problems, no difficulties. It manifests as clarity, or the luminosity of the mind, which illuminates everything which is occurring. And it manifests as our participation in it. So, here is this room. We are already in the room. As we were looking yesterday, here is a lamp. This lamp is always somewhere. If we don't want it in this room, we put it in another room. If we've had enough of it, we put it in the recycling rubbish. It has to be somewhere. That is to say, manifestations are always located. We're always somewhere. So, the somewhereness comes first. We came out of our mother's belly into the world. We were in somewhere, and we came out into somewhereness, into a particular family situation. And that's what we start with. The world is there before we were born. If you're doing a tantric visualization, you visualize the empty space. In the empty space comes a rainbow light. The rainbow light goes into a seed syllable. The seed syllable transforms into the mandala palace. In the center of the mandala is the central deity, and then the other gods and goddesses and so on appear around. The first thing is the palace. If you bought a piece of land and you put up your tent, and then you decided to build your house around the tent, it will be quite difficult. Usually you build the house and then you move in. The world is here before us. This is us. But when we wake up in the morning, it's as if we come out of this inner thing. Oh, the world is still here. It's a nice day. So to us, it is as if we start from here. But all night long, you were somewhere. You were not aware that you were somewhere, but if you weren't somewhere, you wouldn't be waking up in the morning. You were in your bed all night. Your bed was in the room. The room was in the building. The building was in the town. The town was in the country. The country was in the city, in the nation, and so on. We are always somewhere. The place comes first. That is to say, the field of experience includes us, and we are moving in the field of experience. We are not moving into the field of experience from somewhere else. This is the ego's perception. I am me, and I step forward towards the other. But I'm sitting on the floor, and you're sitting on the floor. We're on the same floor. We're in the same field. This is the radical rejigging or rebalancing of our perception. It starts with the inclusion, with the belonging, the one-of-usness. And within that inclusion, we move. We are participating from the inside. But our sense of being an outsider, an individual who has a choice whether we go in or not, is quite bizarre. This is a particular cultural formation in Western Europe. Many cultures in the world really don't think that way. They think in terms of us. They think in terms of family groupings and tribal groupings. They start with the group. And the idea that you make an individual decision without considering other people would be a kind of madness. It would be completely rude. Whereas in this culture, people make a lot of individual decisions. So that's what it's saying. Emptiness, the clarity of the unfolding field, and our participation within it. Our nature is empty and free of conceptual elaboration. So our nature here means the mind itself. In the Zen tradition, they talk about the face you had before you were born, the primordial face or the primordial presence, because the face is the here-ness of the person. Just this, which is, and here it's being described as empty, and there's no interpretation around it. Its immediacy is clarity, effortlessly arising. The whole of existence shows itself, sometimes in a big way, sometimes in a small way, but there's always appearance. This appearance is inseparable from emptiness. It's appearance and emptiness, nangtong, not two separate things. And its energy unceasingly arises as diversity. This is very important. Its energy here means us. We are diverse. We are multiple. We are polyphonic creatures. We have many voices inside us, many personality traits, many moods. We're affected by the seasons, by the time of day, by menstruation cycles, and so on. We are influenced. That is an influence, a fluence. Something flows into us. The world flows into us, and we flow into the world. So we are in this pulsation, and according to circumstances, we show many different forms. We are diverse. We are not unitary. So this is a critique of the fantasy of the individual, the monad. We are multiple. We can enjoy being multiple. If our multiplicity as our rich potential is not allowed, and we deny it, and we try to make ourselves one thing, we always end up with hypocrisy. Because we end up that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. Because we have tendencies, we have impulses, and we betray ourselves because we define ourselves, I am like this, I am going to do this, and then we do something else. Why is this? Because we are full of potential, and unless we embrace the richness of our existence and allow all the aspects of ourselves to have a seat at the table and a voice in the conversation, we are going to exclude people, and whatever's hidden in the shadow, the denied part of the self, will come with a vengeance. We know this in our own existence. So diversity is very, very important. Although from the very beginning, mind itself abides as the presence of these perfectly pure three modes, kusum. So here he's relating that these three aspects are inseparable from the three kayas, the Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and the Manakaya, which will be explained later. It is instantaneously obscured by the adventitious impurity of the three forms of ignorance. Due to this, one's own nature is not known by oneself. Why does ignorance arise? This is a stupid question. How it arises is much more interesting, because you can observe the how, you can only speculate about the why. If you take up a why question, thought will lead to thought will lead to thought. You have thought proliferation. If you ask how does this watch work? How do you make a cup of tea? Mum, how do you make bread? Oh, I show you. It's like this. It is demonstrable. You can observe your mind in operation. You can observe how you get lost. Because this is not talking about a kind of primordial ignorance that occurred historically in one period of time. Although it's also described in that way, this is the origin of samsara, this is the origin of the universe. It's also an event which is happening moment by moment in our life as we participate in the continuation of samsara. So I can't remember if he uses it here, but a traditional example is if you have a dome on part of your house and you decide to cover it with copper because it's quite a nice roofing to use, after a while it's no longer this goldeny copper color, it starts to turn green. It develops verdigris. From whether it's scientific or not, I don't know, but from the Tibetan point of view, the verdigris comes out of the copper. It just comes out of the copper. Or they use the example of rust. If you have some iron, the rust comes out of the iron. So in the same way, ignorance comes out of the ground. Why? It just does. What to do about it? Well, there's all these Dharma instructions that will help us to deal with it. But it's just in the nature. And this is very important because the ground, if we go back, the ground is free of bias. The ground is not operating as a central control system. It's not saying, I only want to make nice things. If you have a garden, the ground will give you flowers and weeds. You will not have flowers without weeds, because the ground is hospitable. The ground will produce what is there. In the same way, ignorance arises in the mind. It's not a fault, it's not a mistake, it's not a moral error, it is something which happens. Then we work with what is there. Otherwise you have to think, oh, the devil caused it. Why did Eve choose to eat the apple? Oh, the snake was up to something. There must be some extraneous cause. How did evil come into the world? If God created the world and God is good, how did bad come into the world? It's the same question, where was God in Auschwitz? Why did he allow it? This is a children's bedtime story. The fact is, we live in a world of great complexity. What are we up to? This is a much more interesting question. To know what we are up to, we have to look at how we are up to it, observing our own mind. Metaphysical speculation will just give you more and more concepts. So, the way of delusion. He's now going to describe the three aspects of ignorance. Firstly, there is co-emergent ignorance, by which one's innate recollection of or presence in the natural condition of the mind as the three modes does not arise. Due to this, there is stupidity, darkness, obscuration, fumbling, and profound lack of vision. For example, it's a lovely day. After lunch, you decide to go for a walk. You're looking at the trees, the flowers, you hear the birds. Ah, it's delightful. Walking along. Oh, I remember going like this with my grandfather. Da, 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 da. You're walking along the road, you're not seeing anything. You're thinking about your grandfather. You are there, but you're not there. It's just like that. We know this in the meditation. You're sitting in the meditation and you go somewhere. Where do you go? You haven't gone anywhere, but you're there. One of my teachers described it that Dharma is like two brothers, and they're asleep in the same bed, and one wakes up and he looks at the other brother, and the second brother is having a nightmare. You can see him turning around. And he does his best to wake him up. When the brother wakes up from the nightmare, he wakes up in his own bed. While he was having the nightmare, he was in his own bed. He was safe all the time. That's where he was, but not where he thought he was. This is the function of the teacher, to say, hey, actually, it's not so bad. Not so bad. But we stay in our thoughts, our fantasies, our constructions, and in this bubble of conceptual elaboration, although we are where we are, we're not where we are, yet we are. So this is this first level of ignorance. This is why it's called co-emergent, because the freshness of the actual situation, the second of these three factors, the clarity, is manifest, but an aspect of the clarity, what's rising in the clarity, is the thought, what's going on? What is this all about? I don't understand. I don't understand is a thought arising in the clarity, like a weed arising from the ground. The flower arises from the ground. We like the flower. The weed's not different. The weed has roots. The weed has leaves. The weed has some kind of blossoming. The bee flies around, it goes to the weed, it goes to the flower, it goes to the flower, it goes to the weed. But the weed, we say, is a weed. And when the weed arises in the mind, more and more of this starts to grow. Dandelions are very good at spreading. There's quite a lot in the grass out there. It's going to be a big work for someone in the summer, because each little flower of the dandelion, look how many seeds it's pumping out. It's fantastically good at spreading. This is what happens with ignorance. So the good qualities of the modes means the three kayas, and the realm of the Buddha are not known. The rough faults of karma and afflictions of sentient beings are also not known. So it's a kind of dullness in which one doesn't know anything. One could relax back into openness, but there's a slight tension or vibration inside this state, and this is going to move towards elaboration. And so one abides with a very weak and uncertain knowledge. This is co-emergent ignorance. Then, this is the second level, then due to the arising of subtle habits of attachment to this previously arisen ignorance, and due to the unpredictable influence of the objects of the six senses, consciousness appears to be internal and unpredictable, and then events and conditions are believed to be real. So, we start, when we looked at these three aspects of our existence, we had the pure nature, the luminous clarity, and the diversity. The diversity is like rainbows and clouds appearing in the sky. There is rich variation, but nothing is actually established or created. Now, with this uncertainty, we are trying to make sense of it. We have a kind of dullness, and we want to work out what is going on. So we rely on more thoughts. This is what it means by consciousness is unstable. More and more thoughts arise in the mind. And just as these seeds of the dandelion move out and spread in the world, more and more thoughts go out in our mind. And as they go around the world, they establish more and more correlations. There are real things out there, and I am inside here. So subject and object are separating. And I've got to work out what's going on. What is the deal? How do I relate to you? How do I relate to you? So you need to have a lot of developing mental activity, because life is now a big problem to be solved. Luckily, we are intelligent. Luckily, we are creative. So many things unfold. What we don't recognize is all of this unfolding of concepts is grounded in the empty nature of the mind. None of the thoughts which arise have any substance in themselves, or establish anything which is substantial. But we believe that that is the case. And so we cheat ourselves. Then, by grasping at objects as good and bad, we are the ones that say this is good, this is bad, and then accepting and rejecting them, we want to get more of the good and get less of the bad. So we're caught up in a constant attention to advantage and disadvantage in each moment of the evolving situation. With this effort which we are doing, the objects seem to be real, and so one abides with the three afflictions of stupidity, aversion, and desire. Stupidity is the belief in real, truly existing objects. And as soon as you have an object, you have a reaction to it which is either positive or negative. This is instant and automatic. You either like or you don't like. You go forward or away from it. If you walk just down the path into the country, your eye seems to be taken by some shapes or trees which are fascinating, and others are not. Why is it that some things are more interesting than others? Because we have already put a valency, a value, a charge, positive or negative, into the world. This becomes our organizing principle. So this relates back to the binary opposition, good, bad, big, small, ripe, not ripe, and so on. So there, in the kitchen there is a bowl of fruit. So I went, I thought, oh, I have one of these little tangerine things. And I picked one up, and oh no, pick up and oh, so lucky. I got a good one. Whether it was a good one or not, I don't know, because I didn't open the skin on the other one. But somehow, the first one, no. We're doing this all the time. Yes, no, good, bad. You feel easy with someone, you don't feel easy with them. Whatever is going on. And this is our way of pulsating in the world with others. Then for whatever arises as an appearance to the six senses, if it seems good, there is desire. If it seems not to be good, there is aversion. And if it is held to be neither good nor not good, then there is stupidity of the dull absence of thought. So, when we go for a walk in the country, most of what we see is just stuff. Just stuff. Not very interesting. Then maybe you see a deer coming out of the forest. Wow! Wow! Deer. It's amazing. You just saw 10,000 trees. Yeah, a tree is a tree, but a deer. Oh! Now this is special. This is what we do. So when we see all the trees, they're just trees, we are a bit stupid. We're not even allowing this beauty to touch us because it's just a tree. So here, what he's describing here is the phenomenology of our existence, the topology of good, bad, available, not available, figure, ground, the gestalt creation, which goes on moment by moment. In that way, there is desire and aversion, accepting and rejecting, encouraging and inhibiting. This is called the ignorance of identification. Because when we identify phenomena in the world, we don't do it in a neutral way. As soon as we say, I bought some new shoes. If you're talking with a friend, they ask you some question about the shoes. Oh, are they smart shoes or relaxing shoes or whatever it would be? There's some elaboration that goes with it. There's some opinion about it. There's always more to be said. So, kuntu tagpa. Tagpa means to label, actually. So, kuntu means always labeling. That is to say, we're entering into the semiotic world, the world of interpretation, of naming, of alliances, of comparing and contrasting. And once we're in this, which is essentially the world of language and advanced conceptualization, we have the chance of freedom, because we can start to investigate what's going on, because we need thoughts to help our investigation. If you're born as a cow, you don't have so much capacity for this. You watch cows going about in the grass. They decide to lie down. They lie down in their own shit. When they get up, they got a big brown patch on their skin. Not very bright. Chewing on the ground. Not much going on. Not much discernment. Not much clarity. This is very sad. Difficult to make much progress. So there are many, many possibilities of being born in the world where we don't have clarity. We are very lucky. Going back to what we looked at earlier, this rare and precious possibility of a precious human birth, precious because we come in contact with the Dharma, which lets us investigate. Oh, this is what I'm up to. I'm just going for a walk in the park, but my poisons, my limiting tendencies are manifesting, even when I'm just wandering about in nature. Like, not see. Like, not see. Oh, bloody hell, this is me. This is not theory. I am lost. I can't just be here without pissing on the world. This is good, I want it. This is not good, I'm not going to have it. We started with this when we were 4 years of age. And there's not much progress. So this is quite challenging. In some ways it's even quite humiliating. That what we take to be our intelligence and our discernment and our knowledge of the world is actually operating inside the realm of ignorance. Then it goes on to the next form of ignorance. In this way, from the root of ignorance, the 6 afflictions arise without control, and so we are travelers. Drowa. Drowa is the general term for sentient beings, one of the terms for sentient beings in Tibetan. It means it's both a verb and a noun. Usually it's a verb and it means to go, to travel, to move. And this is our life. Even when a baby's born, it starts moving slightly. As the weeks go by, it's moving more and more. Our whole life is movement. We are unsettled. Even if you live in the same house and you have very ritualized behavior, we're on the move. We're sitting doing one thing, then we get up to make a cup of tea, then we start to read something, then we go to phone someone. More and more, we're going from here to there, to there, to there, looking for something, trying to avoid something. This is this. Once these poisons start operating, pride and jealousy and envy moving, we are overstimulated, and this is our situation. We wander in the 6 realms, the various heavens, the formless heavens, the form heavens, the desire heavens, the jealous gods, the humans, animals, hungry ghosts, 18 different hells, and so on. And we go from one to another, to another, to another. Because we are operating on the level of the waves in the ocean. We are caught up in the flow of experience. We take experiences just to be self-existing, and so we like them and don't like them, want them and don't want them. And we are endlessly moving in a moving world, trying to get more of what we like and less of what we don't like. And then we die. And then we die. And it's very sad. Nowadays we live in a culture which, with health care and good diet and so on, lets us live a long time. And as we get older, most older people become helpless. And then they're looked after by other people, sometimes by family, sometimes by strangers. And if you live long enough, you experience the decline of your existence. You lose. You end up having some stranger coming to your house to wipe your bum. You don't even know which stranger is going to come, because the social service department is using immigrant labor because not many people want to do it on a low wage. Some stranger comes in and says, "Oh, time to clean you up. Oh ho ho. I have a fucking PhD and you don't. But you have dirty nappies and I don't." This is the life. So, everything which is constructed can be lost. Learning to grow old is going to be the big new wave of learning in the culture. Learning to lose, learning to let go. Now, in Dzogchen, we're ahead of the game. Self-liberation, letting it go. This is our job. But it's very important, because most of the time, as we accumulate, we want to hang on to what we have, to build it. And that feeling of loss is terrifying. when somebody says, listen, Mum, you left your purse outside again. I don't think you can keep your own money anymore. So the lawyers have agreed, I now have control over your finances. You have to say that to the person. They have to agree. If they don't agree, you can go through the court and the court will decide. This person is now financially incompetent. But I did everything for you. I went shopping with you when you were so small. I did. Yes, you did, but you can't now. Not onward and upward, but up to the top of the hill and down the other side. Oh, so what was it all for? It was the theatre of existence. It was just the play of the 5 elements. That's all. What is the ground of the 5 elements? The ground of the 5 poisons, the ground of the 5 wisdoms? It is the primordial ground. It is the mind itself. Did we find that by being a good mum or a good dad or a good partner or a good worker? No. Our life was spent making sand castles on the edge of the sea. And the tide will come in and it's gone. And we will be born as a cow, as a dog, as a frog. So we have some brief opportunity now. And luckily, the ground is here. It's not in Mount Kailash. It's not in a Tibetan monastery someplace. It's with us moment by moment. Even when you're lost where you are. We're lost because we're looking at the manifestation as if it was the ground. I am going to do this. I am the ground of my own identity. I am myself. It starts with me. The buck stops here. I am my own ground. This is the basis of ignorance. Our ground is emptiness. Emptiness gives rise to the pompous, preposterous statement, I am my own ground. I am myself. Who do you think I am? I'm not you. I am me. What a pleasure to be myself. You don't want to be a frog. But if the frog is lucky, the princess will come. This is why if Dzogchen is too difficult, we pray to Tara. She will remember. Tara is also green in color. So, we wander in these 6 realms experiencing the sorrows. This is called the ignorance of not understanding cause and effect. Which means cause and effect, karma, as we've looked before, means the world is dynamic. Moment by moment we're making choices. Our energy is moving in the field of energy. When we don't recognize this, when we take things as solidified, I am me, you are you, this is this, then we appear to ourselves to be a thing, an entity, and other people appear as things and entity and all the objects of the world. And therefore, I can act on this situation, and if it's okay, it's okay. Finished. So, I take your mobile phone. You don't know that I've taken it. I am successful. End of story. End of story. That's how it feels. We get away with it. Now there is a big campaign starting in Britain about our role in the old slave trade. And there have been partial apologies for that, but some groups are getting together to try to sue the British government for compensation for the slavery that their ancestors had. But for most people, but that happened in the past. It's nothing to do with me. It's nothing to do with me. But it has resonance through time. Germany paid a lot of compensation to Israel. It's over, but it continues because something happened and there is a reverberation through time. Karma is like that. We think we can put in the full stop, but the full stop will turn into a comma. And the vibration continues through time, and so we find ourselves in these situations. So when we don't recognize karma, we think, I can get away with it. But you can't get away with anything, because energy is patterning, and patterning has resonance, and resonance will repeat. And that's what we're caught up in. So in a dynamic world, how will I settle myself? And this, of course, in our ordinary lives, we try to settle ourselves by control, by managing the multiple factors in our lives. But as we've looked and we see through politics and so on, there are too many factors to be controlled. We don't know what will happen. We don't know. We're not in charge. So then we can feel overwhelmed. So then we say, I don't want to know anything about that. I'm just going to take care of my own life. As long as there's food in the shops, I'm going to just have a quiet, simple life. Leave me alone. But then we get sick. Then we find ourselves in the hospital. The doctors may be good, the doctors may be bad. That's our luck. We're not in charge. So the ego as an isolated bubble floating on the waves, like a cork on the water, ungrounded, without much power, but caught in the fantasy. I'm living my life on my terms. This is the madness. So recognizing karma, we think, whoa, there are many factors operating in my life, many of them generated by my own past actions. I need to be careful. How am I going to be careful? The first thing I have to do is observe what I'm up to. What are my tendencies? What are my habits? Wow. Now we can start to do Dharma practices to give ourselves better habits and so on, which of course is very good through doing various kinds of purification practices and so on. But ultimately, where does all this come from? And then we have these two axes. On the horizontal line, we have the historical origins of the cultural formations of the time that we're born in, of our own past karma coming from previous lives, of DNA and so on manifesting in our parents, all of which would be included in the traditional notion of karma. Your parents are your karma. The fact that you're born in that family is not luck or happenstance. It's the manifesting of your own share or your own portion. But the more you investigate that, you're overwhelmed by information. There are so many variables. And so, although you try to observe your mind and avoid doing bad things and try doing good things, waves come from behind. They don't come in the front. You find yourself knocked off and doing things. So in the Dzogchen tradition, we say again and again, what is the ground of your experience? In this moment, when you're confused, when you're sad, when you're lonely, when you're lost, don't focus your energy on trying to make a better quality of existence. look at the ground of your existence. What is this depression? What is this sorrow? Stay with the one who is grieving. Stay with the one who is lonely. Means you're sitting in the meditation, this wave of emotion comes up, and it's sucking you in like the sirens on the rock, calling Odysseus, come, come. We listen, we don't move. We listen, we're not shutting out experience, but we don't move towards it. We're just relaxed and open. Then we see, oh, grief is like this. It's like a big dark cloud filling the sky. The sky is bigger than the cloud. The cloud vanishes, the sky remains. But if you try to correct the cloud, if you try to paint it another color, you won't see the sky. This is the difference between Dzogchen and the other paths. Okay. So, now he moves on to the happy topic of the way of liberation.
Getting time.
Just in time. Yeah. From beginningless time, the ground has been naturally pure as these three aspects, nature, immediacy, and energy, the three modes effortlessly arising. What he's saying here is that it's not that this pure open nature of the mind is the most important and the others are sort of secondary. The three arise together at the same time. The purity and openness, the luminosity and clarity, and the energy of participation. They are inseparable. And this is very important because in a paradoxical way, the purity of the mind is not the problem. The problem is participation. When the Nirmanakaya has a lot more problems than the Dharmakaya. Dharmakaya is sitting at home. But when you come into the world and you're with other people and you have to stay grounded and present, what will I do? You have to dissolve anxiety. The thing, if we go back to this co-emergent ignorance, the first level of ignorance, it's the co-terminus quality of clarity and confusion. Both are there. It's a little bit shimmering. In that shimmering quality is unsettling. And when we are unsettled, we have anxiety. Anxiety is not really a term that they use very much in Tibetan. They talk much more about fear and terror and difficulty. But anxiety is something we understand very well in our culture. So I think we have to see exactly, this is what is being referred to. That anxiety is, I'm not sure. When got to go to this meeting today, we know what it's like in our body. It's a kind of retractive feeling. It's not confident, it's not relaxed, it's something there is maybe more powerful than me, bigger than me, and I'm not sure that I'm going to know what to do. So with anxiety, we can already see how it triggers us into cognition. That we want to be able to plan ahead. So you can go to therapy and you learn some strategies for calming your anxiety when you're in a big meeting. Always make eye contact with someone sitting on the other side of the room. Choose somebody who's likely to smile at you. Don't choose a sour-faced bastard. This is the first thing you learn about surviving in groups, isn't it? And then you smile at them, they smile at you, you think, oh, I'm still alive. Ignore everyone else. So in that way we learn stratagem, methods of surviving, but it involves a lot of thought. So anxiety is the key thing that we have to be aware of in the path of liberation. Because
before you go on, maybe I have a question. What, you know, there's this borderline of, you know, going into ignorance or not, but what would be these individualized consciousnesses or minds that arrive at that point?
It is something arising from the ground.
Okay.
It's like the rust.
Yeah.
So it arises. Now, arising from the ground, it is about to vanish, but it's able to kind of clone the next arising from the ground into the pseudo-continuity of itself. Since we were born, we have been an ongoing flow of experience. We've been one experience after another, after another, after another. And these experiences have been pleasurable or unpleasurable, according to whatever. With some babies, when they're small and you take off the dirty nappy and you wipe them and you lift their legs and you're cleaning them, some are smiling and others are starting to cry and they don't want you to touch them. And you think, oh, but you're covered in shit, I've got to clean you. So why do some babies smile and enjoy it and others not? This is our karma from previous lives. These are these structures. So right back to the primordial moment, something arises, me is empty. So it's quite easy for us to say, I'm thirsty. Okay, here, have some water. Are you thirsty now? No, I'm not thirsty. In the moment I am thirsty, this is a full statement. Now, if you take that back to its basis, I am. I'm not. That particular I am, that particular configuration, is now not. The real I am is the integration of these three modes. But when the manifestation, the wave or the reflection in the mirror says I am, this is when it cuts a line and says I am autonomous. But I am is just a statement. It's just an idea. That idea vanishes, but somehow its echo seems to shimmer across time. And the next moment we say, I am this, I am that, I am that. You know, when children are 4 and 5, they often just don't stop talking. I am Dada, I want this, I want that. Have you seen that man? Go on a long car journey. What is this? On and on and on. Because they are talking themselves into existence. If they don't talk, if they just sit, they say, I'm bored, I'm bored. It's almost like a slipping away. You see them slumping in the back, say, I can't bear it. So then they start blah, 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 blah. Like a balloon. We blow ourselves up with concepts. We are full of stuff. Our memories, our hopes, our fears, our thoughts. This is what being a competent adult is. And all of it is just hot air. There is no substance in any of it. It's there and not there. So really this exploration of I to I am thirsty is very important. The I is empty. The I am is already putting the pot around it. The I is just like space. Now I am, it's already a cup. What's the content of your cup? I am is just a radiant moment. It's just like a rainbow in the sky. But in its appearance, if somebody says, I am, yeah, come on, what are you? What is it? I am is not a complete sentence. We're waiting for a content. What is it you want to tell me? Oh, sweetie, what's the matter? No, I don't like it at school. The child has got an I am of something. And it's very shaming to say, my friend doesn't like me, I'm not going to school. Oh, well, the child is completely trapped because that is their existence. They have been rejected. They had a best friend. They would hold hands with their best friend and they look at the best friend, they smile, the best friend smiles at them, and they bought the same color of pink shoes. And now their best friend doesn't want them, and so they can't wear their shoes to school. I'm not going to wear them. I'm not going to. They're very lost. It's very sad. Emptied out. And then some nice thing happens and they fill up again. It's remarkable. This is where we can see our mind. And this, of course, is why meditation is difficult, because we want to keep filling ourselves. For us, emptiness equals, for the personality, emptiness equals desolation. But this is the misapprehension of emptiness. If you are something, you don't want to be nothing. But if you are nothing, you become everything. You have to sacrifice the somethingness of your existence to the space, and then out of the space you have the diversity, the multiplicity, the so many yous that can manifest. But when you're hanging on to this something that's been established, there's a lot of fear and anxiety. So this is why faith and trust and devotion is very important in the Dharma path, because it's that creates this bridge of hope that allows us to step away from the familiar into the unfamiliar, and then we look over our shoulder and we think, what was that all about? Like an alcoholic after 20 years thinking, what was I doing? Like a junkie, age 45, going into rehab and thinking, I started using when I was 17. I'm now 45. What happened in all these years? Just oblivion. So in the same way, we wander in samsara on and on and on. And what was it all about? What's the real gain? Because given impermanence, everything's being lost anyway. You're not going to get anything. This is very sad. Very, very sad. So going back to this central question, when this first formation arises, if we stay relaxed in the ground, the thought liberates and we remain open. But when the energy, like a kind of whirlwind, starts to move around in it, then this turbulence, this is the drowa, the moving part of the mind. And the movement is such that you don't see what's there. Like a storm at sea, and the calmness of the ocean is unimaginable because you just see these huge waves. Okay, so we go on a little bit.
James?
Yeah.
What about the linguistic question of the sentence construction that gives you the I am?
Yeah.
If you, instead of saying I am thirsty, but I don't know, in other languages it's possible to say there is thirst. So are they different in a Dharma sense than we are who have this kind of construction?
Yeah, there is thirst. So I'm going to give the water to John over there. You don't seem to need anyone.
So it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, well, people are referring to themselves, whatever the grammatical structure would be.
Yeah, but we are kind of, it's very strong in our sentence structure in our Latinized language.
But no language would operate unless it allowed a direct perception of what is being referred to. There is a subject that speaks, and even if the grammar doesn't emphasize the first person singular, it's pretty clear what's being referred to. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to transact anything between people. Okay. Accordingly, by understanding one's own nature, the clarity of self-recollection rises like the sun and dispels the darkness of co-emergent ignorance. So, he's saying, stay with the one who is having the experience. The experience is arising out of the luminosity of the mind, the clarity which is inseparable from emptiness. If you see the emptiness of your mind, clarity will arise automatically. The clarity of self-recollection. Self-recollection here doesn't mean a cognitive self-recollection. The word used is dremba, and dremba is the Tibetan for the Pali sati, which is the basis for mindfulness that everybody's doing nowadays. Drenpa means both, I mean, sometimes people call it collection. It means memory of things which are past, but in particular it means non-dispersal. When you recollect yourself, you collect yourself together. You become all of a piece. All of you is there, and that allows you to see what you're up to. So, what ignorance does is it fragments us. So, the flow of life, water, freezes into ice. If you take a block of ice and you drop it, you get many sharp fragments scattering everywhere. If you then try to put all these fragments together, it'd be very difficult. This is samsara. We're endlessly trying to get our fragments together, like in some endless hellish jigsaw puzzle. People nowadays trying to find a partner for a relationship and working out, does your life fit with my life? Do our habits fit together and so on? Very, very difficult for people to find alignment. However, if the ice melts, water flows together. Water to water has no contradiction, but piece of ice to piece of ice has quite a lot of contradiction. So, ignorance, when the second level of ignorance, when we had this kuntu-tagpa, this naming, it fragments the world. It looks as if we are gaining mastery by giving more and more names to things, but it actually fragments us because there are so many choices. We don't know what to do. What will I do? When I was a kid in Scotland, the people took their holidays in June. It was very normal. Most industrial towns in Britain had slightly different holiday times, and they would all go to the same big seaside things, and there would be a big wheel that went round, and there was donkeys on the beach, and there was fish and chips and things like that, and everybody went to the same thing and did the same things. The men would tie their handkerchief with little knots at the end and put it on the top of their head and sit with the newspaper and fall asleep after a few beers. Like that. That was a holiday. Everybody knew what a holiday is. Now you go on the internet thinking, where will I go? Where will I go? Fucking whole day has gone by looking at this, looking at that. What will I do? Where will I go? What will be good? So much choice. It's unbelievable. Huh? So what you have is, it looks like the internet is empowering you by giving you choice, but you fragment. Maybe this, maybe that. Well, that house is really nice, but it's a bit expensive. That place is better, but the better place, which is cheaper, is further from the airport. Now, what the fuck? Now you need a holiday just for planning a holiday. So this is exactly what is meant by conceptual elaboration or proliferation. One thought leading to another, and it looks, on one level, it looks rich, but it's actually exhausting. It actually depletes you. The more you get, the emptier you become. Isn't that amazing? Amazing. So, then he's on to the second level. By recognizing the ceaseless multifarious, which means mixed and rich display of the innate energy of awareness, appearance is self-arising and self-liberating, And this dispels the ignorance of identification. So, when we are sitting in here and we look around, what do we see? If we stay in our ordinary conceptualization, we see different people. Some people we might know quite well, other people we don't know so well. Is Dharma instruction saying, what you see is your experience. Oh. Then you go outside. What do you see? This. Oh. You see your experience. Oh. Everywhere you go, you have your experience. That's what you have. Oh. That's clear. No problems there. That's exactly what he's saying. What is it? It's your experience. Yeah, but what is it? It's your experience. No, but I want to know what it is. Good luck. There ain't no end to that one. It's experience. The subject and the object together create experience. In the Tibetan paintings, the tankas, you can see these Yab-Yum figures. The goddess and the god together in sexual union. Means form and emptiness, or wisdom and compassion are inseparable. When these are inseparable, their intercourse is clarity. It generates clarity. You penetrate the world. Our world is one of ceaseless copulation. We are, as we interact with the world, there is an instant pregnancy, an instant parturition, birth, impregnation, gestation, and pregnancy happens in less than a second. Because we have another moment and another moment. We are giving birth to the world, but we're not doing it on our own. It's not an idealistic projection. We do it by copulating with the world. We are connecting. This is what co-emergence means. The two emerge together in a fecund, in a rich, in a fertile way, and a new experience arises. A new experience arises. Because you can see the same place 1,000 times, and each time it's different. Because if you're there, you won't get bored. Because there's not one you. You are being reborn moment by moment through your interaction with the environment. And if you stay present with the richness of this particular shaping, another world is appearing, and another world. This is why the Dharmakaya is described as naked and fresh, and it gives rise to clarity. The clarity of the mirror is to always freshly show whatever is there. So this is a gathering of all experience. When you look around, if you try to track by naming and identifying everything and every person you see, and all the different colors of clothes that people have, and remembering where they're from or what their names might be and so on, a lot of stuff that fragments your mind. This is all my experience. So you move inside your experience and you make contact with someone, then you make contact with someone else. And experience is undivided, unsplit, unfragmented, and rich. So this is the natural purification of the second level of ignorance. This is quite a dense text, and it's useful to read it again and again, but this explanation is what you will find in all the Dzogchen texts. They don't say anything different. This is the real essence of understanding. Because the ignorance of identification has been purified, the root of the life force of bad actions has been cut, and so the ignorance of not understanding cause and effect is purified. So, everything is my experience. I am part of this field. Why would I steal from my own field? I'm going to steal my own watch. Doesn't make any sense. We have access to other people as they are. We have more closeness or more distance with different people who are here. We have different kinds of conversation with different people who are here. If we start with our participation in the field, people's faces and bodies show us. With some people we might shake hands, with some people we might hug. We might hug for 2 seconds or 10 seconds. And that will not always be the same. It will depend on the mood and so on. So inside that, by being in the field with the other, we're not coming to any conclusion. We're allowing ourselves to come into formation with the others. Why would you steal? Why would you lie to? Why would you stab your own world? This is our world. Harming others is harming ourselves. Because our world is easiest when everyone's easy. It's not very nice if you get into difficulty at work and you have a colleague who's on your case. And every time you go into the office, you feel really, oh God, and you don't know what to say and you can't make it better. If you've had that kind of experience, it's horrible. Because it's your world and something uneasy is in it. And so you don't settle. We know life is easiest when it's ours. So what this is saying is that if you stay with the clarity, you find a way to make contact. But as soon as you fragment it and you say, oh God, I wish I didn't have a boss like this. He's horrible, or she's a real bitch. Now we have friends and enemies. Now we have good and bad. Now we have come to a conclusion about that person. They are knowable. I know what they're like. We have imprisoned ourselves. Because how can we make them? Well, you keep giving me this advice, but you come and see her. She's horrible. What else do you expect me to do? You probably had a conversation like that with someone, and they feel really trapped. But she's like that. I can't do anything else. I can't. And the reason we can't is because she's like that. Well, who says she's like that? We do. We have created our own prison. So what this is saying is relaxing, staying open, really experiencing this is my experience. And therefore, as part of the experience, nobody can stop me moving. It is a moving world. It's not made of ice, it's water. When you swim, the water moves with you. You can swim in a very exhausting way, battering the water. Or you can swim in a way that allows the water to support you. It's very nice. When I was a kid, I went to this sea school in the summer. And we learned to stay in the sea for 6 hours. And you learn this special kind of stroke that they use for survival for pilots who crash in the sea. And it's a very slow movement, just moving the legs slightly and the hands slightly like this. And you don't get tired, and your head is just above the waves, even when the waves are moving up and down. You think, wow, minimal effort. You're not fighting the sea. You have to accept the sea will support you if you don't fight it. It's just like that. That if you are part of the field, you find out the points of contact. But once you freeze the world and divide it into friends and enemies, like and don't like, it's very difficult. Because you can set up a situation that's unresolvable, that has a structural conflict. Does that make sense? So what he's saying is that you can cut the root of karma by belonging. Because karma, especially bad karma, is based on my separation from you. I want what you've got, or I want to kill you. You mean nothing to me. Your possessions mean something to me, but I can discount you. Once you have the clarity or the luminosity of the shared field, it's not like that anymore. Okay, so that's a lot of difficult ideas, but maybe useful because it is the pure teaching of Garam Dorji. And now we have lunch, which is the pure gift of our chef. Okay, so we continue with the text. The bottom of page 72. And then he says, moreover, those who understand their own falseness are known as Buddhas, and those who do not understand their own falseness are known as sentient beings. It's a very interesting way of presenting it, because the falseness is liberated when it's understood. If you don't recognize that you're being false, then you continue the development of it. Falseness here means relying on impermanent thoughts, feelings, and sensations as if they were a stable basis of identity. But these are just conventional terms, for there is not a hair's breadth of difference between the natural condition of Buddhas and sentient beings. Now, this is again very important for understanding the view of Dzogchen. It's not, although they talk of these 9 different yanas or paths, and sometimes they're presented as being hierarchical, and people talk about Dzogchen as being on the top. It's not really about better or worse, because we all have different habits and tendencies and structures, and we need to do different practices for different things. But in terms of Dzogchen, it's saying there is no need to develop anything. This is not a path of development, because whatever you really need, you already have. By imagining that you don't have it, you go looking here, there, and everywhere. And on that, they give lots of traditional examples. It's like a farmer whose cow is in the byre, is in the barn, but who goes looking out on the mountain for his cow. You imagine you have lost something, and by looking for that which is not lost, you make yourself lost. This is the essential point. So staying where you are, observing how you are as you are, there you are. You're not anywhere else. You've never gone anywhere else. This is the essential point. So it's not that there are qualities to be developed. In the general Mahayana, you have the 10 Bodhisattva bhumis, the 10 stages of the Bodhisattva, which are then extended 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in the Tantric and Dzogchen systems. You have the 5 different ways and so on. And many Lamrim texts, many of these developmental texts, Lojong teachings and so on, these are all concerned with development, and they are essentially concerned with energy. They are concerned with transforming the energy, the patterning, so that hopefully a lighter, clearer patterning will make it easier to realize the non-separation between the pattern, the manifestation, and the ground. If you've got a situation where you really hate yourself and you're in despair and you're thinking of suicide, because of the intensity and darkness and involution of that, you're turning into yourself, quite difficult to recognize, oh, this is the energy of the Dharmakaya. It seems far away. But you feel relaxed, you've been helping people, you feel good about yourself. You start to feel, oh, light and spacious. So now it becomes easier to see, oh, maybe this is just transient, because It's good and I don't need to hang on to it so much. This is our feeling tone. These are questions of the path, depending on your own tendency. But what he's saying here very clearly is, in terms of the actuality of the natural condition, it doesn't matter what is occurring. And this point is made again and again in these kind of texts. It's not created by good things, it's not damaged by bad things. Buddhas are not better than sentient beings. Buddhas are people who recognize how they get lost. Sentient beings, not recognizing how they get lost, continue to get lost. That's all. They are separated by either understanding or not understanding this. This is the only difference. If you see or if you are, then it's clear, and if you don't see it, if you don't get it, if you're not open to it, then it seems very far away. What is it that stops us from getting it? Do we need any tools to get it? Not really. We get it. We get it because we open to it, and we don't get it because we don't open to it. What is the process of not opening? Is when we try to rely on ourselves. It's not just as a kind of not so great example. Some of you may have done some of these trust exercises when you have to fall backwards and people in the group hold you. You have to believe that people are going to hold you. You might think, oh, and then you really can feel whether you trust people or not. You have to let go. In a situation like that, you start to feel how much energy goes into maintaining your sense of self. How fearful we are that the environment is not on our side and that we have this lonely burden of taking care of ourselves. It's exactly the same here. If you're relying on yourself, you will rely on your thoughts and feelings, your understanding, your insight, and you hold yourself together. And then you gradually start to feel you're getting someplace. So, or it could be that, for example, you suffer from low self-esteem. So you don't believe that you are worth anything. So then you have to do a lot of Vajrasattva purification and many purifications, and then you feel you are worthy. What has been cleared away? Nonsense. That's all. The Buddha says, your nature is pure. Well, I'm not sure. It's all very well for you, Mr. Buddha. You have a big lump on the top of your head. You are enlightened. I don't have one of these. So then the Buddha takes up the book. I fucking give you one of those. That's the quick path. But there we see, it's the retraction of our own thought that we don't believe in ourselves. But believing in ourselves is not believing in our ego self, it's believing exactly the teaching. That's why in the Nyingmapa tradition, the main thing is to have faith. You have faith, then you trust, then you open, then you see. In the middle of samsara and nirvana, there is just the letter R. This is the actual truth. Everything is empty. The nature of Buddhas is empty, the nature of sentient beings is empty, of Kamalashila is empty, Germany is empty, England is empty, nuclear weapons are empty, modern brain surgery is empty, everything is empty. These are patternings moving in space. If the pattern works well, we're happy. If it's not the pattern we like, we feel sad. Whether we are happy or sad doesn't make something real. It doesn't make it real. When some tragedy arises in your life, you cry. Maybe nobody else cries. your misery, your sorrow, your suffering is not worth a bag of beans. It's not worth anything. Your mother dies, you feel very sad. Who cares? Not my mother. It's like that. That's what it is. The world doesn't stop because you're sad. Now, you could say, oh, people are very selfish, they have no time to care, and so on. What has happened? Someone has died. How many people have died in the last 100 years? Quite a lot. Did you cry about them? No. But this is my mother. She's special. Special to who? To me. That's why you're crying. You're crying because it's special to you. Not because somebody has died, but because your person has died. You are crying for yourself. That's why the world doesn't stop. If we were really crying for other people, the world might change. But we are crying for ourselves. It's self-pity. My world will never be the same again. What about all the refugees in the world? What about their world? They lost their country, they lost their money. They've been attacked, raped, and so on. What have they lost? Oh, but I lost. This is where we start to see what's happening, yeah?
Yeah, but what about the environmental damages done to the planet? It's another dimension, I think, than if my mother is done.
That's true.
It's still selfish? Think about it?
No. The question is, what do we do about that? And what power do we have about that? And if you make yourself agitated about something you don't have any power, by all means write letters or go on a protest or do what you have to do. But can you do that in a calm, clear way? Can you know that since the beginning of time, human beings have destroyed cities, destroyed people? Human beings are very, very destructive. We wipe out species because we don't care, because of me first. So if that structure changed, then we wouldn't have ecological damage. But that structure is not likely to change because people are worried about the value of the euro and the value of their pension and having a nice house and so on. And because of that focus on keeping my world safe, the amount of energy left over for being concerned about the big picture is very small. It's not to say that that's not a tragedy, but many tragedies happen. Samsara is tragic. So if tragedy is happening in samsara, that's just as it should be. If you go to see a formal tragedy like King Lear, and at the end all the cast are skipping and jumping, and King Lear saying, "Hey, I'm healthy, I found Viagra." Then we think, oh, that's not really a tragedy. But if it says tragedy above the play, then it should be tragic. So samsara is tragic. That's why we have a lot of shit around. I think it's what we see all over the world. Dreadful things happen. We know for a long time, cutting down the rainforest in the Amazon and so on, nothing much changes. Why? Because it's very good to get soya beans for the cows, so that people in America can have a steak this big. They have the money to buy the steak. That money goes to buy clearing the land and so on. We see how these things move. It's not based on ethics, it's not based on logic, it's based on power. Power is a very important factor in all our lives. However,
so if you're a therapist and somebody's mother dies, where's the compassion? Because what you were just saying was that was very hard and sort of like, I know it's the way it is, but how does compassion fit in with somebody?
Well, there, of course, if you're directly connected with someone, what I was trying to say was that the world doesn't stop because I'm unhappy.
Sure.
Life goes on. So, although I feel my life is changed forever, everyone else's life goes on. And each person is having tragedies in which their life is being torn. But for me, life is going on. So this is one of the things, isn't it? Private misery in the midst of public complacency. We're not affected. Now, if we all got together and really realized the ecology is in a very tragic situation, if that meant something, we might do something. There are so many families where members are getting now Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, and so on, various kinds of dementia. This is a private tragedy inside the house. Of course, it's a national tragedy as well. It's a national scandal that not enough money goes into the research around that. And you get much more money going into arms research and the development of drones to fly around and blow people up at a distance. But that's because we suffer in silence in our own little world. So it's not that we should be indifferent. I'm just saying I think it is actually that indifference is part of how we proceed. And this is why we have these memorial days, Holocaust Memorial Day. Turkey strives again and again and again to silence what was happening in Eastern Anatolia in the 1920s, when the Armenians were being decimated. European countries didn't step in. The British government is not willing to say this was a genocide. Why? Because we do a lot of trade with Turkey, and we don't want to upset a trading nation. This shameful behavior is pervasive. This is our situation. We would like to be kind and we'd like to be thoughtful, but it's going to cost me. I'm not sure if I want to pay the price of that. I'm willing to sign a petition, but not if it's going to make me stand up and say something. So this is there's quite a solid sinking feeling around ethics, and unfortunately.
Actually, as a side note, that the genocide was 100 years ago this year.
Yeah.
In April, the anniversary is the 24th of April. So
Yeah, it's very important. So these things are happening. Tragedy happens a great deal. When we say it's empty, it doesn't mean that it's not significant. It means because it's empty, like if the cup is empty, you can fill it with what you think. So the Turkish government fills the cup of the Armenian problem or the Armenian difficulty with their own particular kind of cover-up language. And some other countries describe it in another way. Because truth has no voice. We have to give voice to situations. We have to say this is bad or this is good. If we don't give voice to things, a situation doesn't have any voice. America intervenes in many countries because it has an interest. When there isn't a real interest, like in Syria, they don't want to do anything. This is realpolitik. This is hard. This is hard. But the fact that it's hard and painful and outrageous and might make us angry and upset, none of that makes it real. Real in this sense means inherently real, dependent on a true definition. There is no true definition. It's possible still to find many people who think Adolf Hitler was a great man. who think Joseph Stalin was a great man. They're rebuilding statues to Stalin in Russia. It's an opinion. We think that there is a truth, but other people have a different view. This is the relative domain. This is the relative domain. Now, you can make a law to punish or imprison Holocaust deniers, but there's still many, many people who deny it, and on the internet you can find lots of statements about that. This is, and from the Buddhist point of view, this is very interesting. This is possible because of emptiness. If truth was real and strong and true, it would be the end of the story. Everyone would go, oh my God, I never realized. God, now I see. Woof. But it's not like that, because it's just ideas moving around. In this matrix of ideas, many different opinions are possible. This is what he says. At the heart of everything is just one letter, R. It's empty. Therefore, each person, moment by moment, is called upon ethically to be clear about what they do. We can't rely on other people to get it right. Our plumb line, our straight spine, our ethical truth depends on us being aware, alert, willing to respond, able to respond. We can't hide inside a slogan or a dogma or a belief or a political party. It's a very naked experience. How do we respond? I beg your pardon?
If you're responding to this room has taken this genocide as a bad thing, whereas in my opinion it's just political football to prevent Turkey becoming part of the EU, for example. There are lots of genocides in the world. And when we run with that like football, thinking that's the right thing to do, you're actually losing your center, because it's just another reflection in the mirror.
I think that's absolutely right. Something that may seem absolutely true and straightforward and appalling to one person can be just a means to an end for someone else. And this is why it says there is one ground, which is the open potential, and two paths, and it depends how you take it up. You can be for the other, altruistic, compassionate, or you can be for yourself and become a political lobbyist and be paid a lot of money.
Where can the faith come from if you cannot rely on other people?
Well, it depends. Well, generally we say we take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, and the Sangha till now is not very many people. You know, it's something about finding like-minded people. But also seeing that even inside Sanghas you get political positions. So who will you rely on? From the point of view of Dzogchen, you have to find your own mind. Because on the surface, everything is moving. And the thing about the surface is it's far from the center. It's the same as the center, but it's also far from the center. Walking out in the woods a little bit, you could see in the trees, the buds occur on the tips of the tree. It's as if here is the root where the water is coming up. And for some strange reason, the tree is made in a way that the water has to go the furthest possible distance to get right to the tip of the fine branch before it can open. Then our energy, this participative, diversifying energy is like that. It can easily seem to be far away from the root, and so you don't see it. When you see the leaf, it seems to be just something that's there. But there's a long capillary action bringing the water up right out. So it's the same way. We have to open to the source so that the emptiness pervades every aspect of our being. This is our work. But trying to persuade other people they should do this or that is not so useful. Okay, so then he says there are three aspects to protecting the awareness of the self-understanding of one's own falseness: the view, meditation, and activity. The view means a definite, clear confidence in one's present recognition of the natural condition free of the stain of ignorance. This is the three modes effortlessly arising. Means, first of all, you have to have at least a kind of a cognitive or intellectual clarity about what is the view. From the very beginning, the basis of your existence has been pure. It's empty. It's open like the sky. Oh, okay. Then we think about it, we read the text again, we apply it, you can read commentaries, there are now so many translations, and you come to an intellectual conclusion. This is true. On the basis of that, you go into the meditation practice. If you don't have that clarity, the meditation is difficult. Meditation is the maintenance of this view is known as meditation. Connected with this is the teaching of the methods for keeping the mind steady. To begin with, stop the activities of your body, voice, and mind. It means sit quietly, don't talk so much, and keep the mind quiet. Don't overstimulate the mind. So, if we believe what this text is saying is true, the most important issue, the one that brings liberation, is to recognize the basis or the ground or root of our existence. From that point of view, ecology is a side dish. It's an optional extra. When everything else is sorted, let's do that. Now, if you're deeply into ecology, you wouldn't agree with that. You'd say, well, that comes first because of the earth and so on. Okay. But now you become interested in ecology. Every day you can read some tragic news story of what's happening. You will heat up inside. You will have lots of thoughts. These thoughts will be with other thoughts and so on. You become high, lots of air and fire element rising up. You become extended and you're also powerless. You're like a kite floating in the wind. Very difficult then to do any practice. So it's not that these issues are irrelevant. It's that if you're wanting to follow the meditation path, agitating yourself, thinking about politics, economics, and so on is not so helpful. They're useful as examples of how we get lost. And in that sense, it shows a lot. But in terms of being involved and thinking it's very important, there is no end to politics, no end to economic changes. You can get on your mobile phone now the stock market, the bourse going up and down all day long. You can track the value of shares. And you can put it into commodity futures. You can put it into all kind of complex investment vehicles. And they're just going up and down, up and down, up and down. Hope, fear, hope, fear, hope, fear. At the end of the day, nothing, only agitation, excitation. So, in terms of the meditation, the maintenance of this view is the meditations. What does that mean? When you sit, stuff is happening. What is this stuff? The view says, confidence in the present recognition of the natural condition free of the stain of ignorance. Ignorance is believing in the thoughts, feelings, sensations, and so on as strongly real. So you sit in a meditation and you get caught. This is ignorance. Following ignorance, you don't see the natural condition. Well, now we have a crossroads. Relax and open, or follow the thought. We have to keep relaxing and opening. Then gradually the tendency of following the thought starts to diminish. We have a habitual arousal towards the thought as being meaningful. The view sets out the thought is not the main thing. You follow one thought, there will always be 1,000 more. Where is the openness of the mind? Oh, back there again. Back there again. Back there again. It's not very complicated. There's only one thing to do is don't fall off the horse. That's all. Sit on the horse. Sit in the space. Oh. So back there again. That is the meditation. The view and the meditation in Dzogchen are almost the same. If we see that, not following after that which is confusing, then you will have clarity. Then says, pray to your guru who has all the necessary qualities. So you can pray to Padmasambhava or Tara or any of these kind of practices. And maybe sometime we will do some more tantric practice here. Merge your mind with his, and in that state do not pursue past ideas. Means you imagine the teacher or the deity in front of you, and you recite a mantra. The most basic root mantra is Om Ahum. As you do this, rays of light are coming from their body, white, red and blue light into you, purifying all the obscurations, giving the 4 initiations and so on. And then they come and go to the crown of your head. Their body merges into your heart. Your body merges into them in your heart, and that dissolves into emptiness. And there's a description of that process in the chapter on Vajrasattva. This is the use of the tantric method as a way of entering into the natural state. So, in that state of openness, don't go after past ideas, don't wait for future ideas. Keep your present awareness free of all artifice, all artificiality, letting it flow easily in its own fashion. That means, however your mind is, maybe you have some very cruel thoughts. Maybe you want to carry out your own Holocaust. Maybe you're full of rage and murderous thoughts or very perverse sexual thoughts. Whatever is arising for you, just allow that to be there. Thoughts are not real. If you don't follow the thought, it will have no power, and it also doesn't determine who you are. But from the point of view of your personality, if you think, oh, I don't want to have a mind like this is horrible, I can't bear it to have such thoughts, then you'll try to change it. So this is why he then says, do not modify it with good thoughts. Now, this is quite an important thing. Horrible, horrible thoughts are coming in your mind. If you're doing traditional purification practice, at that point you would do more purification, because you would say it's very bad to have negative thoughts. In this kind of practice, it doesn't matter what the thought is, because by allowing the thought to be there without grasping it, it goes free by itself. The more you become involved in the thought, the more you're likely to become enmeshed in it. If you leave it alone, it will go free. This is the basic ground belief in Dzogchen practice. So whatever's arising in the mind, that's why you might sit for many weeks with a very dark, dull, stupid mind. And you might think, I'm not doing any practice, this doesn't go anywhere, this is crazy. That's a thought. You come to a complete conclusion, this kind of meditation doesn't work for me. That's a thought. The thought's there, then it's gone. And you keep sitting. Something else will happen, maybe even worse. And then something else will happen, and it will be better. Then smiley face. Then bad thing comes out of face. I am a yo-yo. Do you have yo-yos? Pathetic. Pathetic. We sit, we are the mirror. Whatever the reflection is, it doesn't harm the mirror. Reflections are affected by reflections. The mirror is not affected by the reflection. This is the hard work of the practice, and nobody can do it for you but yourself. To sit until you really see all that arises, sensations, memories, thoughts, plans, arise and pass by themselves. Therefore, the agency, the mastery of being in charge of the content of your own mind is unhelpful. This is what your own falseness means. The fantasy of being in charge, of being the boss. This is radically different from many other views. Do not mix your mind with bad thoughts. However it presents itself, do not modify it in any way. The thought is there. A horrible thought arises. To kill someone, whatever. The thought takes off and planning how to kill someone. You're just sitting and this train of thought is running across the mind. You're not dead. You're aware of what is in the mind, but you're not thinking it. The thought is there, but you haven't merged into it. You haven't made it your thought. Nor are you trying to get rid of it and avoid it. It's just there, moving around. And then it goes out. It's like in summertime. You open the window and the wasps fly in the window. Now they're buzzing around in the room. Some people, they really don't like to have wasps in the room and they want to whack them and kill them. But the wasp doesn't actually want to be in your house. There's nothing very interesting for the wasp to eat. It took a wrong turning. If you leave the window open, after a while the wasp will fly out again. That's all. But I don't like having the wasp in my house. You don't like the wasp, but the wasp is really scared of you. This is the thought. The thought, what trouble is the thought having in your mind? You're planning to kill someone. Then the thought's gone. What trace does it have? I don't like having that kind of thought. The trace comes after, not from the thought. It's not like a snail. If it gets into your house and goes across the carpet, it leaves that shiny little trail. It's not that the thought is leaving a trail, but you go after the thought. That is making the trail. Does that make sense? The thought's already gone. But you think, why is my mind like this? This is terrible. So, let it go. When it's gone, it's gone. But why was it there? That's called glue. That will bind you into more thoughts and more thoughts. It was there because it was there. Why did the wasp come in the house? I don't know, just flying along for some reason. It went in, took the wrong turning and ended up in your room. That's all. Keep your mind clear, happy, brilliant, naked, bright, open, tranquil, and relaxed. Without being artificial. So, how do we do this? Happy here means not big joy, happy, but just contented. You're just sitting. If you're sitting without any big ambition, if you're not sitting as a means to an end, trying to get someplace, then whatever comes, comes. So, it's like this, yeah, okay. It's like that, okay. You're not going anywhere. You're just sitting. So, happiness here means the relaxed acceptance of what comes. And is brilliant. Brilliant means being precisely with what is occurring. When it says don't go after past thoughts or wait for future thoughts, don't merge into thoughts, it means being just there with what is there, and that's all. That itself is brilliant, because that is what illuminates what is there. It's not like a spotlight. If you have a stage and you have dancers on it, then usually you have a tracking light that's moving, and the person in charge of the tracking knows what the movement of the choreography is going to be. Or you can have just a general light and the whole stage is illuminated and you get the movement in that light. This is what this brilliance is meaning, not a spotlight, because once you get into tracking, then your mind is following the thoughts. And the very movement of this tracking is making special. The spotlight separates the lead dancers from the background. It's making a shift between the field and the central figure. Here it's one taste, everything is the same, and so it's just a gentle illumination.
Does it mean that dullness and brilliance can be there at the same time?
Yes, because the brilliance, that's a very good point. The brilliance here is not referring to the content of the mind. So say you feel depressed and despairing. Something's gone wrong in your life and you don't know what to do. But anyway, you think, I'll do some sitting, and you sit. And your mood is not clear, the mind is opaque. But you stay with it. The staying witness is bright. What it's revealing is not bright. So even the heavy, dark, sunken object, if you like, it's not really subject-object, but what is being illuminated is dark, but the illumination is bright. That is to say, awareness is always bright. Awareness in Tibetan is Rigpa, and Rigpa is compared to the sun. The light of the sun fills the whole heavens. It fills all the possible spaces. Same way, when we feel sad, we know we're sad. How do we know we're sad? Because it's an experience. What is the illuminator of experience? This is the clarity of the mind, salva. So this is what it means. It doesn't mean that everything lightens up. You actually see more the dark and strange forms. Keep nature, that is to say, rest in your own nature, which is void happiness. It means, in Tibetan this is detong. It means there is pleasurable sensation arising, and the more you do meditation, you have these experiences. They're called nyam, which are there for a short period of time, sometimes for a while, and they're empty. There is nothing to get. There is no gain. So that is the openness of the mind. Immediacy is as clear happiness. So immediacy is like hlundrup. It's the spontaneous arising of the field of experience, and it's clarity and happiness. That is to say, the quality of happiness is intrinsic to clarity. It's not dependent on the quality of the object. We're just looking. Like with small children, you go out with them and then they see maybe a dead frog. They're looking, oh, their mind is quite bright there. Huh? It's a dirty frog, leave it alone. Oh, because they don't have any judgment of good or bad or right or wrong. They're just completely taken by what is there. It's a similar kind of thing. It's the brilliance or the brightness of non-judgmental presence. This is what it is. We are clear. So it doesn't really matter then what the object is. And our energy or our manifestation, keep this unimpeded. That is to say, don't interfere with the kind of thoughts which are arising. So maybe the meditation is happy and relaxed and you feel good sensation for a while, and then it becomes stuck and heavy. Then now it's stuck and heavy. But I prefer... So who is the one who is saying good and bad? This is another thought. And this is the vital thing for meditators. A thought is commenting on the quality of experience, but the thought is not the experiencer. For the experiencer itself, for Rigpa Saltong Chukigu. So the clarity of the mind itself is open to whatever is there. But we have hopes and fears. And as soon as you get into judgment, evaluation, wanting more of one and wanting more of another, you are merged in a thought. So how do you let go of that? You don't do anything. It will go free by itself. When you are caught, don't do anything. If you are doing shine, ordinary shine practice, you follow the breath, you go off. As soon as you feel that you are lost in the thought, you bring your attention back to the breath. In the Dzogchen meditation, where are you going to bring your mind back to? You are here, you haven't gone anywhere else, because the manifesting thought is in the mind. It doesn't come out of the mind. So wherever is there a thought or a feeling or a sensation, it is in the mind. If you want to find your mind, there it is. The reflection is in the mirror. It doesn't come out of the mirror. Stay with the reflection changes, there is the mirror. But another reflection arises. You don't find a mirror without reflection. When you have a reflection, you have a mirror, that's your awareness. The facticity, the givenness of the thoughts, feeling and sensation is the mind itself. This is a key point. So, however your mind is, there is your awareness. Now, part of the problem is Buddhist art. When you look at the statue of the Buddha, it's covered in gold and it's very shiny and looks very nice. And all these people, the smiling, happy karmapas, they all look very nice. You look at your own mind, it doesn't look very nice. Then you read, there is no difference between my mind and the mind of the Karmapa. But we think, can't be true. Karmapa must have a shiny mind. He got a bit of polishing. If I polish my mind will become like the Karmapa. The text doesn't say that. The text doesn't say that at all. The text says, being present with your mind, whether it's happy or sad, good or bad, expansive, contracting, however it is, just purely being present there in the moment, that itself is the instant presence of Rigpa. Smiling or sad doesn't matter. So we can be misled by these forms and statues and paintings which are designed to develop faith, but they are not an X-ray of the mind of the Buddha. This is very important to understand. Otherwise we always think there's something wrong with us because we have negative thoughts. Who says the thought is negative? But it shouldn't be like that. I don't want it to be like that, round and round and round. So, without any set object of meditation, remain without wavering for even an instant. We are not trying to visualize a deity or a mandala palace. We're not doing any mandala offerings or any particular thing in advance. When you sit to meditate, you have no idea what the object of meditation is going to be. You have a sense of what the meditation is, which is simply to relax and open and be present with whatever is coming. In the other systems of meditation, you know in advance, I'm going to read this puja text. First of all, we do refuge, but chitta, go through all the stages of it, right to the dedication at the end. You know what you're going to do because it's in the book. You open the book at page 1 and you go to page 50 or page 200 or depending on the text. This is not the same. The object of meditation is whatever arises in the mind. Experience is the object of meditation, and what is going to be experienced is unknown and unpredictable. It means staying open to whatever occurs. So, as a practice, this is different. And he says, remain without wavering for even an instant. So, how do you not waver? You can waver away from the object or into the object. These are the two main forms of wavering. Or you can waver, the two main faults in meditation are excitation, godpa, and sinking, jingwa. So you can sink into a dull state like a tired swimmer, or you can become excited and have a slightly manic state with many different thoughts. Unwavering means not entering into any of these. So, if your mind becomes agitated, this is the content of the mind. The content showing its subtle energetic form, but it's not awareness itself. It's the content of awareness. So, if you feel agitated, this is a thought construct, an energetic thought construct. So your prana is moving into the side channels and there's turbulence going on in the system. What to do? Stay with the turbulence. Don't fall into the turbulence. Don't try to change the turbulence. It will go free.
What is with the little bliss attacks?
Pardon?
What is with the little bliss attacks that they just
Yeah?
arrived in?
Little thoughts, you mean?
No, like bliss, like happiness.
Yeah,
Bliss.
yeah. Then it will go.
Yeah. But is, you stay with that? And
Yeah. I mean, there are these three main nyam. No thought, bliss, and clarity. And these arise in meditation if your meditation stabilizes for a while. So you can have sensation in the body. It can appear to be the subject because it's so suffusing, but it's actually the object. So it is an experience, but it appears to be my quality. And of course, as soon as you have that sense, then you want to hang on to it because it seems to be something good. So it's allow it to come, allow it to go. Sometimes the mind is empty and there's no particular thought, and it feels very open like the sky. These nyam are both signs of progress, but they're also cul-de-sacs. They're dead-end roads because they don't go anywhere. They're not a final point of arrival. So it's not blocking them, but not believing that they are a sign of something in particular. But of course, the more subtle the experience, the more tempting it is to fuse into it. So it's again just staying open. This is there, and then gone. And the advantage of meditating with our eyes closed is that it stops the foreclosure into the body. If you meditate with just a little bit of the gaze open or even closing your eyes, there is a tendency to have a private little world. And then at the end of the meditation, you come out into the big world. So a lot of the time in Dzogchen, we are keeping the gaze open, which helps to integrate the whole field of experience so that you don't go into a purely mental experience. If thoughts arise from that state, these thoughts are without foundation or root, so look clearly at the nature of whatever arises. Without accepting or rejecting, remain relaxed and open. Now, here's a good point. If you practice too intensely, the problem of many wild, excited thoughts will develop. So remain loose and free. That is to say, don't be ambitious. Why? Aren't we trying to get somewhere? No. We are already where we want to be. So if you're pushing it, if you're trying to have a breakthrough, this will not be helpful. If you're trying to do a particular kind of visualization or prana exercise, sometimes you have to really push, if you're using physical exercise and so on. That rests there, but here, loose, relaxed. There are many, many words in Tibetan for just at ease. The word for yoga in Tibetan, naljor, means being at ease, being inseparable from ease. Doesn't mean striving, doesn't mean yoking yourself or pushing anything else, just being at ease. So, too much effort, too much hunger, too much ambition is not helpful.
Well, what to do with the hunger?
What to do with?
What to do with that hunger or ambitions if they are really strong?
It's a thought. It's a thought. I want to get enlightened. That's a thought.
Yeah.
I want to be in America. Everything's free in America. On the other hand, if you are too relaxed, the problem of sinking and dullness will develop. So remain alert in the presence of awareness. So again, it's always the middle way. Not too tight, not too loose. Not too driven, not too laid back. Staying on the point here. On the point here. We know what it's like to be present. We know what it's like to be absent on a just general relative level. So being present in the Dzogchen sense is being ordinarily present and then relaxing and opening that so that it's just pervasive. Abiding in that state, the real nature of your own empty awareness is empty, clarity, free of substance. Without grasping, it is free. Without craving, it is happy. Without thought, it is completely natural. Without inside or outside, it is direct. Direct is a very important notion in Dzogchen. If we are sitting here or you're sitting outside and you hear an airplane in the sky, is the airplane in your mind or outside your mind? Oh, from the airplane, vibration is set up because of the engine which comes as waves through the air and into my ear, setting up a vibration which sends these messages into my brain.
It's too long.
Null point. Failed. If you're just there and open, where is the limit of the mind? The plane is in the mind, the clouds are in the mind, the sun and the moon are in the mind. Everything is in the mind because it is experience. It's not like literally the mind is a pot and it now has become so big. There is no separation of self and other, of inside and outside. We're not making a statement. We're not making a claim like people wanted to, or different countries wanted to lay claim on different parts of the moon. And now there are big fights about the water in the Arctic, and who's going to own the Northwest Passage and so on. People are fighting for territory. If you say the airplane is in my mind, that doesn't mean you can phone the telephone company and say, hey, that's my plane. It's flying in my mind, I'm going to charge you for my airspace. The sound is arising there. And are we going from here to there? Why are we here? What is here? This is arising in the mind. That is arising in the mind. This and that arise together. The whole field is the luminosity of the mind. So you can just observe that. It is your own thoughts that chop the mind up into inside and outside, good and bad. This is quite difficult to follow. This is hard. But the more you understand it, it makes meditation much easier. Because if you do your thinking before you sit, you don't have to think when you're sitting. And if you think when you're sitting, you're going to get lost. Now, what was that saying? So you have to sit, go over it again and again until, oh yeah, now I see there is a complete harmony running through the entire Dzogchen teaching. Everything is in its place, illuminating. Oh yes.
That changes.
Mm.
Now I have the feeling we are going a little bit from the inner world, inner experience, like the thought is coming, that's something about inner experience. You explained before something is happening if we close our eyes and then you go now, reopen and be connected. But for me, it's the problem if I have really a person who's making really trouble in front of me, or really hateful and rough and so on. So there's no difference between this person and me. And this person is only hateful because my thoughts about the person are, she's not nice, that's not a nice person.
No, you're not making the other person angry and upset. You are experiencing the other person as angry and upset.
Yes.
That's not the same as making them angry and upset. So, if you see an angry and upset person, you might think, oh, they suffer. Wow, you're doing a number. I wouldn't like to be you. Oh, it must be so hard to be you. Now, that might get you a slap if you said it. But that would be very different from feeling persecuted because I don't like the impact of that person on me. That is to say, we have a choice. We have an experience. In front of me is agitation. What is the meaning of that agitation? That's our own interpretation. We could feel compassion for them. We could feel afraid of them. We might want to retaliate against them. There is no definite reading for the interpretation of that agitation in the other person.
You said in the first evening, I am me is not that elaborated, but I am be.
Yeah, that's right.
That's my Yana view or something.
That's right, that's what I'm saying. So the state in that person is revealed to me through the prism of my own interpretation. So the less I interpret it, the more it's just a neutral agitation. And then you can have a range of moves towards it. But if it activates some neurotic or karmic trait in me, then we just lock into some things. I don't like being with angry people. You're making me feel very upset. So now I defined them and I've defined myself. So what should we do in these circumstances? The first thing is just to see, oh, people are different from me. This is the very interesting thing. Each person is the center of the world. Each of us here is the center of their own experience. Each of us has a mind which is like a mirror. And that mirror illuminates our own body and what is around it. So each of us is aware of our embodied self and other people. When we encounter another person, if we sit inside ourselves and see the other as truly separate, we're not holding them in the field of experience. We've already cut that and said, I am me here, you are over there, and I don't like it. I don't like it when you are like that. So then you will get a lot of agitation because they're likely to respond as well, because they're feeling rejected or put down or provoked in some way. In this united field of experience, here is a form. What will I do with it? Do I have to do something with it? If I am going to do something, what is my intention? So, the more you are immediately connected with the other person, you don't have to formulate a big intention. If you're doing improvisational work in a pair, in theater improvisation or dance improvisation, how the other is showing becomes the basis for your showing. You don't actually have to have a cognitive process of interpretation. By opening, you create a shared field of experience in which you can respond. But as soon as you say, I don't like what you're doing, you've closed down the shared field, because you've gone into the isolation of, you are upsetting me. And you should stop upsetting me because I don't like to be upset. So now we've got two people in a more agitated staccato interaction trying to find, well, how do we get out of this one?
And the same is it if I say, I love you.
That would be the same.
Yeah, it is.
Because and it's so helpful that you're saying this, because our sense is that our experience comes up out of us into the world. It's my experience. This is what is true for me, and I want to share it with you. When we relax, we are part of what is here. Like we were looking earlier today, the mandala house is there before the deity arrives. Everyone is in the world. We meet together, but you are all here. You're all existing before we meet. Now we come into the room, we're sitting down, and here is a shared field of experience. We are each in this. There is place for everyone in the shared field of experience. How will we behave? That will depend on our degree of connectivity, on our openness to being reformed, on our capacity to respond to the other, not to react out of a template or a menu of habitual responses, but to be called into being with the other as they are. Now, that will be affected by lots of things. So if the person in front of you who's angry with you is your boss, and they're putting you down, for you to reassure them of their validity as a human being may not be very effective. Why would it not be effective? Because they're an arsehole. And if you're unlucky enough to have an arsehole for a boss, then you have to be very careful. Because here is somebody who is stupid, defended, aggressive and controlling. Not uncommon in the world of management. You know this. You probably all encountered people like that, who are inadequate to the job. They've been promoted above their competence. Their managers don't want to demote them because it would make out that their choice was bad. And so somehow this little dictator is being allowed to piss on other people. Not uncommon. It's complicated. We are training in complexity. So this is a marvelous chance. What will I do? Well, it depends. What are the factors? Do you want justice? Probably a waste of time at work. Do you want to get the boss off your back? Probably quite nice. So you have to find out how to slide this sleazy bastard away. How shall you be nice to them? Put a little carrot. Remember the bullfighter. The bullfighter has a cape. The bull should charge the cape. If the bullfighter is very brave, they pin this onto their chest. And then they are taken out on a stretcher. The cape and the chest should be kept separate. So, if your boss is attacking you, don't be the one who is being attacked. It's very interesting. You identify with their attack. Why are you getting at me? I hate it. Now you don't see anything. The boss is angry. Right, very useful. Right, we need to get on with this poor book. Just a little more, then we'll have a break. So we're right at the bottom of page 73. It's not touched by any fault or good quality whatsoever. So this exactly speaks to what you're presenting. My boss is attacking me. Who am I? Now this, of course, is difficult at work, because when you go into work, you go in as a personality. You got the job because of being this person with certain skills. So there are so many hooks in that situation to get involved and to be reactive. Again and again, we relax in the out-breath. This is the arising field of experience. What is being said to me cannot pin me. It can pin my activity. Maybe I was late. Maybe I didn't give the report in on time, or whatever it would be. But that doesn't make me bad. Very often when we respond to a criticism, it's because we feel that our total identity is on the line. The alarm bell comes on, I'm in danger, but we're not really in danger, because the person has maybe unskillfully commented on our activity, which was maybe not great, but they've done it in a way as if we, in terms of our existence, are terrible. So they were unskillful. We don't have to pick it up unskillfully. Relax, the mind is like a mirror. The mirror is not affected by what arises. What arises is sensation and feeling in your body. It doesn't have to be expressed. It's just a reaction to their unskillfulness. We don't have to push it away, but we don't need to merge into it and get into a fight. If somebody insults you, you can cry, you can be upset. You don't have to be heroic. But we're not contaminated, we're not defined, we're not restricted by that impact. The impact passes, their comment passes. Now, then we're fresh. So it's the freshness. Here he's talking about meditation, but it operates outside as well. So, the mind is not obscured by any good or bad actions whatsoever. This is exactly speaking to this point. At first, it's talking about what arises in the meditation practice, but the goal in the higher tantras and in Dzogchen is that there should be no difference between the experience of sitting and what comes after. What's called Nyam for Nyamjak, or the state of balance, which is the meditative state, and Jetop, the state that comes afterwards. Nyamjak Yerme means Nyamje Yerme means the inseparability between being in meditation and being out of meditation. Because it's the same thing that's going on. It's just experience and experience and experience. It's not bound, it's not freed. You have a bad day at work, you come home, you talk to a friend or your partner, you say, it was awful, my boss, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. As soon as you start to say this, I'm full of shit. This is my own falseness. There was a moment at 3 o'clock this afternoon where I was really unhappy for 15 minutes. And now in the evening, I'm going to bend the ear of my friend so that their mind will be agitated. And then they will tell me how worried they are about me having to go into work the next day. And so what was a moment which is gone is now increased into something terrible. Are you sure you feel okay to go to work today, darling? Because I hope that doesn't happen again. It's becoming more concrete, more solid. Why do we need to talk about it? Because I want to share my life with you. But what is your life? On the way home, the blackbird was singing. The blossom was in the neighbor's garden. Much nicer than talking about the boss. This is the problem of not liberating experience. It stays with us, and the way we want to get it out of ourselves is to push it into someone else. Sharing makes me feel so much better. So, this is what he's saying here. He's saying the mind is naked, quiet, without stain, unobscured. So when we feel turbulent and agitated, this is the litmus test for knowing that we're confused. That we have merged into the content of the mind. We've merged into the narrative about the experience, and we're not in the mind itself. So what we need then to do is just to sit and relax and open, so that we start to de-merge from the experience. As long as you're caught up in the experience and it seems true, you've collapsed the space of awareness and you won't see how it is. So the illusory nature of the phenomena will not be clear to you because you're upset. And it was really serious what happened, and it shouldn't happen. And I don't know, maybe my trade union would come in and do something, but I'm not sure. Wow. Sound and fury signifying nothing. Very difficult. These things happen. Why should I not be upset? I am in samsara. Samsara is a place full of pain. I am suffering pain. Great. If you go in a Greek restaurant, you have kebabs. You go to an Italian restaurant, you don't ask for kebabs, you say, give me spaghetti. You come to samsara, we have suffering, sir. Big plate or small plate, you have a choice. Okay, let's have a cup of tea. So we continue with the text. In Tibet, this explanation of text could go on for 12 hours a day for many, many days. People, and part of that is, of course, it is a practice in itself to give sustained attention. And if your mind wanders off, to bring it back, to stay clear. So the transmission of the Dharma is itself the practice. And but it's difficult. It's difficult. Okay. So again, it's highlighting that the mind is not made or altered by anyone. When a clear, direct actualization of that primordial, unartificial, effortless truth arises, then for whatever arises from that state, be it bliss, clarity, or absence of thoughts, or sinking and excitement with good and bad thoughts, or thoughts of the afflictions, or grasping thoughts that arise with the appearances and sounds that arise due to the objects of the six senses, take whatever arises as the object of meditation. So it means don't make a discrimination between Dharma experiences and ordinary experiences. Don't try to have more of what you take to be a good meditation and less of what you take to be a bad meditation. It says, whatever occurs, that is the object of meditation. Not merging in it, not avoiding it, being present with it. That is the basic practice, whatever occurs. So this means if you have a period of clear meditation with good experiences, what you take to be good, and then this changes, don't be sad. If the sadness arises, stay with the sadness. But don't merge into the sadness and then think, this is terrible, my meditation has gone bad. Why has it gone bad? Then you go to see an astrologer. People do things like that. It's clear, then it's not clear. He says if you have signs of success or you have signs of confusion, if you stay present with whatever is occurring, that is the practice itself. The answer doesn't lie in the object. The answer doesn't lie in the content of the experience. The answer is being present with whatever occurs. This is the most basic thing, and you'll see it repeated again and again in different texts. Without accepting or rejecting, inhibiting or encouraging in any way, stay clear and relaxed whatever appearances or thoughts arise. By this, thoughts need not be rejected. Mind itself is not mere emptiness, for its innate clarity arises naturally as the Dharmakaya or natural mode. So it means the clarity of the mind, which is the Dharmakaya, which is the openness of the mind, or the emptiness of the mind, the illuminating quality of the mind, like the sun in the sky sends out rays which bring clarity and illumination in all directions. This itself is enough. We don't need to try to develop any particular kind of object. And because of the illuminating power of the mind, things are illuminated. So you sit in the meditation, the clarity of your mind, that is to say your mind's capacity to be knowing or to be showing or to be revealing or to be displaying, allows things to be displayed. This is what is occurring. Then it's going. Many, many things are arising and passing. That's all. The mind is not mere emptiness. Emptiness gives rise to many phenomena. The openness of the mind, the clarity of the mind, and the diversification of experiences in the mind are three modalities or three aspects of the whole. They are not three different things. They are three aspects of the whole. And because of that, they have never become fragmented. But in our case, because we are tilted onto the level of manifestation, this is our being off balance in that way means we're always trying to maintain our balance, and so we're not integrated into emptiness. If you want to be integrated in emptiness, stay with the openness of the mind. So, at all times, whether eating, sleeping, moving, or sitting, you must unwaveringly maintain the state of non-meditation. So for most of us, we'd have to include going to work, or taking care of the kids, or going shopping. Whatever you have to do, be present with whatever is occurring. You're waiting for the bus. It's raining. You're becoming wet. You're becoming cold. The bus is late. This is a flow of experience. You can enter into judgment about it. You can make yourself upset. You rush to get to the bank, but you're 5 minutes late and the bank is closed. This is an experience. Feelings arise. You start to be thinking, the bank is this, is this, is this. You're lost in a thought. As soon as you see that, oh, let the thought go. Thought's moving. You still don't get into the bank. But you're free. But if you stay in the thought, then you build up the whole picture. So what we do in meditation and what we do out of meditation is the same, because there is no end to meditation. Why would we stop being aware? What would be the advantage for us in not being aware? What would it bring us as a real benefit in our existence? To become enmeshed in experiences which push us this way and that way, raise us up and collapse us down. If you want that experience, you go to the fairground. You pay some money and you go on the... The advantage of that is, when the money runs out, you get off, a little bit dizzy, and you go home. But if you make that experience your way of life, not so good. Calm and clear is better. If you find that you lose recollection of your natural clarity, then, as explained above, you will be obscured by ignorance. No matter how much virtue of your compounded body and voice you perform, it does not pass beyond co-emergent ignorance. Now, this is a very important point. Now, why is this the case? The essence of ignorance is wavering, forgetfulness, obscuration, dullness, unconsciousness, non-recollection, carelessness, and laziness. The essence of awareness is self-awareness of one's own falseness, and so is clarity and emptiness. It is naked, friendless, single, alone, with a nature which transcends conceptualization. So stay just exactly in awareness without doing anything else. This again is very, very central. No matter how much you try to be a good person, or to develop qualities, bodhisattva qualities, tantric qualities, and so on, this will not transcend the root ignorance, because you are still engaged in the mind as a subject which is attempting to achieve something. And then he describes, this is the mind of ignorance, and it's obscured, it has non-recollection, carelessness, laziness, and so on, because you know very well, you decide, I'm going to do this puja every day, and you do the puja, and at the end of it, you don't remember what you were doing, because your mouth was going blah, 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 but you had gone on a big journey. This is a big danger for these practices. You were not there moment by moment by moment. And if you're ringing your bells and so on, it's very easy to run through it. It goes very, very fast. In monasteries in Tibet, they read 1,000 pages every day. They're going like the clappers. What do they understand? My teacher always said the main advantage of monastic life is to stop people going out raping and murdering. He didn't have a very high opinion of the average monk in Tibet. Because it's very difficult to read a text quickly. You see them going, you think, that's amazing. That's a description of a visualization. Wow, if you can do that at that speed, you're a winner. This is just pop, 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 pop. But the words are holy. There must be some benefit in it. You find out when you die. This is not saying that at all. This is saying very precisely the essence of awareness is self-awareness of one's own falseness. That is to say, awareness means recognizing when you cheat yourself. Awareness will show itself through the experience of being lost in thoughts, defending yourself against thoughts, having a commentary on thoughts. The one that recognizes it, whoa, here we go again, whoa, that is awareness. That's how you find it. It's not by attempting not to get lost. You're going to get lost. It's by being non-defended about the fact of being lost so that you recognize it, and in that moment you have a little awakening, a little freshness. And the more you do that, you have more freshness and you get lost less frequently. But it's not as if you could remove the falseness and then you arrive at the goal. Working with the falseness is already the goal, because it's only awareness which can recognize its own falseness. And awareness, Rigpa, is the heart of the Dharma Kaya. So this is very profound. And he says, it is naked, friendless, single, alone. And this is very important. It's nice to have friends. It's nice to have people who like you. It's reassuring. It makes you feel that you're okay and you're worthy as a person. This is not the concern of this kind of practice. Why is the mind alone? Alone here in Tibetan is a chikbu, which means just one. It's just one thing. Or tigli nyachikpo means just this one tigli or this one ball. When you're sitting and you're open, the field of experience is unified, undivided. There is no self and other. And so it's not just you, everyone is in it and it's whole. So it is alone and singular and multiple at the same time. That is to say, it's infinite. There is nothing outside it, so it's not standing in relation to anything else. Everything is inside this tigli. It's not like homogenized into one thing. But the richness is non-fragmentation. So there are not many different things, nor is there just one thing. These two options are the first of the 8 aspects of prapancha, of trupa, which is the thought proliferation. Either we condense everything into just one, or there are many different things. The middle way is neither of these. Everything is here and nothing is here. And both are true, because there is no duality between manifestation and the ground. So that is something one needs to reflect on again and again.
James, is there anything that would not be counted as falseness?
Being aware is not false.
But everything else?
Well, it's not that this lamp is not false. whatever this lamp is in itself, but I have no access to the lamp in itself. You know, in European philosophy, this is a big issue. Kant and Hegel and many people, they look at this, the Ding an sich, the thing in itself. It is beyond appropriation. We never get there. I only have access to the lamp for me, to my lamp. I only have access to you for me. Whatever you are for other people, I don't know, but I get a little bit of you, and that's you for me. So, being false is in the palm of my hand, because I can see what I'm up to with the lamp. If I turn the lamp into something truly real for me and start to think about its qualities, I'm cheating myself, because I'm projecting my mental activity into this, whatever it is. Buddhism is not claiming that there is nothing existing out there. It's simply saying is, you have no access to it. What you have is your experience. Each of us has to work with our own experience. This again is very profound, because the Western phenomenological project started by Edmund Husserl, taken on by Merleau-Ponty and so on, was always designed to try to strip away projections, all the adjectives and adverbs, all the elaborations, to try to get down to the basic revelation of things in their immediate freshness. And Buddhism would say, it's not like that, because there are no things. What we have, or whether there are things or not, we don't get them. What we get is an experience. You can't get a thing. So I have a watch. I've been wearing this watch now for some years. So I'm kind of familiar with it, and the leather strap is used to being around my arm and so on. I have a relationship with this thing. But that relationship is my experience of it. It reveals itself to me as I look at it. I look at it when I need to. So it is moved in and out of the field of my experience. When it's not in the field of experience, what happens? Maybe you've seen the Nutcracker Ballet. At night, when the children go to sleep, the toys begin to move. They have a life of their own. We don't know what happens in this room at night when we're sleeping. Maybe all the Buddhas come out. The Karmapas are having a party. Then in the morning, back in the kitchen. We don't know, because we have an experience of these things. What they are for themselves, we don't know. But what other people are for themselves, we don't know. You can live with someone for years and years and years, and you have your experience of them, but they have their experience of themselves, and they have their experience of you. And sometimes in a bad mood, they'll tell you what their experience of you is. And then you say, really? Wow! Because that's not how you experience yourself. Then you say, that's your stuff. I think you need to go to therapy. Take it away. And that's why it's very difficult to understand other people as they are, because they're not anything. We are condemned to think we know the truth about ourselves, which is why it's useful to have friends that say, maybe not. Maybe not. Let me show you your back. You can't see it, but I do. Let me show you your shadow. So in that way, we are condemned to fantasies that we have total knowledge. So on that level, everything is our falseness, but not because there are things which are false, and if we wake up, suddenly the world would be full of rainbows. It's more that we relax. We stop projecting, and we allow the world to show itself as it is. And we're not so scared, because we're not having to protect a particular position or interpretation. So then he says, so just stay exactly in awareness without doing anything else. This is important. And he will explain a little bit more about this in practice later, but it means the one who does the practice is the energy of awareness. The doer is always energy. The doer is never the core or the essence or the ground or the true nature. So here he's saying, if you want to be open into natural being or how you really are or as it isness, don't do anything. Don't do anything means recognize the falseness of imagining that you are the creator of your own world, that you have mastery. When we're walking, we walk. Who is walking the walk of our walking? It's just walking. When it's time to go to eat, we stand up and we walk out the door. We don't have to make a big plan about, do I start with my left foot or my right foot? We're not relying on cognitions to get us from here to a place to eat something. When the bowl of soup comes, you put in the spoon, you don't put in the fork. Why? Because the spoon fits with the soup. When the potato comes, you could put the spoon or the fork. Well, you have a choice, that's nice. But it's not overdetermined. The situation is calling you if you're with the situation. We do what we have to do. The parents are sitting quietly and they become aware, where is daughter? We can't see daughter. Both parents stand up together, start looking. I saw this in some whoa, she's off again. It's like that. As soon as you notice, you do. The absence calls us forth. This calling forth is the evocation of the manifestation. So you have these famous prayers like calling the Lama from afar, Lami Gyangbo. When we call the Lama from afar, this is like we are called into action out of the Dharmakaya. So everything is in our falseness and nothing is false. Nothing is false if it's in our awareness. Everything is false if it's not in our awareness. The activity. This is from the view, the meditation, and the activity which arises from it. So, at all times and in all situations, do not allow awareness to go under the power of good or bad conditions. This is the main fact in life, because it says awareness is like the sky. The sky is very big. The sky is bigger than the cloud. So awareness will always be bigger than conditions. That is to say, it can contain and embrace and integrate conditions. When a condition gets to you, when you feel upset or it's not fair, or that people are being cruel to you, or your partner's left you and you feel really upset, in a situation like that, you become small and you become conditioned by the event. You become altered and adapted and changed. So this is what he's saying. If you stay present with awareness, everything that occurs can be accepted. I was amazed when I was in India in the early days, and many of the lamas were just arriving as refugees from Tibet, and they had left everything. They're living in tents and so on. And you go and see them and they're smiling and they give you a cup of tea. They don't have anything. They give you a cup of tea and some biscuit, some kapsi or something to eat. And here we are. Here we are. This is it. Not, oh my God, I've lost my homeland, I had this, what's happening now, I'm so worried about my relatives. Here we are. Because the rest is thought. And if you follow the thought, you get upset, you become distraught, you become confused. Why would you choose to be confused? Circumstances have happened. Terrible circumstances have happened. You lose your homeland, you lose your monastery, everything's burnt down, your friends have been murdered. Here we are. But that's terrible. Getting excited about it won't change anything. Here we are. It was amazing to see that. Amazing. People breaking stones at the side of the road. Nothing to do. It's a hell of a job. All day long. Little hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks come and hit people. They got eye injuries and all the rest of it. People who had very nice situations in Tibet. And you say, good morning. They turn smile. Oh, come, sit, talk. Very sweet. Because they were there. What are you doing? I have a job. I'm breaking their stones. Not, do you know what I've lost? I'm a refugee. You have to give me. No. This is amazing. It completely amazed me. How could you do that? Because they were there. They weren't somewhere else. They weren't back in their homeland. They weren't in their thoughts or their misery or their story. They were breaking rocks. Be where you are. Integrate experience. It's an absolutely stupendous achievement for a culture.
And that wasn't just the lamas, that was also the ordinary.
That was everybody. Well, not all. Some got very drunk. On the outside, but here is the more difficult bit for us. On the outside, do not engage in worldly activities. Now we have to understand, what does that mean? What makes a worldly activity a worldly activity? It's not the, the movement of the body itself. It is the interpretation of what is going on. What is your motive? So say, for example, you have a job and you hate it, but you do it because you need the money. This is a worldly activity. Your motive is very low level. But if you're thinking, I need to earn some money, so I'll do something, this is what I'll do. And you keep integrating your activity. Say you work in a shop. I have to put the cans of baked beans on the shelf. 1 can, 2 can, 3 can, 4 can. 1 can, 2 can, 3 can, 4 can. This is Dharma activity. Impermanence, the movement of the body. Breathing, stretching, that's what he says. Whether you're walking or sitting, sleeping, talking, eating, whatever you're doing, who is doing what to whom? Who is doing what to what? I am stacking shelves in the supermarket. This is a shit job, the hours are terrible, I don't get paid well. That makes it a worldly occupation. This is what I'm doing, like the people breaking the rocks on the road. This is what I'm doing. I'm fully here doing this. I'm not having thoughts about it. I'm not punishing myself for it. I'm just doing it. The hand goes here, the hand goes here, the hand goes here. Next. The boss says, now deal with the cabbages. I don't like cabbage. It's my job. I shall overcome this limitation for the sake of all beings. It's like that. Worldly activity is made by our orientation, not because it's a job. You could be in a monastery and be wanting to be the top geshe, the big scholar, and be very proud. Then being a geshe would be a worldly activity. You could be being a lama in order to get a lot of money and fuck all your students. Then that would be a worldly activity. So it's about the motivation, the orientation, and how your meditation fits with the world. So it doesn't mean that you have to go and give up an ordinary life. Ordinary life is Dharma because all appearances arise from the Dharmakaya. On the inside, stop your Dharma activities. No more mantras. Why? Because when you feel upset, you say a mantra to reassure you. This is called artificial practice. It's rectifying the balance of the mind. I'm using this special, powerful technique to make me feel better. I'm going to go around the stupa in order to accumulate merit, and then I'm going to give the merit to other beings. I'm going to have capital accumulation, and then I'm going to maximize the profit on my income by diversifying my portfolio. Because if I put all my money in myself, the karma melts. So I've understood Dharma economic theory. By investing my good karma in other beings, it grows. It's great. Not only will you be benefited, but I will become enlightened. This is a win-win situation. Don't do that. Because this is manipulating circumstance. Now, this is a pure, simple Dzogchen. Of course, you can do mantras and so on. What he's trying to say is, when you do the mantra, why are you doing it? If you're doing it because you're getting lost, you're doing this as a substitute for opening into the state of awareness. Sometimes when I worked in a hospital, I come home in the evening, I'm very tired. I'm sitting in the underground, and my mind is just full of nonsense. Oh, so then I think this is a waste of time, so I start to do some mantras. This is better than nothing. But I'm still a bit lost, because before I was doing just neurotic thoughts about myself and my life, and now I'm doing holy thoughts. But I'm concerned with thought production. I've replaced a bad kind of thought, as I take it, for a good kind of thought, a holy Dharma thought. But I'm still caught up in thoughts. That's really what he's saying, is understand. It's not that some kinds of Dharma practices are bad. Picking strawberries in the field isn't bad. There's nothing really that's bad. It's what it is what do you use it for? I am using this to change my state. You're using energy to change energy. You're still in the matrix, which is what he was describing before. This kind of practice will not take you through the first level of ignorance, which is the co-emergent ignorance. You will not be present in the open awareness itself because you are concerned with the manipulation of manifestation. You can transform, if you like, a profane or an ordinary or a banal worldly manifestation for a holy Dharma manifestation, but it's still just manifestation. And if you haven't recognized the root of the manifestation as being embedded in the primordially pure ground, the profound integration won't happen. This is the problem. So he's not insulting Dharma practice in any way. He's just saying you have to know what each kind of cooking produces.
So why are you doing mantra practice?
Why did I do it?
No.
Why anybody does it?
Yeah.
Because you want to transform energy. Most mantra practices are embedded in pujas of some kind. And the sort of generic title for pujas in Tibetan is Trinli. Trinli means activity. They are Trinlis. You do them in order to change something. You have 4 kinds of activity. You have pacifying, increasing, overpowering, and destroying. And the various practices are like that. If you do Chenrezi practice, almost always this is concerned with pacifying. May all wars decrease, may trouble in the world decrease, may the 4 elements as they operate in the climate be peaceful so that there's no hailstorms and so on like that. Then increasing, you might pray to green Tara to make money grow and wealth grow and health and so on. Then for overpowering, you might do Padmasambhava practice or Kurukuli and so on in order to bring in resources. May I get many sponsors so I can build a bigger monastery. Then you have destructive practice. So you maybe have Vajrakilaya and so on in order to destroy the power of the 5 poisons as they cause trouble and difficulty. These are all activities. These are, I am invoking this potential force and directing it towards resolving this particular matrix of constipated energy. No? It's a kind of plumbing device to get everything flowing again. If you have blocked drains, they come along with a pump and poof, push it through. So that's what these practices are doing. It makes the world better. It makes the world better. It doesn't make you recognize your own nature. That's the key point. In these big practices, of course, there is a moment where everything dissolves into openness. But if you do the practices in a monastery, that happens for 1 second. And now everything dissolves. And then in an instant I become, whoa, that was quick. They don't stop. They don't do the meditation, generally speaking. So why do they do it? They do it because it's an energetic practice for transforming manifestation in the world. And there are subsets of it, subsections like controlling the weather, to cause rain or to stop rain, hailstones, to stop rust, which is a disease of the crops, to make sure that the cows produce milk and so on. There are many, many different mantras. There are mantras so that beer is strong and doesn't go bad. Mantras for everything. Thousands and thousands of different mantras. They are all about activity. So when he's saying don't engage in worldly activity, if you are an ordinary village lama, you go and do a puja in someone's house in order to get food. You have 2 motivations running at the same time, hopefully some deeper, more expansive Dharma motivation, but actually it's an economic transaction. In the Tibetan economic system, they say food goes up, blessing comes down. Round and round. So that's the reason for doing these practices. If you understand that, then it starts to make sense.
So if I do any kind of practice that change my mood or change my energy,
yeah.
This is how I understand it, would be okay if I realize what I do it for, what I do, what
exactly.
happens. So it's not wrong at all.
It's not wrong, no.
For example, like singing a song to get a bit out of dullness, for example. Like I realize what I do it with attention. And
of course. But if you go to college and you study music and you get your degree in music, I'm not going to employ you as a doctor. Because I say, but you didn't study medicine. But I have a degree. In what? Oh, music. That's very nice, but don't come in the operating theatre. So it's like that. You have to know what the practices are for. It's not that they're good or bad or higher or lower. But if you want to recognize the nature of your mind, you have to focus on that. If you want to move the energy of the world, if you do lots of mantras and prostrations, you will feel better. You'll feel different. If you do lots of mandala offerings, you start to feel more generous, more relaxed, you feel more at ease with other people.
No, I mean, I can do this while staying aware, while
yes, of course,
yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Of course. So it's integrated.
Mm-hmm.
But often it's displacing it because you get so caught up in the words and the recitations and so on. So, become completely familiar with the one true practice of experiencing your own awareness as the essence of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. This is the central point. You will find that all of these authors say the same thing again and again and again because we are very stupid. That's why. They say it again because we don't want it to be true. The result, with the completion of that practice of one's own awareness, it is present without effort or intellectual activity. That is to say, it's not artificially constructed or evoked. Thus, the three modes of awareness are realized in their own place. That's the three kayas, and one gains the result, which is conventionally known as Buddhahood. Moreover, the nature of awareness is the unborn natural mode, the Dharmakaya. The immediacy of awareness is the innate clarity of the radiant mode, the Sambhogakaya. The energy of awareness is the all-pervading manifest mode, the Nirmanakaya. In the original nature, the three modes are inseparable as the single point of actuality. And this is a particularly interesting term, Chini Tigri Nakchi. It means that although we say three modes, often they're presented as we know the yin-yang symbol where you have two parts. There it's done as a whirling, a ganchi, which has three aspects to it, which mean the energy of these three collaborate but inside the circle of wholeness. So it's not as if we have three different bodies or three different bits. It's an integrated functioning. Then, indistinguishable from natural mode Samantabhadra, the original Buddha, one's awareness goes directly to Akanishta, which is the highest Buddha realm where Samantabhadra and Chemchok, Heruka and so on live, where one definitely gains Buddhahood as Samyak Sambuddha, as a completely enlightened person. So please keep this in mind. It's very polite. So then he goes on to elaborate different aspects, and we'll do some of that tonight and finish the text tomorrow. Now, because we have, just to say very briefly again, that we come here from different backgrounds and we do different kinds of practice. It's not a competition. It's not that one is better than the other. It's like if you were a mechanic, you would have a toolbox with many kinds of spanners and screwdrivers inside. If you were a carpenter, you would have different kinds of chisels and so on. These would be the tools that would be useful for working with wood or with working with steel and iron. These different trades would have different tools. So the key thing is to understand what is the view, that is to say, this is how we are making sense of the world, and therefore what is the meditation linked with it. For example, if you were doing Mahayoga Tantric practice, which is very common, you start with the belief that although you have Buddha nature, you are trapped inside the five poisons and you have many obscurations. In order to find the quick way to step outside your obscurations, you make use of the form of the deity. The deity is the pure expression of the Dharmakaya. So you start with a duality of I am impure, the deity is pure. By bringing a relationship or a communication between the impure and the pure, the blessing of the pure comes into the impure, removing the obscurations, karmic defilements, and so on, so that the impure is able to recognize that from the very beginning it has been pure. So this is called the path of transformation. The impure becomes pure. Of course, the reason it could become pure is because it was never really impure. If you have a potato, you can boil it for an hour, but it won't become an apple. If you have fool's gold, this false gold, iron pyrites, no matter how much you polish it, you won't get real gold. It is because we have the Buddha nature, because our nature is pure, that purification works. Now, the advantage of doing the Tantric path is that it gives you a chance for devotion. You pray one-pointedly, tears are coming from your eyes. You pray like a small child alone in a great desert. The winds are howling, you're lost, you're confused, you don't know what to do. You say, please save me, save me, save me. Again and again and again and again. And inside the pathos, the poignancy, the desolation of the yearning, everything falls away. And there is only this. And that creates the energetic field within which the defiled subject and the enlightened subject come together. And then you dissolve into emptiness, and out of that you arise. Everything is the body of Aryatara. All sound is her mantra. Every form that you see is not different from her body, and so on. This is the basic of tantric practice, because it starts with defilement. In Dzogchen, you don't start with defilement. You start with the fact, from the very beginning, the mind is completely pure. All faults and limitations are adventitious. That is to say, they have arisen through time and circumstances and have never defiled the actual nature. The reflection cannot mark the surface. He said that about 10 different times. The nature of the mind is not affected by what has happened. Therefore, there is no impurity. Therefore, resting in the nature of the mind is immediately freedom from impurity. So, it's two roads to the same goal. It's not that one is better than the other. It depends on your own personality, your time, your interests, and so on. But the view is different. And the visualization is different. And the way of being in the world is different. Because in Tantra, you continue the path of transformation. Certainly in the first aspect, the developmental stage, the Kerim, where you're building up the mandala. When you go into the dissolving, using visualization of channels and energy and so on, again, it requires a lot of focused attention. It has a high degree of intentionality. So before you start to practice, you know exactly what you're going to do. And you are creating a structure, visualizing chakras, energy channels, winds, and so on. And you're working with that energy system. So that is very different from Dzogchen. Yeah.
I have a question, because some of us, or maybe we practice parallel, this which is and do the classical.
Yeah.
And is it a hindrance, or is it goes together? Because now I get a little bit confused if it's in its way somehow.
It depends. One of the things that I have learned from coming to Germany many, many times is that it's possible to put cold salad on a plate with hot food. Never in my life have I done that, and as a child I loathed salad. I thought if you're going to have this horrible cold stuff, you put it in something separate at least. But I started to see people put it on the same plate, and on the same fork they put something hot and something cold. I am amazed. So I think if that mystery is possible, but the salad will remain cold and the potato will be hot. So they will have different moods, different feeling tones to them. And you have to be clear. When you're doing one, you're not doing the other. Don't mix it together. My teacher always said, don't mix your food with your shit. It means have a very clear discernment. When you're doing one thing, do that. Because the view, the meditation, the activity, and the results should be aligned. So if you're going to do them, at first you do them sequentially. Then more difficult is to take the view of Dzogchen and the meditation of Tantra. Then you have usually the activity of Dzogchen in the result of Dzogchen. So you're using the visualization technique as a way of reinforcing the possibility into the state. So for example, if at the end of the day you're tired and you sit and you just relax, you're going to be lost because your energy is dispersed. But you sit and you pray to Padmasambhava and he comes to the crown of your head and you dissolve in it. Using that tantric method, you then go into the open sitting. So you can do the praying and the dissolving in 10 minutes, and then you can sit for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And in the sitting, it's exactly the view he has been describing, but you've used the tantric method as the shoehorn to get you into that situation. Okay.
But James, I mean, it seems to be a contradiction. You know, before it said, sit with whatever state you're in, you know, even if it's totally confused at the end of the day and you're lost.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you change that? And then it's actually easier for you to really be aware of, you know, how do you find this?
It's not really a contradiction. It has to do with one's own capacity. If at the end of the day when you're tired and you sit and you're completely confused and you can just sit, then that is perfect. If you become disheartened and after half an hour you think that was a waste of time and you find yourself opening a bottle of wine, then it's not very helpful. It's much better to pray to Padmasambhava or Tara, because in terms of your own lived capacity, the pressure of the day has left you so preoccupied that you're not there. That is to say, in the energetic system, you are dispersed. Your energy has left the central channel. You're all through your body. And unless you bring yourself back into that deep grounding. Now, someone might do some yoga practice or some breathing practice. You can do the 9-round breathing. There's many, many ways to center yourself. What he is saying is, you don't have to do that. Just stay open with whatever is there. He's living in a cave. He's not traveling on the bus. He's not in the turbulence of modern life with people on their mobile phones. We live in the most agitated, disturbed circumstances imaginable. The last time I was in India, in the villages, they had televisions everywhere. Now, this was before mobile phones arrived. Sometimes I think of going to India, then I'm terrified. I think, imagine being on the Upper India Express, 36 hours on a train with everyone talking on their phones very loudly. I would jump out the door. It's an agitated world we are in, and we have to be very aware of that. So therefore, probably for most people, balancing the practices of devotion with open sitting is most useful, because we have to collect ourselves. Now, you don't have to collect yourself if you've maintained awareness all day long, so that even the diverse, challenging, confusing experience is all contained in the sky-like mind. When we can do that, then we just sit. So it's very helpful if you can sit for 1 minute, 3 minutes at different points during the day, just checking in, relaxing and opening. And if you keep an awareness of that, then of course you can just be very open. But there's no point to cheat yourself. That's what he's saying. If you think you're doing the practice when you're not doing any practice, because actually you're just being battered around by whatever is arising, this is a waste of time. You're not doing Dzogchen, you're not doing Tantra, you're just doing neurosis. Blimey. Okay, dinner time. Okay. So we'll proceed with the text a little bit and then we'll do some sitting practice. Okay, so he's talking now about the result of the 3 modes or the 3 kayas. Kaya means body, but it's not a very useful notion in in English, I don't know in German, but body is a little bit too solid. It means aspect, really, in this sense. So, the one essential point we Dharma practitioners need to know is the effortlessly arising three modes through the ground, path, and result. That is, how do the three kayas, the fulfillment of the Buddhist practice, manifest in relation to the ground, the path, and the result? Moreover, there is the ground having the two purities, which is known as the natural mode. What does this mean? So the natural mode is the Dharmakaya. Natural in this sense means what is there by itself from the beginning, not constructed by anything else. It has two aspects of purity. The first is natural purity or primordial purity. In Tibetan this is kadak, which is a term that you see a lot. From beginningless time, the ground has been naturally pure. Its essence is empty, devoid of self-substance. It is free of all interpretation. So, pure here has the sense of there is no error, there is no mistake. So we have to think that ignorance is being represented here in terms of a taint, a defilement, an obscuration. When something is obscured, you don't see it. But he's saying that this natural purity is always there and nothing has ever purified it. From the very beginning and always and forever, it is pure. Why is it pure? Because it's empty. There is nothing there which you could act against. For example, if we got a pot of blue paint, we could splash it on the walls, on the floor, on the ceiling, on each other. And we would have the marks of this paint. If I had a big paintbrush, I could flick it across the room at different people. The paint would fly from the brush through the air and land on you. Afterwards, you are blue, and the air, not blue. The air doesn't have anything to catch the blueness. Now, air is a subtle element, but even more subtle is space. Space doesn't become blue or yellow or green or any color. When we look up and we see the blue sky is not blue. It looks blue from here. Looks a different, have a different impression from another place. So, when there is nothing there, what would the mark land on? What would the impurity land on? This is the natural purity of your mind. So, when you feel inadequate, stupid, worthless, full of bad karma, tendencies you can't resist, eating too much, drinking, whatever it would be, this is not touching the Dharmakaya at all.
And the ignorance, does it also come from the ground?
Yes. No. The ground is very generous. In English we say it's an equal opportunity employer. So, and it's devoid of self-substance. There isn't although in English we say emptiness, this ness is not implying some kind of essence. We might say the sweetness of sugar. And the sweetness is like the sweet bit which makes sugar sugar. So if you want to know what sugar is, if you've got a sense of sweetness, that points the way to understanding what is sugar. But emptiness is not some condensed essence. It's just empty. So grammatically, emptiness is maybe not the best term. The mind is just empty. There's nothing there, nothing to find. And there's nothing in it. It is free of all interpretations. That is to say, whatever you say about it doesn't touch it. It rests somewhere around it. These are constructs which never quite establish what the thing is. Words cannot describe how the mind is, and therefore whatever is said about it is false. Although the things that are said about it may be said in good faith, trying to help people understand something, nonetheless they are always short of the actual stage. There's always a gap in which you have to find your own way in the silence of the practice. It's not an object for the intellect. No matter how many books you read, no matter how many concepts, you read Nagarjuna about emptiness and you study all these difficult, solid texts, it doesn't get you to that point. Because intellectual work is thinking about something. It's not the same as doing it. For example, you could read 100 books on art history, but it wouldn't teach you to paint. If you want to practice painting, you get a crayon or a paintbrush, some paper, a canvas, whatever, and you make marks. And through the experience of mark making, you have a feedback loop, you get feedback from other people, and gradually you get into painting. You become, what they say in English, painterly. You get the eye of a painter. You have a sense of what that is. You apprentice yourself into it. So this is what is in Dharma. This is what we do in meditation. We're apprenticing ourselves into the practice of meditation. So it's very useful if you have the time to read these Buddhist philosophy books, because they give an intellectual understanding, which again is a kind of spring cleaning. It takes away some of the dirt, some of the confusion, but it won't do the actual business, because the business is not done by thoughts. And it transcends causes and conditions. It's not made by anything. And although it is the ground of other experiences, to say it's the cause is not exactly true. Because in winter, if you have a fire where you can burn things, the wood is the cause of warmth in the room. You light the fire, it's very nice. After an hour, you put some more wood on the fire. After another hour, you put more wood on the fire. The cause exhausts itself in producing the result. If you plant grain in order to grow a crop, the grain sprouts. In the process of producing the next generation of grain in time for the harvest, this seed destroys itself, transforms itself into something we don't eat. So this is the general notion of the cause and the effect, that the effect is somehow taking something out of the cause. But when the mind is infinitely, effortlessly showing all this experience, it doesn't become exhausted. Like in the same way we've used the example of the mirror doesn't become tired by showing reflection after reflection after reflection. So in that sense, without the mirror you wouldn't have the reflection, but the mirror is not a generative cause, it's not generating something out of itself. It's beyond thought and expression. It is clarity as the sphere of awareness. The sphere here is the yin, or the space. Yin as in Chü-ying or Dhatu in Sanskrit has many different meanings, but essentially it's not a dimension, but almost like a kind of world or an expression. And it's a zone or a field which can be inhabited. So the clarity of the Dharmakaya is the field of operation or the area of expression of the clarity of awareness. From beginningless time, it has been naturally perfectly pure. Then there is the second purity, stainless purity, which in Tibetan is Drime Dagpa, meaning exactly stainless. It's a purity which has no stains left in it. And this is explained as being the stains of the adventitious three forms of ignorance are removed by the three modes of awareness, revealing the void clarity of awareness free of obscuration. It means ignorance in these three forms which we looked at before enters into time. The mind itself is out of time and space. It doesn't stand in relation to the past or the present or the future. It is the eternal now which is non-relational, although everything which arises in relation is inseparable from it. So ignorance arises into time. Ignorance is an aspect of time because it is an activity. If you are not attending to what is there, you are doing something. You are pretending it is not there. It is not uncommon when people have work to do and a deadline that they avoid doing what they have to do. This is the basis of university education, leaving things to the last moment so that the natural supply of anxious adrenaline will carry you through. Why do we want to avoid it? We find it difficult to harmonize with time. We are out of time, a lot of it. We don't know when we're going to die. We have this very strange existence. We're alive, but we don't know for how long. We're healthy, but we don't know for how long. So it's very difficult to make plans then as what to do. How do we take a deadline seriously? How to fit into that rhythm? This is an issue for musicians, isn't it? To allow yourself to be held by time. Indian music is entirely about time, the relation particularly of the tabla player and the tambura player. They have to just keep finding this again and again. So, ignorance entered into time, and we were born through the entry of ignorance in time. The ego comes into existence as the fruit of the manifestation of ignorance. But this stain or marking is not therefore eternal. It's a temporary mark and it is removed. How is it removed? It's removed by the manifesting of the three kayas. The first level of ignorance says, I exist, you exist. The Dharmakaya is non-dual. There is no subject or object. That is the purification of the first ignorance. The second ignorance says, God, there are so many different things outside me and inside me. Second level of awareness, and the Sambhogakaya, or the natural clarity, illuminates the whole field with everything arising together without any division of inside and outside. Because there are no essences, there is only radiant appearances. So this is the purification of the second ignorance. In the third ignorance arises from the karma, which is the intention of a subject onto an object. This is purified by the Nimanakaya, which manifests in the world in the manner of a dream, like a rainbow, like the appearance of the full moon in a lake, the reflection of the moon. Something is there, but not really there. There is no true essence to it. So if there is no true essence to the object and no true essence to the subject, there is no basis for karma. So in that way, the three ignorances and their traces are purified by the awakening of the three kayas. One's innate clarity is raw, steady, naked, single, unconfined, and alone. This innate clarity is the natural purity of kada. Raw means not cooked. Means nothing has been done to it to transform it. It hasn't been prepared in any way. It is free of any artificiality. It's steady because it's unchanging. Many Tibetan people are called things like Gurme or Magyurwa, which means the mind doesn't change. What changes are thoughts and feelings and sensations, but awareness itself is not changing. It's naked because it's not covered by anything. It's single because it doesn't stand in relation to anything else. It can't be relativized. It's unconfined because it has no boundary or limit. It is infinite. And it's alone because it has no other. Now this is very interesting. Non-duality is neither one nor two. Well, if it's not one, how can we say it's alone? It's alone because it is what it is. You can't pull it into comparison. You can't see it as having different forms, because in the experience of it, in its unlimited nature, its unconfined nature, it is infinite expansion. And so it is alone by being everything. Everything which occurs is in the natural purity of the mind. And so although it's not touched by everything which manifests, it is alone with everything. So that's very important. Because we are normally thinking of ourselves in relation to other people. People make us happy, sad, and so on. But this is just alone. Very peaceful. Very peaceful. This innate purity is unimpeded, without inside or outside. This is known as the natural mode, having the two purities. So without inside or outside is very important. Some of us in the past have focused on these famous questions which are used in the meditation. Where does the mind come from? Where does the mind stay? Where does the mind go? Does it have a shape or color? Does it have a size? These questions allow us to explore this mind, which we are, this present awareness. Does it have any limit? Does it have any hook whereby you can catch it? Can you say that it's blue or it's yellow? Is it inside your body? You might have a thought, oh, but my mind is generated from my brain. My brain is in my head. So then you sit with this idea. Oh, the thought has gone. I'm still here. I'm still here because my brain keeps thinking about me. That's another lovely thought. It vanishes. And you keep having thought after thought after thought, and each thought is the solution to the problem. Yes. And then it's gone. Not very satisfactory. I want the real solution that is reliable and will be with me 24 hours a day, always, forever. It can't be a thought. So what is the mind when you don't try to catch it with a thought? Let it show itself. Asking these questions. Here I am. There must be some awareness because I'm here and I'm having some experience. Where is this awareness? Sometimes my thought seems to be here. Sometimes my thought maybe seems to be over there. We have different somatic senses of the movement of experience. But where is the awareness? Inside, outside? This is something to investigate for yourself again and again. Relax into the practice and then very gently take up these questions. And then you get a definite knowledge for yourself. You see precisely, or you experience, excuse me, precisely, oh, nothing to find, and yet everything is here. Wow, strange. But it's true. So that's just what he's saying. It's without outside and inside. So that is the quality of the purity, which is the nature of the ground here. The path is the radiant mode having the 5 certainties. This means the Sambhogakaya, or the Rang Jin level in the 3 modes. As the clarity of the natural way of one's own awareness, its own aspect, the radiant mode, abides as the presence of the 5 certainties. This applies no matter where one stays on the path of the developing and perfecting procedures. That's the Tantric Kierim and Zorim. Its certain place is infinite hospitality, the Dharma Dhatu, free of all interpretation. It means every Sambhogakaya realm, every divine realm of any of the deities, which is also the expression of the natural clarity of the nature of the mind, has these 5 aspects which are always certain, they're always knowable, because they're always the same. So the clarity of the mind is always the Dharma Dhatu, the infinite hospitality, or the sphere of the arising of all phenomena, free of all interpretation. At any time, when you're in touch with your clarity is without any restraint. If you're sitting in this room, your clarity reveals this room to you. What is the limit of this room? If you start to think, oh, there's another passageway outside, there's the garden at the front of the house, there's the garden at the back. As soon as these thoughts arise, they're inside the mind. Oh, but then there is countries to the north, there is Finland and so on. There's countries to the south in Africa. Everything which arises is inside the sphere. There is no limit to the infinite hospitality. This is the sphere or the Buddha realm place. The certain teachers are the peaceful and wrathful expressions of the innate clarity of awareness. So this means the as you know, in the Bardo Todol, in the teachings on the bardos at the time of death, we have the peaceful deities and the wrathful deities. The peaceful deities are existing in the heart, the wrathful deities are existing in the mandala, in the crown of the head. So they are the ones that are always teaching. This means that whenever we sit in this clarity, we receive teaching, if you like. That is to say, our intuition, what we would call our intuition, the spontaneous intelligence or getting-itness or clarity or wow, this is here again and again, because it's just manifest. It's just clear. So in terms of a domain, that's how it is. The certain circle, meaning the Sangha circle, are the bodhisattvas in union, the bodhisattvas in sexual union, the ceaseless self-display of awareness. So this is relating to the formation of the mandala of the peaceful and wrathful deities, which in the Nyingmapa tradition is taken to be a summation of all that is necessary really for getting enlightenment. And these bodhisattvas in sexual union, they are the ceaseless display of awareness. That is to say, they represent appearance and sensation. So the female is the sensation of pleasure, and the male is the aspect of appearance, and because of their interaction, their copulation, their joint activity, they're generating the sphere of all the appearances of the world. This is the case for ourselves. When our mind as pleasure, when we say, I'm happy to see you, come in. That's how we greet someone. So when in the meditation we wake up in the morning, we say, hello world, and the world comes to us. And the world kisses us and touches us, and we feel, ooh, this is nice, I'm glad I'm alive. The sensation of pleasure is here, and appearance is there. Appearance and pleasure come together. Moment by moment, all through the day, this is experience. Openness to experience, non-resistance to experience, not being defended against experience, not editing or managing or shaping, but working with what is there. And this is sensation. So that's what that means. Then, the certain drama, the certain dharma, the certain, getting to the end of the day, the certain dharma is the recognition of one's own nature through its self-display. So this is the dharma that is taught in this Sambhogakaya realm. The recognition of one's own nature through its self-display. So, we go back to the image of the mirror. You look in the mirror shows itself through the showing of reflections. The mind is revealed to itself through the self-display of experience. So, if you're looking for your mind and you want to find something, what you'll find is the self-display aspect of the mind, because that's what shows. The mind itself will not be found as something. It is the space of hospitality which allows the manifesting of the self-display. Is that clear? So all these figures of gods and deities and all the sensations which we have as our field experience, this is the display of the mind. So all of you are, for me, the display of the experience of my own awareness. Just as everyone else, including me, is that for you, for each of you. The clarity of your mind is shown to you by your experience of the richness of the world. And it is effortlessly arising, moment by moment. You just turn your head. All of this is flowing and coming and coming and coming effortlessly. This is the self-display of the mind. Okay, one little last piece. The certain time is the abiding of effortless changelessness. These are what are known as the 5 certainties of the radiant mode. So the certain time, that is to say, if you want to know what time it is in the Sambhogakaya realm, or in the realm of your own clarity, it's the abiding of effortless changelessness. Now, how can that be if clarity is the self-display of experience? There seems to be a contradiction. Surely, all of this change is marking going from this to that. But when you look in the mirror, say you're driving and you look in the side mirror, as the car is proceeding, image after image after image is arising in this side mirror. It appears that there is image after image after image, but the images flow into each other. You can't cut them up. You can't say this image, then that. It's not like a series of still photographs or going to the cinema and have frame after frame speeded up. It's just a seamless, continuous flow. So it's a flow, as it were, in time, but you can't divide it by time. It is the timeless presence of the continuous now. This is it, this is it, this is it. So in that sense, it is changeless. Okay, I think we shall leave it there for today. And we will continue tomorrow morning. So now we will do some practice. And we start with the 3R. We relax into the space. And then, while we are meditating, some music is going to arise. As the music arises, stay present with the movement of music. Music is very helpful in this sense because it is ungraspable and yet manifest. And this is what we've been exploring all day long. The desire to catch collapses with music. You have to be with it. You can't be ahead of it. You don't want to be behind it. You have to be present with it. And it shows itself to you, but you also show yourself to it. So this is how we will proceed. Okay, you have your... Okay, so the 3 R. So now we dedicate the merit for the work we've done together in the day. So this has been quite a long day. We covered a lot of ground with many different concepts and ideas, which we then of course need to take into our own practice so that they will ripen and be of real value. And now we have a chance to be together and to dance and move around in the room above the dining room. So you can have a pleasant evening. Thank you so much for the feedback. Okay, so the three are. So now we dedicate the merit for the work we've done together in the day. So this has been quite a long day. We covered a lot of ground with many different concepts and ideas, which we then of course need to take into our own practice so that they will ripen and be of real value. And now we have a chance to be together and to dance and move around in the room above the dining room. So you can have a pleasant evening. Thank you so much for the feedback. So we continue with the text. First, I just say a little bit more about karma, because I was saying yesterday how by simply being present in this open state, all karma is resolved. This morning in the kitchen, I saw that there was a bowl of fruit. And I picked up one apple, and it was not my apple, so I put it back. And then I saw my apple. So I took my apple, and then my apple is now in my room. That apple became my apple by my taking. My room here is my room because it was allocated to me. So things can be my because I take it or it's given to me. If it's given to me, it's not really mine because it's dependent on the giving, if we keep the history. If it's on the taking, it's through that act that I am putting my idea into the apple. It was an apple in a bowl. There were many apples in the bowl. But for whatever reason, the coloring or the shape, my hand goes around that apple and I put it in my pocket. That which was not me or mine has become me or mine. And therefore I need to eat the apple or give it to someone or throw it away. Now I'm burdened by the apple. Before I was apple-less, there's a kind of freedom. It is exactly the same thing with the thoughts. In our mind, many thoughts and sensations arise. We say, in our minds, in my mind. When the thought arises, then it must be mine because it's in my room. Which room? My mental room. It's like if the drug squad come to your door and they beat it down and they come in and they find some drugs. You say, I don't know why this is here. They say, it's in your house, it's your drugs, come with us. This is the English system anyway. You're not innocent if it's in your possession. But I don't know how it got there. This is what happens in the meditation. You get lost in a thought. You don't know who made you lost. Somehow you're lost. But it's your responsibility. This is when the karma begins. So the thought which is just there, if it's left just there, the glue that binds it into I, me, and mine is not present. The thought comes and goes. Even if it's a terrible thought, there is no harm. Even if it's a beautiful thought, there is no gain. He was saying that many times, wasn't he? That the mind itself, the open nature of the mind, is not improved by good thoughts and not damaged by bad thoughts. So, in the first stage of karma, in this 4-stage process we looked at, the first stage is I am real and the object is real. We have a thought about something in relation to ourselves. We want to make something not mine. So I'm tired of my partner. I'm going to kill her and chop her up and put acid in the bath and dissolve her and throw her out in the countryside. Not a bad thing to do. Yeah, all planned. I confess. That requires a lot of thinking and planning and doing because I don't want this near me. Other times we take something. The mind is the glue that binds us into this object has something to do with me, and therefore I have to act by pulling in or pushing away. So it is the identification which is the real issue. In Tibetan, this is called sampa, and sampa means to think, but particularly an intentional thought. And it's that intention which is about relationship, which binds me into the connection. So you sit in the meditation, and maybe a thought comes, I don't know, from some old horror movie. You suddenly remember somebody being cut to pieces with razors. All kind of things happen in meditation. Does that mean you want to kill someone? It's just a thought. Whose thought? It's just there. It's just there. Why is it there? Due to causes and conditions. But if you claim it, then it will be yours. You will become involved. This is the meaning of attachment in Buddhism. The phenomena arising are neutral. They are there, but they are there without any bias, and our mind can be without bias or tendency, allowing it to be there. But as soon as we go towards it wanting more, or away from it wanting less, this creates a binding, because we've made the relationship which is making that object real and important and connected with me. And this is what drives karma. Which is why sitting in the meditation and allowing what is there to be there, even when we get a bit twitchy, we don't want this there. We want more of that there. It's that twitchiness or that mobilization of energy, that is the dangerous thing. And of course, this is why in some of the systems there are a lot of preliminary practices, including pranayama of various kinds, controlling the breath. It's all to relax the system. When we are relaxed, let it be. When we're a bit agitated, we're not so sure. It is our own agitation which is a kind of latent arousal. If you put some milk in a pan and you put it on the gas on a very low heat, we'll take it up quite hot, but not enough to really cook it. Then you just turn the gas up, and within a couple of seconds the milk boils over, because it was just below that point. This is the state of arousal that many people are in all the time now, through traumas and so on. The sympathetic nervous system, the system in the autonomous nervous system which is preparing us to react to situations, is aroused. Many people are full of adrenaline. They are ready for action. You can see it in the way their bodies are locked and how they walk down the street and they're checking things out. And they're very wary. This is a terrible state to be in, because it just takes one small thing. Are you looking at me? Because now, like the milk, I'm ready to boil over. I myself am keeping myself warm. One little gesture from you and I'm very hot. So this is what is dangerous. So again and again, the practice is to relax and release. Relax and release. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You see that again with small children. They have something and they drop it. They start crying. And we say, oh, sweetie, it doesn't matter. I get you another. No, but I did. What? Oh, because it's very important. Why is it important? For the parent, they see these things don't matter. But for the child, excuse me, being trapped in that, it's very important. And this is our life. Due to our own personalities, our tendencies, particular forms in the world, which don't matter at all to other people, for us are vibrating with meaning and intensity. If that doesn't happen for us, it will be tragic. So this is what we're trying to come to in the practice, is to be so calm that the hook of the world, the hooks which are embedded in our projections which we have left there, that because we have made certain factors in the world, certain people, certain activities, certain foods, clothes, whatever, think we have made these very special and important and significant. And so, like a boomerang, that meaning that we've put in the object is coming back to us. That's what karma means. If we are calm, if the surface is clear, like polished steel, there's nothing for it to hook onto. So when, when it's talking about this natural purity or intrinsic purity, kata, it means that the surface is so calm. It says naked, fresh, uncovered, very smooth. It's not reacting. So whatever arises, like the reflection in the mirror, it doesn't set up any traction, any hooking and mobilization. This is how that part of karma works. Okay. Also, in this kind of text, they're not talking very much about compassion, but it's implicit because the general principle is that with these three kayas, the Dharmakaya, the mind itself, this is for us. We recognize the nature of our own mind. But then the two form kayas, the Sambhogakaya and then the Manakaya, these are for other people. In the non-dual field, everything we do is for others. Our faces face out. Our faces are given to other people. If you want to see your face, you have to look in a mirror. You see your face as a reflection. Other people see your face, but you will never see your own face. You are for the other. You give yourself to the other person. This is an amazing thing. Our embodiment shows this. How are we going to be with the other? In this non-dual field, everything we do is in this field of interconnectivity. So this is compassion itself. Not that we have to think, how will I help this person? What is wrong with them? How are they suffering? But because we are in it together, there is a non-conceptual immediacy in our responsiveness. If you were doing massage, a kind of shiatsu in a yin style, you wouldn't be coming with an intention, you wouldn't be looking for the pressure points. You would just be allowing the body to reveal itself and respond into that. You don't have to have any plan, you don't even really need to have any knowledge of the anatomy of the person, but you trust that this exquisite energetic form shows, and by receiving it, you find yourself in a response. It doesn't have to be mediated through knowledge or concepts or even any kind of training. In fact, we often have to detrain from our training in order to be in relationship. So it's also the chance to think differently about compassion, because compassion often has a top-down thing. Even in this refuge and bodhicitta that we said at the beginning, may I become enlightened in order to help all sentient beings. So I'm going to go up, and then I look down from the top of the mountain, and I throw some crumbs from my table. Maybe not. Okay, so now we are on page 76 in the English version. And so here he's talked about the ground in terms of the two purities, the path in terms of the Sambhogakaya formation of the five certainties, and now the Nimanakaya form of the five uncertainties. This is a little bit of a kind of scholarly movement, because he's linking up lots of different ideas. He's saying, don't think that there are 10,000 different things you have to know in the Dharma. Everything comes into one point. So the Nirmanakaya is linked to the root of Nirmita, which means sparks from a fire. If you're out on a summer evening and you have a big fire blazing and you have some pine wood on it, little sparks are shooting off all the time. So this is what out of this radiance, little gestures come. This is what our kindness is, isn't it? You smile at someone, you help them find a seed, or you make them a cup of tea. These are little sparks. It just whoop, and it's gone. Whoop, and it's gone. We don't need to build anything on that. So this is really the Nirmanakaya. It's not a job. So the result of the being in the Sambhogakaya is the outflowing of this manifesting, and it has 5 non-certainties. With the actualization of the meaning of the unborn natural mode and the powerful flow of the ceaseless radiant mode, the various forms of energy are self-arising and self-liberating. In another term in Dzogchen, this is called the aspect of Hlundrup, that without conscious intention, just through the connectivity of non-duality, gestures arise as they are required. So it's saying here that the energy is self-arising and self-liberating. It's not grounded in a conscious intention. It's not even going for a purpose. You just do it because you do it. Not even that it needs to be done because someone else might not see that it needs to be done, but you do it because you do it. And then it's over. So it never becomes something very important. And so there is stillness, movement into stillness. There is silence, movement into sound, and then silence again. And it's very important that it settles, that there's no echo, there's no vibration going on. What did you do today? I was playing. What were you playing at? I was playing. But what did you do all day long? I was playing. Children know that big people are very stupid because big people always want to have a lot of details and explanation, and the child is just playing. What are you doing with the shovel? Get a life, eh? Little one, look. So this is the same in this level. We just do it. And then it's gone. And there's no need for a narrative. There's no need for an explanation. Because it's self-dissolving. Leaving no trace. We're not like generals who want to have a statue put up on a big plinth in the center of the town. When we go, it's gone. Something else will come. By means of this, the resultant manifest mode acts for the benefit of sentient beings via the 5 non-certainties. Thus, the non-certainty of place is the ability to go to whatever place in the 6 realms it's necessary to arrive at for the sake of those who are ready. This means, and clearly what it says, that we respond in different ways to different people. When we are here with other people, we have different conversations with different people. What is set up between us is the possibility of speaking or not speaking. It's not that we intend to do that or we have some game plan or master plan. We just find ourselves doing things differently if we are actually present. If we are in our own neurotic state or in our monologue situation, then you can blather the same story to everyone. But that's not relational. Relation begins first with the perception of the other, which is the Sambhogakaya. You're in the field, the shared field of experience, and then you see in someone's face whether they want to be quiet or they're happy to be connected. Then you have a connection, and it has its own time. And then it's gone. Then something else happens. So this is what it means is that you don't know where it's going to occur. And it can occur under any circumstance, depending on the possibility. And the possibility is always situational. In small country towns, you can greet people in the street. In London, you don't greet people in the street. It would be very strange in the big city to say good morning to someone. Who the fuck are you? In the country, if you don't say good morning, people say, oh, what's the matter with you? This is the meaning of the relational field. It's not up to the individual. We take our place. Doors open or close. So in that sense, although the Nirmanakaya or compassion is dynamic and showing, it's not phallic, it's not priapic. That is to say, it doesn't have a need to do something. It is an availability which can respond. And that's a very big difference, because there are all sorts of NGOs, these non-governmental organizations, which are very phallic. They're running all over the world trying to get money to do this, to intervene, this, that, and the other, not necessarily very helpfully. Something must be done. Why? Because there is suffering. Why is there suffering? Is what you're going to do going to remove the suffering? Why are you doing it? Because I like doing it. Okay, that at least is honest. You want to be in Médecins Sans Frontières because you like excitement. So you want to be in the jungle and you hear the guns going off and you adrenaline's going, great, that's nice for you. Whether that's compassion or not is another matter. Understanding our own motivation is very, very important, because self-sealing, self-referential motivation is a de facto violence towards the other. It will always be impositional because it starts with me. What this is talking about is starting with the field, and the field permits movement or not. It's not all up to me. In this way, wisdom and compassion are linked together.
Jane? Just wonder, just taking back to movement, there's a place in interaction for both giving impulse and responding to impulse. And you seem to be talking mostly about the responding side.
Yeah.
But giving impulses doesn't have to be, taking over.
But if you give something to someone they don't want, that would be different. That's why the field comes first. We have to receive the field before we can give to the field, otherwise we don't know what to give.
Yeah.
So if I invite you for dinner and I cook you a steak and you're a vegan, my generosity is not very useful. Yeah, it's just like that. We have to work out what is the other person's palate, what can they eat. If you don't like chili, why would I put chili in the food for you?
But isn't it somewhere in the middle that, there's also, they're both needed in there though. That it's no need to give an impulse in ignorance, really. But at the same time, you could go so far that you never tried to do anything.
Yeah, but this is not talking about being far back. This is talking about deep connection with the field, that we start as part of the field. We're not coming from outside and making an intervention. We're not cutting into the world. We are already in the world with other people. And our permission is given by what's there. And so it's not that it's the ego is overactive. So form, we know a lot about form. We don't know very much about emptiness. Emptiness is wisdom. For most of us, we need to practice a lot on the empty side because we're so skilled at running around and doing things. So being more passive receptive is not going to make us completely helpless, but rather it opens up what is the basis for the movement of the action. Rather than it coming out of my need, my desire, my habit formation, it's like, as a participant in the field, what is the right time? You see this a lot in group therapy, for example. The anxious person is inside themselves trying to find the moment they can say what they need to say. And if inevitably they say it at the wrong time. Because they're not in the group. And the funny thing is, if you relax and you're just part of it, you find suddenly words are coming out of your mouth. That is really what this means. That you trust that belonging or non-duality is the basis for the connective life flow, not the inner intention.
But in the example you gave about NGOs working or would it be that if I was a doctor and somebody knocked on my door in Bracken and I could respond, that would be okay?
Yeah.
It's not any good if I go to Africa and try and help the people who are desperate for doctors. Is that really what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what is the structure of these kind of organizations and who do they attract? And they tend to attract fairly buzzy people in my experience. The question is, what is the nature of the problem? The problems are usually political, and they're not going to be solved by these levels of intervention. Moreover, it's the question of what is the basis for saying something to someone. Do you do it on the basis of truth? So if somebody saw some older person hurtling along the road and went up to them and said, hey, you need to get a hip operation, is that kind or not kind? The person might say, fuck off. Fuck off and die. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I should do with my life? Huh? Big smart arsehole. Oh, thank you so much. I never realized that there was anything wrong with my hip. This is the blindness of knowledge, that we're going to help other people out as if they're deaf, dumb and blind. They're mostly not. People make different kind of decisions. The doctor says to the patient, oh, you need to lose some weight. Oh, what a surprise, doctor. Okay. The non-certainty of form is the ability to manifest in whatever form is appropriate to educate beings. Now, clearly from this, you could intervene on someone because it might be necessary, but on what basis would you know that it's necessary? This is where it's very tricky. Because if you do it on your authority, if you think, I am a well-trained professional and it is my duty to do these things, then it's a monologue. It's flowing out of your self-positioning. What he's saying is that we take on the forms which are necessary to the situation, which means if we are in a habitual, familiar form, we're probably off balance. Other people invite us to be multiple. The fact that we relate to lots of people of different ages, different backgrounds, genders, education, and so on, is fantastic, because it's through that we learn different moves. Just as last night, different kind of music was coming on. Some kind of music has half the people dancing, some kind of music has almost everybody dancing, because people find their way into different kind of music. And the bodies are moving differently according to the music. This is all he's saying, really, is that trust the context and allow yourself to manifest as what is required. Of course, on an ordinary level, that means we have to overcome shame, guilt, fear, core negative beliefs, core positive beliefs, family traditions, and so on. Being for the other is a great liberation for the self. The non-certainty of retinue is the ability to be available for whoever needs help, be they high or low, good or bad.
Sorry, what is retinue? What is retinue?
Retinue means the people around the king. So it's talking about when you see it in a mandala, you always have the central, excuse me, the central figure, and then they have what's called their circle or their retinue. So our retinue, if we're in this enlightened mode, is whoever needs help. And it could be any kind of person, not necessarily very nice people, but any kind of person. The non-certainty of Dharma is the ability to teach the different vehicles according to the capacity of different individuals. This means that the Dharma doesn't stay in its, as it were, pure form or in the form of the text. That in bringing the Dharma into relation with other people, we need to use many different kinds of examples to try to find something that will be proximate, that will be close to their lived experience. Because the Dharma is not a thing. It's not that you have to study these particular books or they have to be explained in this particular way. The purpose of transmitting the Dharma is freedom. It's awakening. So whatever can help in that process is useful. And we are, of course, at quite a fortunate time because in our world we have many possibilities of understanding Dharma. And I hope that the next wave will be the recognition that Western culture is not so very different from Dharma in many ways. For example, this Russian theorist Mikhail Bakhtin developed what he called the notion of novelness, that novels, stories, help to make people bigger. That when you read a novel, if it's a good novel, the characters start to move around inside you. So you start off as one person with your own fixations, and by relating to art, you become populated with echoes of other people's voices. This makes you big, and this then opens up your capacity to relate to other people. So literature itself allows that to happen. And he developed this particularly in thinking about the novels of Dostoevsky. And Dostoevsky, as we know, is primarily concerned with tragic self-preoccupation. He's very much concerned with how we get caught in something, how an idea takes us over, and we can't free ourselves. So you think, I need the money, I'm going to take it from that old woman, I'm going to kill her. And the idea comes and it's horrifying and the person's frightened. But each time the idea comes, when we read this, we start to recognize ourselves. I also get overtaken by these things. So the fact that we see a character enacting it takes away some of the shame of being the only person in the world that is like that. We start to see, oh, this is the human situation. Many, many things are possible. And therefore, how can the richness of these many different possibilities be a basis for freedom rather than limitation? The multiplicity, if it becomes narrowly attached to, is a restriction, but the multiplicity of possibilities in our minds, when it's relational, lets us see, oh, different things can be done. How will we talk? So, when Raskolnikov is with the police inspector and being interrogated, very interesting. How do you interrogate someone? How do you make someone show their ill-at-easeness? By doing very little. Marvelous. Literature and art are incredibly precious so that we see, oh, in order to help beings, I have to allow them to be the way they are. And in order to do that, I have to allow myself to be the way I am. So if I know my tendencies and I'm trying to be open to you, It would be like at night time going into your lounge or dining room without the light on and trying to get to the sink without banging into the table. You have to have the embodied memory of where things are located. So similarly, you have to know your own neurosis so that you don't activate your neurosis in relation to someone else. So recognizing it, not blaming yourself, not being over-identified with it or in denial of it, allows you to move around the furniture and give as much space as possible to the other person. So Western thought and Dharma are not two different realms. It would be bizarre if they were, because Dharma is presented as being the basis of all experience, and therefore it can be inclusive of many kinds of understanding. Then fifthly, the non-certainty of time is the ability to appear in whatever time disciples are ready, be it past, present or future. That can mean being able to move across time because of the non-differentiation of time, but it also could mean in a very ordinary way that you can talk about the past, you can talk about the future, you can talk about the present. If you want to help someone understand their limitations, sometimes talking about childhood trauma is very important. If you want to help them, sometimes talking about future plans and how they could be less self-defeating in their activity in the world could be helpful. Sometimes you could be talking to them directly about what's transacting between you in the present moment. So it's not that there is any fixed way, but we have to see where is the key to the lock which won't open. Where is the person held? Some people are held in being unable to think about the future. They don't know what to do with their lives. So they're just echoing around like a leaf in the wind. Other people feel that their life is overdetermined by what happened in their childhood. Because somebody did this to me, therefore I can't do this or I must do this. So being able to look into these different aspects of someone's life and make the connection there can be the way of helping. And all of that means is there is no map. You can learn different techniques and so on, but the technique is never the answer in itself. It has to be the relationship, which is the allowing of the revealing of the other's lived situation as it's revealed to you, maybe revealed in a different way to someone else. But if you're connected with them, in this shaping which is revealed to me, this is the line of access. And we follow the line of access. Yeah.
What he highlights here a couple of times is that if the other is ready, and this is what I find so complicated. When do I know that he's ready? Even if I try certain, let's say, techniques, or if I don't try not to do anything, and I constantly get the situation, and I constantly get the situation, no.
Yeah. Well, we know that the two main forces of trauma in anyone's life, and for cattle and dogs and so on, is abandonment, invasion. The supportive environment is too far away or too close. So pitching it just right is exactly the middle way. So if somebody says no, okay, no. We may think, listen, sweetie, last chance saloon, this is getting thin. Your life is getting to the edge. If you don't change now, but that is our thought. And maybe they will kill themselves. Maybe they will die. Maybe again they'll enter into a relationship with an arsehole and have a lot of beatings and trouble and so on. But if the bubble around them is impenetrable, then if you bring out your scalpel and stab into it, you are taken into violence. And your gift will not be well received. So we can, in a sense, we're always helping people to help themselves. And if we become too much the expert, the locus or the center of control is positioned outside the other person. And what we've done is we've helped them, but impoverished them or weakened them at the same time, because they become then dependent on some big expert doing it for them. Whereas in Dharma, the main thing is that each of us lives in our own skin, stands on our own feet, and finds the way forward in the complexity of our own lives. And this is what is meaning by the 5 uncertainties. We can meet people and they tell us something about their life, but we're not there. We're not looking out of their eyes, listening with their ears. We might think, I wouldn't put up with that. I couldn't put up with it. Maybe they can. Maybe they are mad to do it, or maybe they have more patience and toleration than us.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Where's transference at that point? I mean, if this is exactly what they're transferring on me, that they're making me to either the one who's going to abandon or to stab into something. Isn't that the central point? That I find some manner of helping them to see that, not making them.
Yeah. So the best way.
Exactly this.
Yeah.
That it is something relational that is happening right now in this moment.
But the difficulty in a lot of therapy in that case is that the scenario is too dyadic, especially in face-to-face therapy. If you have someone lying on a couch and you're not looking at them face-to-face, the words that are given by the therapist or analyst are, as it were, more disembodied. They're more in the place of the third. For example, in Dharma we say, in samsara, all beings have the 5 poisons. That means you have anger. You are jealous. I'm not jealous. But if we say, but all beings have the 5 poisons. They are anger, stupidity. You calling me stupid? No. All beings have stupidity. So when it's presented in the third position, in this neutral position, I'm just looking at the map. On the map it says this. Does the hat fit? But you have to know, I do that. But if I say, you do that, you get the resistance. And this is part of the problem. That in the transference, there is nowhere to hide if it's in the face-to-face. And the idea of gathering the transference in the old Freudian thing was always with the couch. It wasn't in the face-to-face. So the analytic technique has gone into very strange labyrinths around this, I think. Because the space to think depends on space, on some degree of clarity. And if I feel blamed, attacked, if I feel humiliated, if I feel embarrassed, how will I be able to think? You are the big powerful person who is telling me the truth about me. I feel shamed, small, inadequate. A lot of resistance comes in that way. So presenting it in a neutral way can be very useful. For example, models of therapy like transactional analysis, where you get a little diagram of parent states, adult states, child states, and you can sit with the person and look, oh, these are these patterns, or why don't you read this book? It sets out very common patterns of behavior. Wow, do you think any of that applies to you? Yes. So confession is very good. Ownership, I do that. Oh, now we can talk about it. You do that. No, I don't. So that's part of the issue, that is to, in a Dharma world, people take it as granted that they are wandering in samsara and confused. And therefore, I want help with these problems. Because, of course, I have these problems. It's part of the structure of existence. I'm here because I have these problems. So if I imagine I don't have these problems, I'm in a double stupidity. Not only am I stupid, but I'm being stupid about being stupid. Okay? Now we have to run on. Moreover, the manifest mode has 2 forms, the supreme manifest mode and the multifarious manifest mode. Supreme Manifest Mode has two aspects, the manifest mode descending from compassion and the manifest mode that ascends through the vehicles. So, in brief, this is out of the pure realm, the pure Buddha realm, divine forms arise, like Buddha Shakyamuni, who was always in the Tushita paradise and showed an illusory form in the world. He manifested the 12 events of a Buddha's life, but he himself was not there. It was an illusion. So this is the special form. There is also the Nirmana Kaya, which comes into the world and is recognized to go into a monastery or recognized as a tulku and goes through all the stages of learning and growing up. And this is when you ring your bell and put your hat on, take your hat off and so on. And they get to a stage where everybody says, oh, big Lama, you are somebody. They've gone up through these different levels. So that's what this means. Then the page, I'm going to run over this bit so quickly because it's self-evident. Page 77, the second paragraph. The multifarious manifest world has two aspects, showing the forms of being in the 6 realms and not showing such forms. So, traditionally we say in the 6 realms there are 6 Buddhas. The Buddha in the hot hell has cooling water. The Buddha in going into the cold hell has blankets. So the Buddha manifests in forms according to the particular needs of the beings in these different states. Or the Nirmanakaya can manifest as a bridge over a river if somebody needs to go over it. You could say also as antibiotics. Who is to say that these chemical formations are not the generosity of the Buddha? We think they're developed according to particular knowledge, but why did this particular knowledge arise? So new kind of crops come into the world. Perhaps even genetically modified crops are the Buddha's blessing. Do you think? Who knows? So many different forms arise. What this is essentially meaning is when you see someone, you don't know if they are a god or a demon. You don't know if they're a Buddha or a very stupid person. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Always imagine that people are calm, clear, and beautiful, with slight momentary aberrations. Otherwise, you imagine that they are terrible people, you get their number and you want to avoid them. Because the key thing is, if you close down, you won't make your own life happy and it'll cut you off from other people. So the belief in the openness or the goodness of the world is vital, which is why in the Tantric practice, we imagine everything is the mandala of Padmasambhava or Tara. Everything is pure, everything is perfect, it's made out of rainbows. We feel safe, we feel able to move. Confidence and trust are absolutely vital in life. Not trusting that you will never hurt me. Because if you get connected with someone, of course some pain will arise. But trusting that basically it's okay. Trusting that we can find a way through. Trusting that whatever arises is not the end of the story. It's just a difficult moment. A difficult moment wasn't there before, isn't here now, and won't be here later. So it's unpleasant, but it's not defining anything in a substantial way. So there is a lightness of spirit, which is what he was talking about earlier. Keep happy, keep bright, keep easy. It doesn't mean painting on a false face. It means not taking problems too seriously. The 5 perfections. We have gained this precious existence, and so we should practice properly. The perfection of place for us is to stay in a solitary hermitage. Well, we've looked at what that means if you live in the city. It means being with silence even in the midst of noise, being with stillness even in the midst of movement. What is silent and still? This is awareness. Staying in awareness, we are always in a solitary hermitage. The perfection of teacher is to meet an accomplished guru, if you're lucky. The perfection of Dharma is to practice the unsurpassed Vajrayana, the Tantric tradition, or the Dzogchen tradition. Perfection of retinue is the assembly of male and female practitioners who are in harmony with the Dharma. The perfection of time is the present time in which you practice to gain enlightenment in one lifetime. This is the best possible time. We are the best possible people. This is good news. So we should do this. Then of course he says something with a little bit more difficult. Just take enough food to stay alive. Now you can see that this is my own practice. I am the living embodiment of this teaching. Wear just enough clothing to protect yourself from the wind and practice without being concerned with this life. We are at the top now of page 78. What it means is, of course, you have to follow the cultural milieu, the attitudes that are around in the world in which you live. There's no benefit in dressing inappropriately. You might say, I'm a yogi, I'm going to wear rags. But if that creates a negative perception in another person, how are you going to help them? It's then just a self-referential obsession. He's talking about a particular cultural world in which if you did live in the mountains, people would offer you food. And there was support, and it was a very dry climate, so you could be living in a cave and not get too much rheumatism. You know, that's very different from being in a cold, wet country. Cold and wet is not good for the bones. Okay, so what he's saying in this page is take the Dharma seriously. The window of opportunity that you have is very short. Your life is busy. You're easily distracted. You don't have too much time to practice. And you will die. You don't know when you will die. So the actual amount of practice you can do before you die is not great. And when you die, you will wander somewhere else. You may not be in a human body, or you may be born in some country where everybody is obsessed with killing, where not one word of Dharma is ever heard. That's also possible. This is scary shit. This is really frightening. Because the sun is shining today, it may not be shining tomorrow. We have an opportunity. If we don't use this opportunity, maybe it doesn't come again for a very long time. So, whether walking or sleeping or sitting or talking, where am I? Where do words come from? Who is this person I'm talking to? We go back into the view, through the view into the meditation. And in that way you get some benefit. Otherwise, life will go by thinking about the Dharma, rather than massaging it into your own being moment by moment, day by day. So again, he's giving some general instruction. Don't go after past ideas. Don't wait expectantly for future ideas. Free your present awareness from effort and contrivance. This means so many of the habitual structures that you have are not necessary. Our effort and our contrivance are structured around two things: the hope of gain and the fear of loss. We defend ourselves against the things we don't like, and we try to increase our ability to connect with the things that we do like. he's saying, don't do this. Now, this is against all our training and against the ego's desire. But in the meditation, allow the mind to be as it is. As it says in many of these Dzogchen texts, if you go to heaven, go to heaven. If you go to hell, go to hell. Maybe we will get some terrible disease. Maybe we get a cancer. Some cancers are incredibly painful. Then you're moving towards death in pain. What does this mean? But I've been doing Dharma, this shouldn't be happening. Whoa, not at all. This is your luck. Someone else is not having that. They're luckier than me. They're only luckier than you if you think that their life is better than yours. As my mother used to say, look at what's on your plate and eat it and stop looking at your brother's plate. So, if you have sickness, if you have chronic back pain, if you're lonely, if you're prone to depression and anxiety, whatever it is, this is what's on your plate. How are you going to eat it? If you keep giving negative judgments about it or keep trying to change it, not necessarily very helpful from the Dzogchen point of view. Stay with the mind as it is, which means stay with the openness of the mind and stay with the content of the mind as it reveals itself. The central idea is whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. Be with what is there. This itself is liberation. This is the liberation of all the Buddhas. So this is very challenging. Without striving, remain tranquil. Without grasping, stay loose. Without sinking, stay sparkling and alert. Now, you might say, oh, he's telling me that I have to not do this, so I'm being artificial. All of the things that he's describing are movements of the mind. We move up into excitement with lots of thoughts. We move down into depression and sinking and fogginess. This is the movement of the mind. The mind itself is not in that movement. So when he's saying, don't do this, it's the do this that's already there. We are doing it. If you say, don't do it, it means relax, stay open, stay fresh. You only do it when you get caught by the thought, caught by the habit, caught by the impulse. Just relaxing, relax in the out-breath. Before you sit to meditate, you can have a hot bath or a shower. You can put on some music and dance. You feel more relaxed. You can do some yoga practice. There are many, many things you can do. Now you feel a bit relaxed. You sit there. All kinds of things are coming. You just stay with that. You can't make yourself relax. Relaxation is the nature of the mind. This is the whole thing. You say, oh, now you relax. So, you see this with soldiers. They're out on the parade ground. Attention! Stand at ease. Put the foot out. Stand at ease. Because they were holding themselves together. If you stop holding yourself together, you are at ease. Being at ease is not effortful. Standing to attention is effortful. Being busy is effortful. But we are so used to making the effort of busyness that it is second nature to us. We do it automatically without thinking. And we're not so used to being relaxed. So then we think, shit, how do I relax? Some new special thing that you have to do. This way you go crazy. Relaxation is what is there prior to, during, and after all activity. The mirror is relaxed and open. You put the cloth over the mirror, nothing's happening, it's okay. Open it up, all sorts of images are coming. It's okay. Put the cloth on again. It's okay. The mirror is not agitated by the presence or the absence of activity, of movement. So this is very important for us to trust that our own nature is, as the text says, primordial purity, untarnished, open, clear, relaxed, peaceful. This is how it is. It is our own turbulence, our own cogitation, mental activity, which charges us up and makes us very anxious and tight.
James? But when there is constriction inside, then often is needed a little impulse, a little activity to let this go. So this means when I do the usual practice and I perceive this constriction or this tension or whatever, I need a little activity to let go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that kind of antidote is what we need to apply. The danger with that is we think, the end of the day, I can only relax with a whiskey. So the whiskey helps me relax. So the basis of my relaxation is the whiskey. So I always need the whiskey. I feel really good after yoga. Unless I do yoga, I don't feel relaxed. Yoga is making me relax. So then the notion is relaxation is some kind of artificial state. So I wind myself up and then I wind myself down. Both are things that I'm doing. And of course, on an ordinary level, that's true. So when we're relaxed, really open to that and be fully present in it and allow it to deepen and enlarge. And then we experience that movement can occur inside the relaxation. And then we have more confidence that the relaxation is actually the quality of the natural condition rather than just another construct. But on a general level, of course, we do things to relax. So all of this till the end of the text is pretty self-evident on the basis of what we've done. Because I want to go on to the section on advice on practice for great meditators. The term great meditator is full of irony. It's not quite serious. We are all great meditators. So he's saying, you people who meditate a lot and who understand something, now listen to what I have to say. We've all been revolving in samsara for a long time. Through this we've experienced many different kinds of conditions. This has been due to ignorance. This understanding is inseparable from the Dzogchen view, because if you get it, it's clear. If you don't get it, you're swept away in the waves. This is the fact. It's not that, because it's pure from the very beginning, it doesn't matter whether I engage with it or not. If you don't engage with it, if you don't open to your own nature, you won't be anywhere except blown hither and thither. In order to realize the nature of awareness, you must practice the Dharma. It says that there are inconceivable number of teachings. They come from many different references, many different texts you can read. But we who are called great meditators have no need of many different dharmas. What we need is the definite awakening to our own instant awareness, which is the essence of all dharmas. The mind is chief. The Buddha says this in the Theravadan text, the Mahayana text, Tantric text, every kind of text. The Buddha says the main thing is the mind. The body is an aspect of the mind, speech is an aspect of the mind. Because the body and the speech are the energy of the mind. Thoughts and feelings are the energy of the mind. Therefore, if we don't know what our mind is, then we have a problem. If you have this definite awakening, then the meaning of all dharmas is encompassed within it. For the roar of the Buddha arises from the actualization of your own awareness. That is to say, this awareness is always there, but it's as if it is a seed which has not been planted in the ground. It's a potential. It is actually the functional basis of all our experience, but in terms of the path, in terms of where we stand in relation to it, it's something which has to be actualized. It has to be awakened. It has to be allowed to manifest clearly. It is always manifesting clearly, but not for us. So it's fully there and doesn't need to be changed or transformed. It's not to be improved in any way, and yet we're not in touch with it. This is something that can't be understood intellectually. Only when you get some direct experience yourself, then, oh, it's obvious. It's like that. When you're on the outside, it doesn't make any sense. I remember when I was, I think, about 11 in my primary school, a little group of us used to meet together in the playground in a corner and talk about sex. Because we knew that when you went to big secondary school, sex is very important. So we would go at home and read the little dictionaries and encyclopedias that our parents had and copy out things and bring in definitions about what is a penis and so on. It was very interesting. But before puberty, sex is, you can't really understand it. Then you get a bit bigger and you start to have some feelings and sensations and so on. You start to think, wow, this is sex. But before, it's just some abstraction. It's the same with the meditation. You can, you can read all these texts, but it's just some vague idea. If you don't get ripe in it, if it doesn't come to live inside you, it's not really going to mean very much. So then now he says very precisely, this is how to go about getting that definite actualization. Start by developing the bodhicitta of abiding in the nature of the view of Samantabhadra in order to benefit all sentient beings, as many as would equal the extent of the sky. Means, if you want to really benefit all beings, you have to settle your mind in its own natural condition, which is exactly the mind or the heart of the Buddha Samantabhadra, the primordial Buddha, who is always awake, has always been free and fresh. This is available to us, and we do this by doing the Guru Yoga of the 3 R's or relaxing into the out-breath and just being there. And when the thoughts and feelings arise, let them be there like clouds passing through the sky. This is the basis of the practice. Meditate clearly on the Guru Yoga, praying with deep inward devotion. So if you do the 3 R, you can also do the 7-9 prayer to Padmasambhava, pray to the 21 Taras, whatever additional practices you have to increase both the sense of the value of the R, that it is truly the presence of all the Buddhas, but also devotion helps to collect all our energy. If you pray with one-pointed attention, all the prana in the body will collect in the central channel. You don't have to do tumo and all the various kind of yogic exercises. By devotion itself, everything will become completely clear. This is the central Nyingmapa view.
So it's not saying that we need to start those practices by thinking of all sentient beings. It's by opening ourselves that will come.
Yeah, because when you're open, all beings are there. All beings are part of the clarity of the field. If I start in myself, then I'm going out to other beings. May I help all sentient beings. But I and sentient beings arise within the field of experience, because as we are sitting here, we are aware of our own body and we are aware of the body of other people. So we are in co-emergence in this very moment. You are revealed to me as I am revealed to me. You are my experience and I am my experience. How you are conditions how I am conditions my experience of you. So from that point of view, if you see the ground, the open empty ground, out of which the co-emergent non-dual field of experience arises, then necessarily your movement inside that is going to be compassionate, because it's a shared field. In a ballet company, if the corps de ballet is composed of prima donnas, there's a lot of problems. If you're in the corps de ballet, you're in the corps de ballet. You are not the principal dancer. So the young aspiring dancer who has hope and ambition has to stay inside precisely the choreography and the role. Same in the theatre. Their ambition, if it takes on too much of a form and they're trying to hook other people, is terrible, because that's not their job. It's exactly the position for us. If we are participants in the field with other people, we find a way of connecting. But if we start from our isolation, from our vision of ourselves, then we are out of kilter with the shared mood. And you know, in the Buddhist tradition, because of all sorts of cultural formations, the Buddha is made very special. What this text is saying, all beings have Buddha nature, that is what is special. My teacher was always very angry with the word special. He kept saying, nothing is special, everything has the same nature. So, being a participant means sometimes you're a bit high, you're a bit important, and sometimes you're a bit low, you're just a servant, you're just doing things. So it's that capacity to change your dimension according to the situation, which is the basis of compassion. And that comes from belonging, doesn't it? You do what is required. You don't start with yourself, you start with the field. I mean, what is very beautiful here is the way people just join in. They help to clean in the kitchen very easily, the room gets set up very easily. At the end, people help to tidy things away. Nobody's got to run around shouting and saying, do this, do that. People have eyes and hands. And eye-hand coordination, although we learn it very early in life, is often paralyzed by the ego. But when the eye-hand coordination is flowing smoothly, things happen very easily. And that's because, why wouldn't I do it? My teacher Siya Lama often said, I like everybody, but there's one kind of person I don't like, people with broken hands. People who won't do something. Because life is about participation. We find a way in. And participation pays big benefits. Because you're on the inside. If you're on the outside looking and thinking, I'm not sure what to do. Look. What needs to be done is there in front of you. Organize nose in the direction of task and do it. Not so complicated. Then he says, take the 4 initiations. In this text, that means visualizing the white light from the Guru's forehead, red light from the throat, blue light from the heart, and then all 3 coming together, which are the initiations, merging with the Guru merging into you and remain in the state of that merging of his mind with yours. If you read the chapter on Vajrasattva, it describes that practice very clearly. Don't recollect or follow the habits of past desires. Don't give rise to thoughts that explore the future. Now, again, we have to think what that means. If it says, don't give rise to thoughts that explore the future, a thought about the future may arise in your mind. Just let it go. you give rise to it if you enter into it and you think, yeah, tomorrow's Monday, I have to remember to, and then more and more thoughts mushroom out. If the thought is allowed, just like a cloud moving in the sky and then dissolving, it will leave no trace. So again and again he's saying, things become bad because of your investment, because of your energy. The central point is to do less. Less is more. Why? Because everything we need is already here. So trying to develop the mind in a particular direction is not so helpful.
Excuse me, James.
Yeah.
A very practical question
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, sitting quietly and being in touch with and just relaxing
Yeah.
opens up to things. I open up to things that I've forgotten to
Yeah.
do. So
Yeah.
might it at this point be helpful to just jot it down and then come back? Because, you know, knowing that I might forget it again,
Yeah.
that's the point where I get upset.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
mean?
I do indeed. And of course, very often in meditation, not only do you get the shopping list going, but you might get some amazing insight. So what will you do with that? Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. That is the hard path, just to let it go. Maybe I'll forget, and maybe I'll forget. What we see there is exactly the anxiety of me having to hold it together. The things in my life are very important. If I forget to do that, it will be difficult. I must do that. We feel that anxiety. Of course, if we have responsibilities to other people, sometimes it is truly important and it might be helpful to write it down. But what you can then do is observe what is happening when you do that. You get a momentary release, but a structural investment. So a traditional example for that is if you're thirsty, it's like drinking salt water. You get the momentary relief that now your mouth is wet, but the salt increases the thirst. So the more we give in to these habits, I mean, this is where the path of renunciation manifests in Dzogchen, that we have to let go of all these structures of our existence. And then we see, actually, they don't matter. One of my colleagues who headed a big psychotherapy service in a London hospital said, I never look at my emails, I never reply to any emails. If it's important, someone will phone me. And he lived like that for 15 years before he retired. That's a very good attitude. Because it's not, otherwise you get, oh, I have to reply to this and blah and blah and blah. And a lot of the stuff is not very important. And I remember when I was starting in therapy, my tutor said, if the patient says something and you don't get it or you don't reply in the right way, if it's important, they'll say it again. I mean, that's not always true, but generally it's true. So if it's very important, it'll come back later. But it is very important because it shows how much we are established in holding things together. And this idea that it's all up to me. It's all up to me. I think I mentioned before one time that when I was in Milan, a guy who was driving me around, we passed a big cemetery, and he said, oh, this is the home of the indispensables. Because we all think that we are indispensable in our lives. If I wasn't doing what I did, what would happen? It's up to me to take care of my children, my family, my this, my that. A bus hits you, life goes on. So, in the cemetery, everybody was indispensable, was incredibly important with all their important plans. But they are the disposed of indispensables. Because once you're dead, you're not really indispensable anymore. You start to smell very bad. So, situationally, all these things are very important. On the wider context, they don't really matter at all. In the first part of the book, when he's talking about old age, sickness and death, he describes some man dying. He's the patriarch, and he's telling the people around them what they have to do with his possessions and so on. And when he's dead, they do what they like. They do what they like. He's finished, silent. Until he dies, incredibly powerful. Oh my God. Now gone, piece of rotting meat. That's how it is. So it's very useful when they're saying renunciation. It's not that we have to give up our lives, but just think, why am I making it all so very important? There are always other ways of doing it. If I don't do it, someone else will do it, and they'll do it differently. This is what we learn at work. If we have people working under us, we have to delegate tasks. And if you delegate a task to someone, they will do it their way. They will not do it your way. And so it will look different from how you would have done it. And if you don't accept that, you're going to be a bad boss, because you're always going to be pissed off that it's not done the right way. So once we accept that, there are many ways to do it. There are many forms, and they're all okay. We can relax. We'll find a way. There's a flexibility in existence. Okay, we should take a break here, and then we will look at his last thoughts on meditation. Continue. So, our time will soon be at an end, and there is always more that we could do, but we've also done enough. Because the task now is to bring this understanding into our own practice. So we'll just move to the end of the text. So in many ways, he's just repeating what he has said in a slightly more condensed way. And when we read this, we have to read it that he is talking to us, as if some great meditator is in the room with us and just saying very gently, this is how you are. This is the teacher as the mirror. It's showing you this is who you are. Now you can believe or not believe. If you believe and you take that as the basis for your experience, then you really can get some benefit. So, in page 81, in the second paragraph towards the end, he says, don't give rise to thoughts that explore the future. So we looked at that just before. It means don't develop these thoughts if they come. Here in the present moment, remain free of the notions of an active subject and of deeds being done. I am raising my hand and putting my glasses over my eyes. I am doing this. That's not a very complicated idea. James is doing something. You can see James is doing something, and even James himself knows what he's doing to a certain extent. So, I am the active agent. You are not putting my glasses on me. I am doing that. We have a feedback loop, what's sometimes called self-reflexivity, that in the action there is an affirmation that the doer of the action is I, me, myself. This is very deeply embedded in us. It's the basis for children learning to take responsibility, that there are things that they have to do and things that they should not do, and so on. What he's saying here is, be very careful with this. remain free of the notions of an active subject. The glasses are going on. Who is doing this? Well, movement of the body is doing this. Why? Because now my eyes are not so strong. If I lift the book, it's more difficult to read without the glasses. So, lift book, blurred page, glasses. Oh, that's good. Who is doing that? The normal self-referential narrative says, I am doing it, and doing it to me, for me, as me. That is an interpretation. That says the ground or the basis of the activity is I, me, myself. I am the master. I am in charge. This is the validation of the ego, not just as an organizational site of activity, but as the origin and controller and master. There's a difference between these two. If I didn't know that I was putting this on and off my head, I would be in a pretty bad state. I might be in a very obsessional state where I'm always doing it. That would be terrible. So the recognition in terms of a description, the hand which can be said to belong to me is rising up and putting the glasses on my head, is describing the flow of an action. Where does that come from? From the general Buddhist point of view, it arises due to causes and conditions, to dependent origination, due to the development of these sensory motor skills in early childhood and their continuing activation. I can put the glasses onto my head without sticking it in my eye. At a certain point, maybe I get a shaky hand. Oh, I have to do it. That's better. Until now, I haven't reached that state. Due to causes and conditions. We think, I'm healthy. Due to causes and conditions. At any moment, sicknesses, strangenesses arise. We are not the owners of the body. We are not in charge. So that's what he's meaning. It's not that agency in the in the sense of the organization of activity is not occurring. Of course that's occurring. But what is the ground of that? The basis of that movement of energy is the mind itself. This is part of the unfolding of the field. So if you over-condense and say, it's all up to me, I am the doer of the deed, in the sense not just that I recognize this is an action I'm involved in, but this is the expression of my autonomous, independent will to power. That secondary definition cuts you off from the ground of being. So that's what we have to be careful of. So our ordinary linguistic usage is very much affirming the first person singular and the singularity of all the people we meet, not in terms of their rich diversity as the richness of the field of experience, but in terms of separated individual people, each of whom is being themselves, doing themselves as some kind of self-existing phenomena. None of the schools of Buddhism, Theravada or whatever, would agree with that. The 5 skandhas are exactly a critique of that position. And for meditators it's important because if you have a period of time where the meditation doesn't go well, you can easily say, I don't know how to meditate, I can't meditate, meditation's not for me. So you come to a self-referential conclusion. There is some essence in me that's just not working with meditation. I'm going to do something else. What is making meditation difficult are obscurations, habitual patterns and so on, which get in the way of the free opening of the energy arising from space and the energy merging in space. This is a habit formation which can dissolve, which can change. But when we over-conceptualize it and make it as our base, we are separated from the field. These are my glasses. They exist in the world. Please don't steal them because I need them. I am taking these glasses as an object in the world and putting them onto my face. I am doing something to me, for me. I am making use of something which is not me, the glasses, because there is a progressive degeneration of my eyesight, and so I become less able to read without the glasses. That is a very dualistic reading of the situation. And that's what we need to be suspicious of. Who is the one who is doing the deed? The movement of the hand and the glasses is a movement of manifestation or energy, some flow of sequence of tightening and relaxing of muscles manifests in this way. It arises due to this particular situation, the causes and conditions and so on. That is not a proof that there is some James factory inside James who is pumping out Jamesness. Everything about me is not me. This body develops in relation to the food I eat. The hair falls out of the top of my head in relation to the family history of hair loss and the fact that I'm older. These are phenomena which belong in the world. I didn't make my own clothes. I didn't invent the English language. I am making use of found objects. This became a big thing in modern art in the 1960s. Remember, found objects. People would collect all sorts of bits of driftwood and bricks and stones and plant them in a gallery. But this is what we do. We are all magpies. We are taking things and saying they're mine. It's my apple. It's my thought. It's my activity. But if we actually look, we are organizing and rearranging material which is already there in the world. That is to say, the I or the ego is a mode of energy moving in the field of energy and shifting patterns of energy. It is not an essence, it's not an entity, it's not a self-definition, and it's not the source. So this is a very, very important point for us. And we have to be attentive to language, because language is so full of statements about the individual as the agent. So, you must recognize your own awareness as the Buddha's understanding. That is to say, the open awareness is the ground of the energy which manifests as self and other. In the moment that I'm putting on my glasses, the Buddha is putting on the glasses. The Buddha nature puts on the glasses. Then the Buddha nature takes them off according to circumstances. This is the Nirmanakaya. If the Buddha put the glasses in the ear, that wouldn't be very helpful. However, if we had some small children who were very upset, we might do that. Oh! Then they start laughing. Now they feel better. That would be the Nirmanakaya, because the function would be different. The fact that these are called glasses, and normally we put them on our eyes, doesn't mean there aren't other things we can do. We can break the glass and cut our wrists. Also possible. Many things are possible with these glasses. So, these are situationally manifesting forms of energy. Moreover, the nature of your awareness is empty and without self-substance. It's free of all conceptual elaboration. It is innate clarity and understands itself by itself. Now, this is, again, very important, because it comes to this question of looking for your mind, or witnessing yourself, or observing yourself. That would indicate that we are some kind of split subject. We've got a self that is the object and a self that is the subject. Oh, what did I do yesterday? Oh, now I remember. So the self as a memory is the object, and the self as the rememberer is trying to claw it back. Oh, yes, that's what happened. We're used to that. So here he's describing that there is no substance to be found in that, and that understanding is of itself by itself. Therefore, it's not a cognitive understanding. Again, this is the limits of language. If you're dancing and you're moving with the music, the more you're in the flow of that movement, the more there's a sense we can say the body dances itself. And yet, you're aware that the body is dancing. The revelation of the dance in the awareness isn't about an observing. Because if you start to observe yourself dancing, you'll create a triangulation. And that will collapse the dancing. So dancing is presenting itself not as an object to be known, but as the luminous clarity of the unfolding of the energy. Does that make sense? Maybe some of you experienced that last night. Just, woo. It's this, it's this. It's neither subject nor object. It's the showing of the shining, brilliant surface of awareness. So that's what it's meaning here by it's self-luminous or self-understanding. It's not a thing to be grasped, but it is both showing and somehow transparently obvious. There's nothing hidden inside it. It is what it is. So we don't need to interpret or to look for secret meanings or unconscious aspects or things which are disguised. It just is what it is. And most of our life actually is like that. It is clear and unpolluted. Unpolluted means because it is what it is, even when you feel like shit, the shit isn't a pollution. When you feel depressed, lonely and sad, from the point of view of your ego desire, you say, I don't want to feel like this. This is an obscuration. I can't relax until I'm happy. That's an interpretation. I feel terrible and I'm here. Terribleness is niched within being here-ness. These are like Russian dolls. What is important in life is to be present as the big doll. The big doll is the Dharma Dhatu, the Dharmakaya. All the other little dolls fit into the big doll. If you become the ego, you're the little doll, and nothing will fit into you, but you endlessly have to locate yourself niched in something else. So we relax in space. The feeling tone arises. I'm really depressed. Tomorrow's Monday. I can't face going to work or whatever it would be. Or I've got to talk to my kids about something and I hate these conversations. And there's a tensing. What is there? An emotional feeling of unpleasantness, a physical tensing. You can make a phenomenal description of what is occurring. These are movements and patterns. Do we need to make a conclusion on the basis of it? It is what it is. Unhappiness is my experience. In ordinary language, I am unhappy, but for a while, on the basis of these conditions, it will change. That would be a relative managing interpretation to ourselves. But in the immediacy of the awareness, it is what it is. Having no expectation, like in the meditation, we don't have a fixed object of meditation. Our meditation is to be with whatever occurs. So when you feel depressed or angry or jealous, this is it. It's there and then it's gone. So in that sense, it's unpolluted. We're only polluted by something if we think it is other than us. You're getting at me. I hate myself. I don't want my life to be like this. I hate getting old. I have aches and pains. There's so many ways you can construct an attack on yourself which shrinks you and sullies you, makes you dirty and messed up. These are just thoughts upon thoughts upon thoughts. Take it back to what is actually there. Don't cook it. Keep it raw. And it's a transient phenomenon. So this is very helpful both in the practice and in general. It's free on the intellect's focusing on objects and the reliance on signs. We've looked at this a lot. What I was just describing. Don't keep adding interpretations and words and concepts. Keep it simple, because it is always simple. It's always just this, and just this, and just this. And when you come to die, it will be just that. You may die in a car crash, you may die lying in a bed, you may die in your sleep. If you die sitting in a chair or in a bed when you're conscious, you're vanishing. If it's happening slowly, and not suddenly like with a heart attack, but if it's a slow fading, then you have time to watch the dissolving of yourself. That will be easier if you haven't spent so much time making yourself very strong. You can make yourself flexible, you can make yourself resilient, you can make yourself responsive in a compassionate, attuned way, but not solid. It's the solidity that gets in the problem, because now I'm losing that. That was always a memory, because each moment is self-liberating and goes. Oh, my books, and I never read them. The books were just an idea. But it's that kind of possessive glue which keeps us tethered, tied into particular fixed patterns of the world. But it's going, and it's going, and it's going. This is what self-liberation means. Because the object always goes, there's nothing to hang on to. Because the subject is always dissolving, there's no one to do the hanging on. In this moment, this is what it is. That's very beautiful.
But, sorry, what about healthy lifestyle to prevent some old age disease? I mean, there's a statistical probability to get lung cancer from smoking.
That's true.
Yeah, but lung cancer comes from the ground. Can't it hit anybody?
Well, according to the tradition, due to causes and conditions, due to the wider set of causes and conditions, this human body is impermanent and we don't know when we're going to die. Therefore, we have to die, because we all die. Now, how we die is dependent on aspects in ourselves and aspects in other people. You're walking home along the pavement, being a very good citizen, and a drunken driver comes off the road onto the pavement and kills you. These things happen. Your death is caused by someone else. You smoke, and you become an agent causing your own death. Either way, you have to die. If you don't kill yourself, someone else will kill you. Either a person or a mad dog or a disease. You know, you got to die. But unfortunately, it's not like a restaurant where they bring you the menu. Which one would you prefer? I'm not quite sure. Could I have a little bit of cancer and a sudden heart attack?
So a healthy lifestyle is not a concept.
No, a healthy lifestyle is a concept. But even people with a healthy lifestyle can die young. And people who smoke 40 cigarettes a day can live to 90. Because statistics is statistics. If we knew how to make ourselves happy, that would have been marketed and sold already. What people do is they market and sell things that say they will make you happy. Coca-Cola is the real thing. So maybe that's a hint of what could be the basis of a healthy lifestyle. If you want reality, have a Coca-Cola. But according to Buddhism, reality is an illusion. And the benefits of Coca-Cola are probably illusory as well. Unless you want to clean your spoons. Your true nature cannot be recognized as something. This, if you take nothing else away, this is the most central point. Whenever you find something, it's not what you're looking for. Okay? The reason we find something is because we go looking for something. Therefore, don't go looking for something. Stay where you are. Sit, just sit. All which is not essential will vanish. That which is the basis will be revealed. It's like that. But what we get are memories, plans for the future, happinesses, shared dancing or eating together, looking at someone's smiling face, feeling close to someone, and so on. These are temporary forms. They're not nothing at all. They're something, but they're an ungraspable something which moves from immediacy into memory. You can't really get them. But we keep looking for something. This is because we are caught in the paradigm, in the kind of worldview or orientation which says, I have a lack. Something is missing in me. Perhaps it's you. Perhaps it's you. Perhaps it's you. If only I was with you, I would be fulfilled. If only I have another slice of cake, I will feel better. The second coffee tastes better than the first. So we want more in order to fill up the lack, the gap, the absence. And it doesn't work. This is why we have consumerist capitalism. Because it's very easy to tell people that you need to have a lot of things. And the more things you have, the happier you become. When we look at our lives, we see that that's not true. But it's very easy to believe that. More thoughts, more feelings, see more movies, read more books, have more lovers, drink more wine, whatever it would be. They can't fill the hole. Because there's nothing wrong with the whole. The lack of that the ego experiences is the first taste of emptiness. There's a hole inside me called shunyata. So if you open to the hole, you find the hole is the hole. In English it works better. It is everything. This is the big mystery in life. That as long as you're seeking something to make you full, you will endlessly be emptied And when you allow yourself to be empty, then you will be ceaselessly filled up. It's amazing that our emptiness is the basis of the richness of infinite possibility. But when we see it as a specific shape, like spending months building up a huge jigsaw puzzle, and then you find one piece is missing. And you look in the drawer, you look in the box, you look under the edge of the carpet. But this puzzle will never be completed because a piece is missing. This is the human condition. Whatever progress you make in your life, it will never be enough. There will always be something not quite there. Why? Because we live in the dimension of duality, where there is subject and object. And the subject and object are born together. We are part of the experiential field. But as an individual, we cut a circle around ourselves, isolating ourselves from the field, and then say we lack something. So then we go looking in the field to try to find the bit that will make us complete. I like you, I want more of you. I don't like you, I want less of you. And we're always, you fall in love with someone, then you start to hate them, or you get bored with them. How has this happened? Because you wanted that one person to be everything, but they can't be. So the duality will not be solved by getting more of the other. This is the basic position. Non-duality is solved by relaxing into the fact of non-duality. So it's not more things that we need. Hi! But to relax and open. And when we open, as participants, as part of the field, then we have access to all that we need, and we find more of ourselves manifesting. And this is wonderful. This is the path. So going out hunting and looking and searching and appropriating is not going to lead us anywhere. Because things have value for a while. And then the value vanishes. It might survive till we die, but it's highly likely that once it's gone, once the person's gone. When my mum died, in her house there was a lot of furniture. And then I thought, oh, what would be good? I thought I have this and this and this. And then after a while, actually, I don't need anything. But it's her furniture. How can I let it go away? So the first thing is I had to take my mother out of the furniture. And then I could see the furniture. I thought, actually, I don't really like that. But when it was her furniture, I thought, oh, that's emotional. So then we start to see that the glue is our mind, our projection. And whatever is there, in enriching this particular object, we put a bit of ourselves into the other. That's how we connect with the other. But then we don't get the other as other, which could maybe fill us up. We get the other as self. I fancy you. I want to be with you. Why do I want to be with you? Because I fancy you. That's about me. It's not about you. The fact that I fancy you is you for me. It's not you for you. So this is the transference. This is the hall of mirrors. It's very difficult for us to see the other as they are because we don't see ourselves as we are. Whereas in the meditation, by being in this openness, phenomena arise and pass, and that gives us a sense of space. So, don't go looking for your mind as something. Your mind is the looker. So this is what he said just above. it is the innate clarity and understands itself by itself. The mirror illuminates as the mirror. Its illumination is what the mirror does. You don't find a substance in the mirror. It is the fact of reflections that shows the luminosity of the mirror. It is the fact of experience which shows the luminosity of the mind. The mind is not a thing hidden inside the reflection or inside the thought. It is the thought. Your thoughts, your feelings, your sensation, your experience is the luminous clarity of the mind. Oh, so it's already here. Yes. And it's untouched or unsullied by any of the good or bad aspects of Buddha or sentient beings. It's not affected by any of the faults or good qualities of knowing, virtue, and error. So, again, he's just saying the mind is not obscured because the obscuration is part of the radiance of the mind. Inside duality, we say this is good and this is bad. And we train children to know the difference between good and bad. But this is part of their becoming socially adapted citizens. And this is very important. But because there is one ground, good and bad come from the same source. So if bad thoughts arise, if good thoughts arise, they are manifesting out, but they don't determine the ground. If you do something bad, we say you are a bad person because you did it. Why did you do it? I don't know. It's very, very sad. So many young men who get into violent attacks and they go to court and they say, do you admit that you did it? Yes. Why did you do it? I don't know. I don't know. This is how life is. I don't know. I got angry. Why? He said something. Was that sufficient reason to stab him? No. So why did you do it? I don't know. This is it.
Mama.
We are held to be responsible when we are actually in the midst of a process of unfolding of causes and conditions.
Papa.
Had enough of Papa, now for Mama. Looking for the good object. Who will be enough? Anyone for a moment. So this state is free of all the Dharma names and titles such as Dzogchen and Mahamudra. Although we might say we are practicing Dzogchen, this is just a conventional title. When we are sitting with ourselves in openness, being present, it is so uncatchable, no name could ever stick to it. It is what it is. It is isness. We practice isness. But that's already weird. We just do living, just being here. But being here in the openness of the being here, not that I am living my life, but life is me. Life passes through me, expresses itself in me and as me, and is not mine. So whenever we put names, we have to understand names belong in the matrix of communication. Names are aspects of compassion. We use language to communicate with other people, but this communication is nothing more than ceaseless massage. If you have a bad massage, at the end of it, your muscles will have tightened up because you feel this person's attacking your body. And if you have a good massage, the muscles will relax. So it's the same. As we use language, we tense up or we relax. It's not a very complicated idea. People can make us feel very uptight by the way they speak, and they can make us feel very at ease. Language is communication. It is not wisdom. language will not take you to your mind, because language is sticking labels onto phenomena, but the relation between the phenomena and the words is never direct. It's a fantasy. Because this is a glass cup, and as we have already seen, you poor German people don't know how to call it a glass cup in your own language. I'm going to have to be a missionary and rewrite German. I'm going to write it as English. If it was a glass cup, people in German would say glass cup. People in French would say glass cup. Glass cup is a linguistic formation which hovers in some relation to what's in my hand, but it doesn't grasp it or hold it or own it, because you can apply many, many other ways of naming it. Polish, Russian, Ukrainian, whatever. And inside your own mother tongue, when you call this whatever you call it, you think, oh, that's what it is. And this is where we become deluded, because we think that the name is the thing itself, but it's not. The name is there as you apply it in the moment, and then it vanishes. And this, again, for meditators is very important, because when we have these 5 questions, what is the shape of the mind? What color is it? Where does it stay? Where does it go? We come up with little answers. We say, please, sir, it's like this. I know. It's like a balloon. It's like chocolate, whatever it is. And these answers, because they're concepts, are necessarily false. Language cannot get it. It's what he says again and again. Language doesn't get anything. To call this my glasses works inside a group of people who understand the English term my glasses. If I was in China and I said, have you seen my glasses? People will look at me because they don't know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying, but they don't know what I'm saying. Why don't they understand what I'm saying? Because what I'm saying is not true. It's not infinitely true, not universally true. It is a convention whose truth is established on the causes and conditions of having learned that particular language usage. And so it's like a kind of little post-it note. You write something and you stick it in your diary to remind you. But the post-it, the glue can come off, and then you lose your note. How we label the word onto the phenomena doesn't fit. We meet someone and we say, my darling. And then after a while we say, you're a bitch. Now, one person is both my darling and a bitch. How is this? Because you stick different labels on. It's just like that. So when we're doing language, we are palpating, we're massaging, we're manipulating the world with our energy to create particular patterns, but we're not arriving anywhere. We're not establishing truth.
What about the mantras?
The meaning of the word mantra is mind protector. Man is from manas, and tra means protector. So you use it to block thought. And of course to create energetic resonances. Because if I go to a football match in Germany and I say Germans are shit, that will create some kind of energetic field around me. So any kind of linguistic formation will do that. Good and bad, permanent and traceless, birth and destruction, moving and changing, binding and liberating, gaining and losing, hopes and doubts, accepting and rejecting, inhibiting and practicing, regarding these and all the others, meaning all the other kind of dualistic structural formation, in brief, it pays no regard to any of the attitudes and phenomena encompassed within samsara, nirvana, and their middle path. means it's uncatchable. There is no way to tell the truth. People go to the Lama, oh, Rinpoche, show me my mind. Oh, the mind is this, the mind is that. This is what we've been doing here. What does it mean? It's only massage. If it helps you relax a bit and open a bit and you see something, then you see it. And what you see is yours. Nobody can give you your mind. Nobody can steal your mind. You yourself can't lose your mind. Your mind is here always. This is it. So there is no way of chopping up the world or improving the world that will put it in the palm of your hand, because it's already through your skin, your bones, your blood. It's through everything you see. So again and again, he's making the same point. Whatever is occurring is experience. Experience is the reflection in the mirror. It's not the mirror. Good experiences are not it. Bad experiences are not it. It is not anything. It is not an it. It is you, but the you that was revealed to you when you are not you. As it says, you have to lose yourself to find yourself. It depends on nothing whatsoever. It's not mixed with anything. It's not touched by anything. It's not contaminated by anything whatsoever. It has no preferences. It has no bias. And this is very important, because when we have a bias, we believe there is some truth in it. This football team is better than that football team. This football team is my football team. Oh, if you want to get a mobile phone, this is the best make because it can do this, that, and the other. People have all sorts of ideas or terms or tilts. These are opinions. The opinion is an energetic formation. It's not the thing itself. So he's saying the same thing again and again for a deep purpose. We're always looking for something to grab. You can't grab it. You can't grab it. So when you sit and meditate, or when you're going about in your own life and you're trying to bring Dharma integrated into it, you will find yourself believing in your thoughts. You will find yourself in thought construction. Don't despair. The thought construction is a communication within yourself or out of your mouth to other people. It's playtime. It's just playing. Just play. Nothing is created. Nothing has ever been created. This place is Kamalashila, which is put together with a little bit of paint and a few paintings and so on, and the two lamas wandering around in red robes. If they leave and there's no money to pay the rent on this place, it will just be a building. Someone might like the shape of the building and buy it. Some people think, well, better to knock it down. But now we have a stupa in the garden. Buddhists will complain, you can't knock down a stupa. But what is a stupa? Stupa is something for annoying the neighbors. It's a provocation for the Christians. De facto it is, for some of them, for sure. And for other people, it's a very important symbol of the Buddha's mind. These are opinions. There is no truth in the world. So in Buddhism, we have relative truth and absolute truth. Relative truth is all the nonsense we talk together, and absolute truth is shh. The actual nature of one's own awareness is very sharp, clear, shining, fresh, and naked. This is the view of the Buddhas. Its nature is empty, its radiance is clear, and its manifestation is all-pervading. So firstly, one must recognize one's own nature, then one must remain in one's own place, and finally one must become unchanging in this state. So these last 3 points means opening to the natural emptiness of your mind, by sitting and watching the coming and going of all the familiar building blocks out of which you could construct yourself, but because you're letting them go, they vanish. And so the edifice of the self starts to loosen up. The mind is empty. Seeing this is recognizing yourself. Then you must remain in your own place. This means not thinking that there's something better anywhere else. And then one must become unchanging in this state. And some of you have looked at the 3 statements of Garab Dorji. This is exactly that. Garab Dorji says, in these 3 statements he made when he was leaving this domain, the first is to be introduced to your own nature, or to see your own nature, or to become your own nature, to wake up to who you really are, to wake up as you are. Secondly, not to remain in doubt. That is to say, not to put into question what is manifest. Because when we put things into question, we apply concepts to them. But is this really true? Is it like that? All that is thought proliferation, which is our normal way of establishing the truth. But if you take it towards your Dharma experience, it will obscure it. You think you're getting to the light, but you're going deeper in the dark. In the third point of Garab Dorji is to continue in this way. Means this is it. Not to be longing for something else. So that's what he means, to see this is the unchanging state. Whatever occurs is within the mind as the radiance of the mind. There is nothing outside the mind. There is no duality. The mind is unborn and empty and unceasing in its display. The complexity, the rich variety of experience will not end, but it will be like rainbows without any substance. And so the purity of the mirror and the richness of the reflection will be in non-duality. So that's again the heart essence of Dzogchen. Great meditators, male and female, having gained the certain understanding of how awareness is, this is how you should protect it, without sinking or covering, and without disturbance or distraction, clearly and freshly maintain awareness free of intellectualization. So, there are these 2 main experiences we have in meditation. One is sinking, when we get merged into the thoughts and phenomena that are arising, and in particular when we merge into moods. Moods are very problematic. An emotion like anger or jealousy has a kind of precision and shape to it. But a mood like hopelessness, it's more like the mist in the early morning. It sort of fills you up, but you can't quite catch any shape to it. So he's saying, when that is there, what is likely to arise is the feeling, I don't like this, I don't want this, this is horrible. Right? So one arising is occurring, then another arising is occurring which appears to be a commentary on the first, or a true evaluation or a judgment of the first. Both are manifestations. If Mickey Mouse meets Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse says, listen, Donald, you are just a cartoon character. You don't exist. This is what happens in your mind. One thought says to the other thought, fuck off, you're rubbish, or love me forever. Both are cartoon characters. Both are illusion. But when you make a judgment, oh, why did I say that? I'm so stupid. We know what it's like to feel shame and humiliation. it appears that there is something about us that another bit of us has really got, and it's horrible, and it's so real, so intense. It was just a thought. I shouldn't have said that. Maybe true. I shouldn't have said it. It's a horrible feeling in the, oh God, what have I done? What have I done? That is a thought and a feeling and a sensation coming in a wrapped package together. Very intense. It seems to be saying something true, something real, something has been established. I don't know what to do now. It's terrible. Some tear has occurred in your world. It was just a pattern of energy. Now, clearly, if you're driving your car and you're distracted and you kill someone, this is a pattern of energy, but it's also something terrible, and the police will be involved. You may end up in prison. You're in prison for a year, you come out of prison, you try to get a job, they say you've got a criminal record, they're not going to give you a job. Now you're a poor person. What has been established? A different pattern of your life. I've lost everything. Not quite true. You're still alive, you're still walking and talking and wearing clothes. The person you killed is not. You haven't lost everything. That could be arranged. We'll take you to another country. They shoot you or hang you. But in this country, we just lock you up for a while, then set you out as a diminished human being, carrying your cross of shame. I did that. That is who I am. The mark of Cain branded on your forehead. Of course, it's terrible what you did. A pattern was installed which has brought pain and sorrow to another family. Children now don't have their parent because you killed that person, because you got distracted. What has been established? Pattern reformation. There is no substance in it. That doesn't mean it's neutral and it doesn't matter. It is tragic. There are consequences. You will feel sad. You will feel sad and shame, and gradually through time that will change, and you might transform your life and go from being a merchant banker to working for a charity. You might learn, you might be transformed by that. The event, which seems so real and definitive, was a movement in time. There is nothing beyond reparation, because actions have consequences and we can work to change them. The big problem is the definition that you think you've arrived someplace, either in heaven or in hell. Heaven and hell are processes of unfolding. No action is final because energy is always changing. So this is what is very, very important here. We can always improve situations by working with energy, but the key point when something happens is to stay present in awareness. Awareness is the most important thing of all, because it's only awareness that gives perspective to what is going on. When the ego grabs a situation and tries to make sense of it, it will always become confused, because life is too complicated for our small ego to make sense of. So in the meditation, don't sink into an experience, don't take it too seriously, and don't go into distraction and disturbance, what's called göpa, which means like wildness, like a wild bird scuttling about in the sky. When the mind is agitated or when it's sinking, that's what's happening. I am agitated. So I'm sitting to do the practice and I have a lot of thoughts and my body's very uncomfortable, so I'm having a lot of sensations in the body. Then we just sit. We sit with that. That is to say, don't turn it into a problem that requires an antidote or a solution from somewhere else. This is what is happening. But it's not very good. It's not what I want. That's the danger. The judgment is the problem, not the fact that your mind is disturbed. In fact, it's quite interesting. God, I am one weird person. All this stuff. And then it goes. If you stay with it, the one who stays with it will be big, and what is arising is small. But if you go into the judgment, you will become as small as the judgment. I can't meditate. This is crap. I'm wasting my time. You've now become very small because all of the rich potential that you have is merged into a small thought, which in its summative, in its conclusion-like orientation, is saying, I can't do this. I'm rubbish at meditation. This doesn't work for me. Full stop. So now I am this particular shape. Whereas if you just stay open, all this turbulence is there for a while, and maybe it's there for a week. Maybe every time you sit, the mind's disturbed, and then it shifts. Oh, now I see sometimes the mind is disturbed, sometimes it's calm, sometimes it's happy, sometimes it's sad. The mind is like the weather. The weather means two things. Either you buy lots of different clothes for different kinds of weather, or you wear the same clothes whatever the weather. If you're a Tibetan nomad, you wear the same clothes winter and summer. The nomads in Iran and so on, in the old days, they had big black woolen tents, and in summer it's incredibly hot, and the women are wearing these long, heavy dresses, because that's what they wear. So we wear emptiness. We wear the sky. Clothes for all season. Freely available. It is not haute couture, and it's not Primark. It's free. So this is a very, very important thing. That one positioning is sufficient. To be naked, to be open, to be fresh, to be uninvolved, is to offer the hospitality to whatever occurs. It's on the level of manifestation that we wear different clothes, different personality styles to relate to other people. But when we're sitting with our own mind, it is the naked awareness which is always the same, which is the important phenomena. So, he's saying, maintain this under all conditions. Great meditators, do not patch this with any other dharma. Do not mix it with any other dharmas, for this awareness stands alone. It has no friend, no companion, it is naked. So keep it steadily and peacefully by itself. So this is very important. If you're doing an energy practice like a mantra or a visualization, you have to know that you're doing it to change the coloration of your world. But if you're meditating and your mind is full of agitation, if you do some mantras in order to calm the mind, you're altering the furniture or the clothing or the manifestation. You're not working directly with the mind itself. So that's what he's saying. He's saying, don't mix this dharma with anything else. Doing a mantra is not doing Dzogchen. You can do a mantra to support you by calming yourself, giving yourself more faith, lucidity, and so on. These are secondary factors. But to do the practice as the practice is to sit relaxed and open whatever comes. And in this particular lineage, that is the main thing to do. And you have to be very suspicious of yourself when you start to apply antidotes. Because we apply an antidote when we have a disease. For example, some people have a very strong reaction to wasp stings and bee stings, and if they don't get some injection very quickly, they can die. So having that antidote is very important. There was a person happily enjoying a nice summer's day, eating their ice cream. The sugary smell of the ice cream attracts the wasp bites the person, stings the person, and now the person is lying in shock on the pavement and they need to get this injection. It's very important that they get the antidote. The antidote is dealing with the problem. If you were to go up to someone eating an ice cream and say, as a preventative measure, I'm going to stick this needle in you. You may not have the problem today, but in future, you never know. So, when we're doing the practice, my mind is very busy. Second, I don't like it. Conclusion, I have a problem. Number 3. Now, number 4 comes in. What antidote can I have to the problem? Let's backtrack. We only need an antidote if we have a problem. We're saying it's a problem. Why are we saying it's a problem? My mind is agitated. When I sit in meditation, I feel stupid. Why do you feel stupid? What kind of meditation do you think you should have? The instruction is stay present with whatever arises in the mind. This is the meditation. I can't meditate because I've got the wrong kind of thing arising in my mind. This is madness. This is delusion. This is, the ego is big and awareness is small. The energy, the libido, the life energy, the prana is being sucked into the judgment and the position. I need to do something else. This isn't working for me. That's an idea. That's just an idea. When I worked in Sialama's house, I would copy out Tibetan texts in the night to go through the translation with him the next day. And I would often find that I would think, okay, I'll do this till 11 o'clock. Then 11 o'clock would come and think, oh, I'll do another hour. Oh, I'm very tired, I have to sleep. Oh, I'll just do another half hour. I'll just do another half hour. Like that, you can do a lot. You come to a limit and you think, full stop, comma. I'll just do a bit more. You sit, your mind is shit, you sit with the shit. This is getting nowhere. That's a thought, sit with the shit. I can't meditate, this is nonsense. Full stop. Little tail coming, comma. This is how we practice. When you come to a conclusion, you are taking the thought to be definitive, but all thoughts are impermanent. This is, if you understand this, then you really understand the reason for remaining with these states, whether they're happy or sad. And in the Simply Being book, in some other chapters later by Pater Rinpoche, he's describing, saying this, that some great meditators say with tears in their eyes, my mind is persecuted by jealousy, I can't meditate. Don't worry about meditation. Don't worry about jealousy. Stop trying to do anything. Just stay present with the one who is jealous. Jealousy is presenting itself. This is the object of meditation. Pride is presenting itself. This is the object of meditation. Despair, confusion, lust, whatever is arising, be present with it. Then you start to be aware of the one who is present. At first, the one who is present is a bit obscure because it's mixed in with thoughts. But the more you stay with the natural clarity of the mind, you see, in my mind, thoughts come in two forms. One looks object, one looks subject. Both are energy manifestation. Neither is the true nature. So when from the subject side you come to a conclusion, I can't meditate, this is a manifestation. This is now, in the present moment, this is the object of meditation. We sit with the thought, I can't meditate. Then the thought, I can't meditate, dissolves, because all thoughts dissolve. For a moment, oh, some space, then another thought comes in, then more anger and whatever comes in. But this is what he means in this practice. So he's a very lovely guy, and we are all very happy to meet him.
James?
Yeah.
If it's a feeling, not a thought, if I feel no,
Yeah.
I think no, or I feel no.
Either.
No difference?
Yeah, no difference. Feelings seem to last longer than thoughts, and moods last longer than feelings. But if you just sit and you stay with it, it will clear. The problem is very precisely this. Exactly. The awareness never moves. So if you move, you're displacing yourself from awareness. You want to do something different. You say this is not right, so you do something different. You have abandoned the one place where awareness is, always, just here. You think somewhere else is better, something else happening is better. You make that move and you bind yourself into thought construction. Remain again and again exactly where you are. So this is the gist of what he's saying. And in his final lines, he just repeats this again. Whatever happens in health, in sickness, in happiness, in sorrow, just sit relaxed and open with whatever occurs. Undefendedness is the best defense. Again, this is very paradoxical. If you don't defend yourself, you see that the things that frighten you are evanescent, transient, translucent, without inherent self-nature. By allowing them to be there, they pass. If you protect yourself against them, this energy arising towards them is an energy that they can make use of. So in the martial arts, people are learning how to use the energy of the opponent to defeat the opponent. If you bring up your energy, that is a force in the shared field which can be made use of. But that's what your thoughts do. You get irritated with yourself, the thought is going like a vampire. It's drinking the lifeblood of your irritation, and it whacks you again. It whacks you again. So just like in the martial arts, you get angry, you move towards the person, and they throw you down. You get up, now you're fucking furious. Are you going to win? Probably not. Now the other person's calm and clear. They see what you're doing. You're in it, and you don't see what you're doing. So it's just this principle. You get caught in a thought. You're not clear by definition. You relax, be with the thought, but not in it, and clarity is there. Okay, so now we come to the end of our time together. I hope this is useful and that you can apply it for yourself. It's both complicated and very straightforward. And I have found it very useful in my own life. So we end by doing some quiet sitting together and then dedicate the merit of our practice. Now we dedicate the merit to all sentient beings in the hope of the enlightenment of all beings quickly. Nyawan di nyadun da So now our time comes to an end. It's very enjoyable for me to be here, to be with people who collaborate and are quite easy going with each other. This is a rare event in the world. This is made very easy because of the good work of Tobias and Katrin that helps everything run smoothly. So thank you very much. And the additional organization from Eva and her early morning work. And Jaya Chita's movement in the afternoon, which some of you participated.
And you.
And you.
Not forgetting the recording people.
Not